I feel as though we're being walked through the tarot as a test of the ultimate power grab. I've put together a 173 page PowerPoint presentation with dates, news articles, time frames, step by step, proving that we've walked through every step of the tarot. And we are approaching the Devil card. That means we have the opportunity to allow the bondage to attach to us or to break it. We have the opportunity because we are approaching the Devil card. And I hope to show you in my presentation what that means. What is the Devil card? The Devil card is the system. We're looking for a person when we really need to be looking at the system as a whole, because that's what the people are using to trap us. Hello, everyone. I have a theory that I want to share with you all, and this theory is that we've been walking through all the different steps of the language that we've been given to show how empires rise and fall. And I think that we have the information right now that could save us from what's happening if we just kind of organize it and understand it. If we can understand how they built it up to this point, we can dismantle it and actually have a chance to build it back in a way that it works for us instead of it not working for us and only working for them. So there's 173 slides total as we go through this. This is my presentation on my belief that we've been working our way through the tarot and we are approaching the Devil card. I'm going to show you different news articles, timelines, structure points that when all put together, it's very hard to unsee. I'm going to explain why I feel like tarot is being used for this and a breakdown of each and every card and how that card has shown up. I do think that this rollout of the play for power, this isn't the first time it's happened, but I do feel as there's a set start point for the unfolding of this plan that's happening right now. And I feel as though that ignition point was 9/11. I feel as though the end of this cycle ended with the announcement that there was nothing else we were getting about the Epstein issue, and then immediately followed by war launched by the peace group. We're watching spiritual warfare play out, and they've given us their playbook. We just need to know how to use it. So I hope to show you how we could throughout this presentation. Now, if you've watched me for some time, this next slide is not going to be surprising to you. I believe that the powers that be are setting up to have a surveillance state. I believe that the surveillance state is so that they can uphold power and control long term, because they've tried for so long to disconnect us from God, and they're not able to when we want to use our free will to keep that connection open. They need to find another way to sever that, and my belief is that they're setting up a surveillance state. And why is it happening at this time? Well, because demons can't create. They can only utilize the creations of the light beings, the children of God. So they needed to utilize the children of the light and the intelligence of the children of the light to build up everything that would eventually be our own trap and their intended paradise. But that's not really how God designed it. God designed it to get to the point where we have the awareness and knowledge to make the free will decision to take back our power. And that's what I hope to show you here. warning signs that a society is being set up for mass surveillance and control. Emergency powers become normal. Temporary rules keep getting extended and folded into permanent law. Centralized identity becomes required for daily life. A single ID system becomes necessary to work, travel, bank, access healthcare, or log into services. Financial tracking becomes unavoidable. Cash access shrinks. Payment rails consolidate. Accounts can be frozen quickly with little due process. Data fusion across agencies and corporations. Government and private databases start linking. Health, education, banking, telecom, travel, social media, and location data all begin to emerge. To merge, not emerge. Unequitous sensors with weak oversight, cameras, license plate readers, facial recognition, device location tracking, and smart city sensors expand further than laws or audits. Speech rules get vague and enforcement gets selective. Broad labels like misinformation, extremism, safety, or foreign influence get used to inconsistently punish some viewpoints while protecting others. Media and platforms become de facto gatekeepers. A small number of outlets or platforms control reach. Downranking and demonetization shape what people see more than open debate does. This is slide 2 of that same warning sign list. Legal process is bypassed. Warrants, transparency, appeals, and independent review become harder to access. Secrecy grows. Informant culture and social trust collapse. People fear speaking openly at work, school, or online. Self-censorship spreads. Infrastructure hardening around movement. Travel becomes more permission-based. Checkpoints increase. Borders, airports, and international transit become data collection nodes. Critical systems become centralized points of failure. Telecom, cloud, payment processing, and ID verification consolidate so that a few entities can cut off services quickly. Security partnerships expand quietly. Joint tracking, equipment sharing, private contractors, and cross-border intelligence cooperation grow with limited public visibility. Now we're going to go into the foundation. Why am I making this slideshow? And what is it based on? I believe that history does not move in straight lines. Empires do not simply rise, peak, and collapse. They layer themselves. They rebrand consolidation as reform. They absorb resistance instead of disappearing. Power doesn't vanish, it reorganizes. It shifts shape. It tightens in one place while loosening in another. What looks like chaos is often transition. What looks like stability can be entrenchment. I believe tarot has been a symbolic mirror of this pattern the entire time, not as a fortune-telling device, but as a map of how human systems move. The Emperor reflects centralization. The Hierophant reflects doctrine. The Lovers reflects moral division. The Chariot reflects acceleration. The Devil reflects dependency. The Tower reflects rupture. These are not mystical predictions, they're archetypal phases that repeat whenever power consolidates and restructures itself. I believe that the sequence has unfolded in real time, that 9/11 marked the ignition of a new structural era. Surveillance, digital infrastructure, financial integration, and narrative management were layered step by step. That's what it looks like when isolated events are actually stages in a larger arc of consolidation, tension, and entrenchment. I believe we're not watching random headlines. We're watching an archetypal cycle play out. not because tarot scripted it, but because tarot names the rhythm that power tends to follow. And I believe the ending is not predetermined. The shadow and the light exists at every stage. Awareness determines which direction the arc bends. What does that mean? We have more power than they want us to believe. We're going to start with the aces. The aces are the seeds that would have to be planted first. The aces are not full systems, they're the first enabling conditions. We have the Ace of Swords. For a surveillance state to grow, there must first be a catalytic crisis that shifts public psychology, a framing of security versus freedom, rapid emergency legislation, expansion of intelligence authority, and redefinition of threat language. Examples of real-world events that function as this type of seed. We have 9/11 and the USA Patriot Act. The creation of new intelligence and homeland security structures. The expansion of bulk data collection justified by national security. The sword is always about justification. The public must accept that expanded oversight equals safety. Without this mental reframe, nothing else starts. Then we have the Ace of Wands, the security infrastructure ignition. This is the action phase. Once the legal narrative exists, infrastructure expands. Airport security overhaul, no-fly lists, military and intelligence budget expansion, domestic counter-terror units, growth of private defense contractors, normalization of armed presence in civilian space. All of which we saw right after 9/11. The wand represents mobilization. It creates the visible apparatus that says we are in a permanent state of threat. I don't know why it's like not showing the last couple words. Ace of Pentacles, the economic integration seed. For durable surveillance, it must integrate into finance. Foundational shifts would include digitization of banking systems, decline of cash reliance, growth of centralized payment processors, anti-money laundering tracking expansion, transaction monitoring software, asset freezing mechanisms, credit scoring integration with digital identity. This is not dramatic, it's quiet. The pentacle makes control scalable. If access to money can be paused, leverage exists. Then we go into the Ace of Cups. This is the emotional conditioning layer. Surveillance systems do not survive on fear alone. There must also be cultural narratives around safety and belonging, messaging that equates monitoring with care, public campaigns about if you have nothing to hide, social reward for compliance, framing dissent as socially harmful. The cup ensures emotional buy-in. It frames oversight as compassion. Now the aces as a whole. If someone were observing a society drifting toward heavy surveillance capacity, the aces would look like crisis, legal expansion, security mobilization, financial digitization, and cultural normalization. They're seeds. They don't yet represent the full lockdown. They represent possibility. The actual consolidation would not occur until later stages in the minor arcana, especially the 4s and 5s, where stabilization and conflict occur. Now, if we look at the actual articles and examples, I only listed 5 examples for each. I am going to make this PDF as a whole available for you to do your own research after I'm done going through the whole thing. But there definitely is more examples of these steps. I just kind of picked the top 5 for each card. So with the Ace of Swords, we have crisis and legal justification, which we have Bush signs terrorism bill with wide-ranging powers in 2001. We have the U.S. Patriot Act signed into law in 2001. We have Homeland Security Department approved by the state in 2002. NSA is collecting phone records of millions of Verizon customers daily. This is in 2013. U.S. approves renewal of surveillance law. This is in 2018. Then we go into the Ace of Wands, which is security infrastructure ignition. We have TSA begins screening at the nation's airports in 2002. We have the U.S. launches war on Afghanistan in 2001. We have the Iraq war beginning in 2003. We have the defense budget passing a $700 billion mark in 2017. We have the U.S. expanding the use of domestic counterterrorism units in the 2000s. We have the Ace of Pentacles, or mid 2000s, sorry. We have the Ace of Pentacles as the financial system integration. Banks freeze sticker anti-money laundering rules under the Patriot Act in 2002. The U.S. freezes assets of individuals linked to terror financing in 2001. Financial crisis deepens as Lehman files for bankruptcy in 2008. Federal Reserve explores digital dollar in 2022. Digital payments surpass cash for the first time in 2019. I can't move my face up. Okay. Then we have the Ace of Cups, which is the emotional framing and cultural buy-in. We have Bush saying you're either with us or with the terrorist in 2001. Americans rally around flag after attacks in 2001. Poll, majority of Americans support government surveillance to fight terrorism in 2002. If you see something, say something campaign expands nationwide in 2010. And public opinion shifts on NSA surveillance after Snowden renovations in 2013. Again, there's much more examples of this, but I'm just kind of showing you how each of these pieces were put into place for each of the cards. All right, we're about to go into the twos. Again, this is going to be broken up into multiple videos because it would just be outrageously long if not. I'm going to try and get to through the first 5 in this first video. Okay, so the twos are the phase of polarization and dual structures. The twos are never about building something new. They're about division, choice, polarity, and dependency forming. If the aces planted seeds, the twos reveal the split. All right, so we have the Two of Swords, the information split, and the perception war. The archetype here is denial, blindfold, avoidance, and mental stalemate. What this looks like structurally. Media ecosystems fragment. Competing narratives harden. Algorithmic echo chambers intensify. Fact versus opinion lines blur. Truth becomes faction-based. Real-world pattern examples. Rise of partisan news dominance in the 2010s. Social media algorithm amplification. Fake news era language normalization. And information distrust reaching historic highs. This is the cognitive fracture phase. The public cannot unify around a shared reality. That makes collective resistance or unified policy difficult. Then we go into the Two of Wands. This is power repositioning and strategic realignment. The archetype here is surveying the world and deciding direction. Structurally, this stage includes nations reasserting sovereignty language, trade realignments and tariff battles, expansion of strategic alliances, tech Cold War dynamics, and energy leverage politics. Examples of this were the Brexit vote, the US-China trade tensions, the Russia-Crimea annexation, and NATO reinforcement cycles. This is geopolitical recalibration. The globe is held in two hands. Direction is not yet decided. Then we go into the Two of Cups. This is alliance consolidation and cultural signaling. The archetype here is partnership, alignment, and union. In a surveillance trajectory, this would look like public-private partnerships expanding, tech companies collaborating with governments, cross-border intelligent agreements, cultural campaigns promoting shared security values, corporate compliance frameworks aligning globally. The cup makes cooperation appear relational, not coercive. It creates consent through connection. Then we have the Two of Pentacles. This is economic juggling and dependency formation. The archetype here is balancing instability. The structural markers are inflation pressure, supply chain strain, debt expansion, stimulus dependency, expansion of digital payment reliance, and banking consolidation. Examples of this are the 2008 aftermath lingering instability, 2015 Greek debt crisis, pandemic stimulus cycles, and rapid digital payment normalization. This is where financial fragility increases. When people feel economically unstable, they tolerate more oversight in exchange for perceived stability. When we look at all the twos together, they're not lockdown, they're fragmentation. Their shared truth fractures. The economic stress rises. Alliances tighten, and power blocks reposition. The public becomes polarized and dependent at the same time. That combination is volatile. You cannot consolidate power without first creating division and instability. I'm going to say that line again. You cannot consolidate power without first creating division and instability. That's why the twos are necessary in any large-scale systematic shift. You need to cause the problem so that there's something for you to solve. Now, looking at the Two of Swords, again, this is information split and narrative polarization. We have Trump calls the news media the enemy of the American people in 2017. Facebook admits it sold political ads to Russian company during the 2016 election in 2017. Cambridge Analytica harvested data of millions of Facebook users from 2018. Americans' trust in mass media sinks to new low in 2016. Disinformation is becoming a national security threat, lawmakers warn in 2020. Then we go to the Two of Wands, which is geopolitical repositioning and power realignment. We have Russia annexing Crimea in 2014. We have UK voting to leave European nation in historic referendum in 2016. Trump signs order imposing tariffs on China in 2018. China's Belt and Road Initiative expands across Asia and Europe in 2017. NATO agrees to bolster Eastern Europe presence in 2016. We move to the Two of Cups with alliance consolidation and institutional partnerships. We have the Paris Climate Agreement adopted by 196 countries in 2015. We have the U.S. Supreme Court legalizing same-sex marriage nationwide in 2015. We have tech giants meeting with the White House to discuss counter-terror efforts in 2016. Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance expands cybersecurity cooperation in 2018. EU approves landmark data protection law GDPR in 2016. The Two of Pentacles is economic instability and financial balancing. Greece agrees to austerity measures in department crisis deal in 2015. Dow Jones suffers biggest one-day drop in history in 2018. U.S. government shutdown begins after funding lapse in 2018. Inflation hits highest level in 40 years in 2022. Silicon Valley bank collapse sends shockwaves through financial sector in 2023. And now we're going to go into the threes. The threes is the phase of expansion and system interconnection. If the twos fracture reality and create polarity, the threes are where systems expand, interconnect, and begin scaling. Threes are growth, but growth can mean entanglement. The Three of Swords is collective trauma as the accelerator. The archetype here is heartbreak, shock, rupture that cannot be ignored. Shratut this looks like a large-scale crisis that affects daily life. Mass fear and grief, policy changes justified by emergency, and long-term behavioral shifts. My brain could not think of how to say the word structurally at first. Examples of this pattern: global pandemic disruption, mass casualty events that reshape policy, war escalation affecting energy and food markets. The key element is not the event itself, it's the psychological scar that it leaves. After a Three of Swords moment, populations accept restrictions they would have resisted before. Trauma lowers resistance thresholds. Three of Wands. We have global interdependence exposed. Archetype is expansion, trade, and looking outward. In a surveillance trajectory, this stage reveals fragile supply chains, border control tightening, international data sharing agreements, globalized tracking systems, and dependency on cross-border infrastructure. The examples are supply chain breakdowns, semiconductor shortages, energy dependency conflicts, and increased international cybersecurity coordination. This is when systems show how interconnected they already are. Interdependence becomes justification for a centralized oversight. Then we have Three of Cups. We have the collective behavior synchronization. The archetype here is community, shared celebration, or shared ritual. Structurally, this appears as coordinated public messaging campaigns, unified slogans across institutions, social signaling rewards for compliance, and cultural reinforcement of group norms. It can look benign, even positive, but it establishes a pattern. Shared behavior becomes a moral metric. Group alignment becomes visible and measurable. Then we have the Three of Pentacles, which is institutional collaboration and data integration. We have teamwork, construction, building something together, and this is where technical framework expands. Structural indicators are government and tech sector data sharing, AI integration into public systems, smart city sensor deployment, biometric identification scaling, and cloud centralization of records. The Three of Pentacles is about architecture. Separate databases begin to talk to each other. Independent systems begin merging. This is not yet containment, but it is built out. If you look at the threes together, the threes are the scaling phase. Crisis normalizes behavioral shifts. Crisis normalizes behavioral shifts. Interdependence justifies integration. Think oil. Institutions collaborate. Data centralizes. By the end of the threes, you don't have a locked system yet, but you have a connected one. And connectivity is what makes future containment possible. Connectivity is what makes future containment possible. If I repeat something, it means it's going to be important multiple times as we go. Okay, so the Three of Swords, again, is collective trauma and global shock. We have the WHO declares coronavirus outbreak a global pandemic in 2020. We have the U.S. death toll from COVID surpasses 100,000 in 2020. We have Russia invading Ukraine in largest European attack since World War II in 2022. Global refugee crisis reaches record levels in 2017. January 6th attack on the Capitol is in 2021. The Three of Wands is the global interdependence exposed. We have global supply chains snarled as pandemic disrupts trade in 2020. Suez Canal blocked by massive container ship in 2021. Semiconductor shortage forces automakers to halt production in 2021. Energy prices surge as war in Ukraine disrupts markets in 2022. China's zero COVID lockdowns ripple through global economy in 2022. Three of Cups is collective messaging and coordinated social response. We have Italy's balcony signing becomes symbol of lockdown solidarity in 2020. Clap for Carers movement spreads across Europe in 2020. Millions join Women's March to protest worldwide in 2017. Black Lives Matter protests sweep the globe in 2020. Governments launch nationwide public health campaigns to promote vaccination in 2021. Then we move to the Three of Pentacles with institutional collaboration and structural build out. Congress passes 2 trillion 200 passes true 2 trillion coronavirus relief package in 2020. Big tech firms partner with government on contract tracing technology in 2020. Infrastructure bill signed into law allocating 1.2 trillion in 2021. AI tools rapidly integrated into public services and healthcare in 2023. Cloud providers win major government contracts to monetize data systems in 2021. Which brings us into the fours. What? 1 second. My cat needs me. Okay, so the fours are the phase of consolidation and containment. If the threes were expansion and interconnection, the fours are stabilization. Fours are about structure, security, control of space. This is where systems stop building and start hardening. Think foundational. Okay, so Four of Swords, we have normalized energy and behavioral stillness. The archetype here is to pause, retreat, and suspend. Structurally, this looks like emergency measures extended beyond the initial crisis. We have temporary powers becoming semi permanent, populations adjusting to reduced movement, increased reliance on digital communication, work, education, and social life shifting indoors. The Four of Swords is not about chaos. It's quiet. It's the normalization of stillness. When large populations adapt to restricted movement without revolt, the psychological threshold has shifted. Okay, so the Four of Wands is the redefinition of a safe space. Here we have the archetype of home, boundary, and celebration within walls. The structural indicators are domestic surveillance expansion, smart home device normalization, digital health or identity passes, checkpoint style access to venues, and private spaces becoming data generating environments. The Four of Wands turns celebration inward. The idea of safety becomes associated with enclosure. Security begins at the threshold of the enclosure. Then we have the Four of Pentacles, which is resource hoarding and access control. The archetype here is holding tightly and guarding assets. This stage is economic consolidation. We saw banking consolidation into fewer institutions, account freezing capabilities expanding, increased transaction reporting thresholds, reduction of anonymous financial tools, central bank digital currency exploration, and credit systems influencing access. The Four of Pentacles is about leverage. Control over access becomes quiet power. Control over access, important, becomes quiet power. Then we have the Four of Cups, which is apathy and emotional fatigue. The archetype here is disengagement and numbness. This is psychological stabilization. We have structural signs of news fatigue, protest decline, increased distraction culture, which we know we're in it, algorithm-driven dopamine loops, and public resignation. People stop reacting. I mean, look at the stuff that we just found out, right? And we've had to just go on about our day, pretty much. Algorithm-driven dopamine loops. People stop reacting, not because everything is resolved, but because we are in algorithm-driven dopamine loops, followed by increased distraction culture, followed by news fatigue. People stop reacting not because everything is resolved, but because they're exhausted. Apathy is a stabilizer. Then we have the fours as a whole. The fours are not explosive, they're solidifying. Emergency becomes routine, security becomes domestic, money becomes monitored, and emotion becomes muted. This is the stage where a system either balances or becomes rigid. If rigidity deepens, the next stage is the fives. Fives are conflict. Instability reemerges. Pressure tests the structure that the fours just solidified. So we're building up here. Okay, we have the spark. Then we have the split. Then we have the things coming together. Then we have the foundation. Now we're about to go into the five, where the foundation that was built is tested. And you will see this cycle repeating in different ways. But that's what this is. It's build and test, because you don't want to build and get too many steps ahead and then be like, oh man, 5 steps back didn't work. Now we got to backtrack. They're going in sections. Build it, test it, build on top of that, test it, build on top of that, test it. It's how you build a really high pedestal on which they then plan to put the system on the pedestal that they're building through this foundation. Okay, so we have the Four of Swords, which again is normalized emergency and prolonged restrictions. We have Trump extending the national emergency declaration over coronavirus in 2020. UK enters third national lockdown as COVID cases surge in 2021. France extends state of emergency after Paris attacks in 2016. New York extends COVID emergency orders for the 5th time in 2021. Public health emergency extended again after officials warn of variants in 2022. That was the system stress test for the foundation that had been built up for that point since the Twin Towers. The Four of Wands is redefining safe space and controlled access. New York launches vaccine passport for indoor dining. 2021. So again, some of this stuff, you're like, well, why is that in there? Because it's part of what they needed to be in place so that they could test it. Some things are separate pieces that they test. And then once they know that they're both tested, they put them together to form something much more solidifying. But they know that it will work because both pieces have been tested. So some of that is what these pieces will be. Italy becomes first country to require COVID passes for all workers in 2021. Airlines introduced digital health pass for international travel in 2021. Smart doorbell cameras are becoming a fixture in American homes. Can you believe that was only in 2019? And look at where we're at right now from 2019 to 2026. You can't go anywhere and not be on a camera. And that was just really getting started in 2019. Do you see the speed of escalation of where they can go from something not really being a thing to something being overwhelmingly part of daily life in such a short span of time? That's my point here with why the surveillance state is very dangerous, allegedly, or whatever. Amazon ring partners with police departments across U.S. in 2019. Four of Pentacles, resource control and financial guardrails. Canada freezes bank accounts linked to truckers' protest, 2022. That's a good one to bring up right now because a lot of the banding together that we want to do, that may be a response if we let it get to the point where everything is under that quick flip of a switch control, where everything is connected as we talked about in the 2s and 3s. U.S. Treasury expands sanction powers under emergency authority in 2021. Central banks worldwide explore digital currencies in 2020. FDIC seizes Silicon Valley Bank in largest failure since 2008. This was in 2023. Visa and MasterCard suspend operations in Russia in 2022. Then we move into the Four of Cups, which is public fatigue and emotional numbness. Pandemic fatigue sets in as compliance drops in 2020. Americans tune out political news amid exhaustion was reported in 2022. Can you imagine the exhaustion of now if we were exhausted then? Social media usage soars during lockdowns, raising mental health concerns in 2020. Trust in government falls to near historic lows in 2022, and voter turnout declines in midterm elections compared to 2020 high in 2022. We're going to go into the fives. Okay, so the fives is the phase of conflict and system stress. Again, we built everything up. We lit the spark. We separated things. We brought them together because, again, you need to make a problem so you can be the one that comes in with a solution. Then we created the foundation on which, or the foundation from that. And then before we start building on the foundation, we need to test it, stress test it. That's the fives. If the fours were consolidation and stabilization, the fives are what happens when that structure gets pressured. Fives are friction, conflict, instability inside a system that thought it was secure. This is where cracks show. We have the Five of Wands being internal struggle and narrative chaos. The archetype here is competition, scattered conflict, and noisy disagreement. Structurally, this looks like competing factions inside institutions, public protests from multiple sides, culture wars intensifying, elite fragmentation becoming visible, rapid information surges with no central control. This is messy conflict, not organized revolution. It's fragmentation. The system feels loud and unstable, and that is on purpose, again, because it's a stress test for the system. Then we have the Five of Swords. This is the win at all costs dynamic. The archetype here is hollow victory, power taken without unity. Indicators are legal weaponization, escalating censorship battles, aggressive information takedowns, political retaliation cycles, and trust in institutions declining sharply. This is when power is exercised without reconciliation. Someone wins, but legitimacy erodes, which moves us into the Five of Pentacles. This is economic strain and exclusion. The archetype here is hardship and being left out. Structural signs are inflation spiking, housing instability, debt stress rising, banking failures or scares, unequal access to credit, and the wealth gap widening, which we know it is Mariana's Trench deep in how wide the wealth gap is at this point. Financial pressure destabilizes public tolerance. People feel left out of stability. When economic insecurity rises, systems either reform or tighten. The Five of Cups is grief and disillusionment. The archetype here is loss, regret, and emotional reckoning. At this stage, public trust drops dramatically. Institutional credibility weakens. People question narratives they once accepted. Conspiracy thinking increases and civic participation declines. This is the emotional backlash phase. The cup spills. The illusion cracks. If you look at all the fives together, again, they are the stress test. We had the spark, we had the division, we had the reconnection so that we can have a problem we can solve. We turned all of that into the foundation, then we stress test the foundation. That's the five. The consolidated system from the fours gets challenged. Conflict erupts. Economic pain rises and trust fractures. At this point, a society can go one of two ways: reform and decentralize, or double down and centralize further. Last time we got to the point of the five, We doubled down and centralized further, and that's where we are right now. That is also why we need to choose differently, because we can see how well that's working out, which is not at all. That choice determines what the sixes will look like. Okay, so now the Five of Wands is visible conflict and institutional fragmentation. Capitol breach shakes Washington as lawmakers certify Biden victory in 2021. Black Lives Matter protests sweep U.S. after George Floyd's death in 2020. France engulfed in nationwide pension reform protests in 2023. Israel judicial reform plan sparks mass protest in 2023. Hong Kong protesters clash with police as unrest intensifies in 2019. We have the Five of Swords win at all costs, politics, and trust erosion. House impeaches Trump for second time after Capitol riot in 2021. Twitter permanently suspends President Trump's account in 2021. Brazil's Bolsonaro supporters storm government buildings in 2023. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade in 2022. The House votes to expel George Santos from Congress in 2023. We have the Four of Pentacles representing economic strain and public hardship. U.S. inflation hits 9.1% in highest in 40 years in 2022. UK cost of living crisis deepens as emergency bills surge in 2022. Silicon Valley bank collapse sends shockwaves through financial sector in 2023. Argentina inflation soars past 100% in 2023. U.S. credit card debt hits record high in 2023. Five of Cups, public disillusionment and institutional trust decline. We have trust in U.S. government falls near historic low, Pew finds in 2022. Americans' trust in media remains at a record low in 2023. Global confidence in democracy declines, survey finds in 2022. Major data breach exposes millions of users in 2020. And voter turnout drops after record 2020 participation in 2022. Some of these tests to the system remain long term and continue to be tested in different ways and different speeds and different weights. And some of them are just a test that comes in and sets some kind of precedent or allows some kind of rule to be put in place or taken out of place so that it can later be used, right? So some of these things may seem inconsequential or small, but the change that they made room for ends up making room for a big move later down the line. Think chess. Think chess on the world stage, and the playbook is basically the system of cards, the tool that allows us to understand energy. It's not about tarot itself, it's about understanding their playbook by understanding patterns and energy and how the human is designed to work versus how the human works when the human is operating from the shadow, like we see in all of our leadership. I did air quotes, just so you know, because I know my face is small. We're going to go into the sixes next. I'll give you a preview of the first slide, but I am going to probably do this one tomorrow or the next day. The sixes is the phase of recalibration and strategic stabilization. If the fives were the pressure fracture, the sixes are the response. Six is adjustment, rebalancing, attempted correction. After conflict, systems either soften or they stabilize in a more structured way. So we'll go into that in the next one. Again, thank you so much for watching. We're going to be basically going through all of the cards, and then at the end I have additional documentation of how everything fits, but I feel like it's important to lay the foundation with what all the cards, how they all show up, because I feel like if you can see the pattern of how they all show up, you'll be more prone to listening to me with an open mind when I show you how they all piece together at the end. So again, thank you for watching, and I will see you soon in the next one. Hello everyone, we are back to the presentation. For those who didn't see part one, essentially I'm developing a theory that the leadership of the world is walking us through the foundation that has also been laid out for us through the tarot. I believe that this foundation shows how empires and power rises and falls, and I am showing that we've gone through every step up until the card that we're approaching now, which is the Devil card. If you're going to be watching this presentation, I do highly recommend that you start from part 1, because this is something that needs to be understood in order. If you're seeing this for the first time and you're starting here, there's a lot that you're going to be missing. In the first portion of this, we went through the beginning foundation part, and we also went from the aces to the fives. The aces are the spark, the twos is the separation, the 3 is coming back together, because again, in order to take power, you need to cause a problem and be the solution for the problem, or provide the solution for the problem. That's why we see spark, split, back together. Then we see 4, the foundation is built from that. So every time it's spark, split, back together, it's another pillar in the foundation that they're building, right? So then once the foundation is built in the 4s, it's tested with the 5s, conflict, tension. And then it's like a layered foundation, right? Think of if they're trying to build a really high pedestal so that they can put the system on it and represent the system as if the system was God. Like, you're not able to opt out. This is just the way life is. That's how high they're trying to get the pedestal, so the pedestal can hold the system and the system can hold the illusion of being God. Okay, so we're going into the 6s. The 6s is the phase of recalibration and strategic stabilization. So now that we've built the foundation has been tested, now we move forward, right? And then after we get to the end, we go into another layer, and then we go into another layer. You don't want to get they don't want to get too many steps ahead and realize, oh no, something way back there isn't going to work. But if there's already a foundation laid on it, then you have to rip up the whole foundation to replace the pillar. They don't want to do that. That's why we see it done like this. Essentially, each journey from an ace to a 10 is a pillar. It starts with the spark, goes all the way to completion. Starts with a spark, goes all the way to completion. Sometimes it's the completion of giving us knowledge, giving us data, giving us like AI and stuff like that, right? Sometimes it's a burden, like war, like false flags, like everything else, right? Sometimes it's movement, right? And sometimes it's finance or stability, or sometimes even community, right? They take an idea or a piece of what they want to build as this foundation that they want to essentially build all the way up to the sky. They take each piece, each pillar, each layer from the ace to the 10, put it in place. That way it's created, it's been tested, and it's solid. So they know they can continue to stack and build this pillar that they will then place the system on, and they will then also be like the mascots for the system, hence placing themselves on the pedestal. However, the system is the foundation of it. Once it's up there, the system is the foundation of the top of the pillar, and then the people on top can be replaced, but the system cannot. Once the system is locked in, it's essentially like quicksand. Right. It's like they want the system to replace God. We need to stop it before it gets there. This is what I hope to show you is the foundation of, we have their playbook. We just need to know how to decode it. If we can understand that we have their playbook, we can also understand how to build back better and how to unbuild what they're trying to build as a trap. So now you're caught up, and we're going into the 6s. Again, the phase of recalibration and strategic stabilization. If the 5s were the pressure and fracture, the 6s are the response. So foundation, test it, now what? 6 is adjustment, rebalancing, attempted correction. After conflict, systems either soften or they stabilize in a more structured way. Why is that? Either 5 tested the foundation and it's solid, or it tested the foundation and we need to remold some things. Okay. If the foundation was tested and it's solid, it stabilizes in a more structured way. What does that mean? They put the pillars of that piece, they laid the foundation, They tested it, it's strong, so they're putting that final layer of, like, I don't know, like, it makes it shiny, or it makes it, like, they're putting that, right? And then they're putting the glue for the next layer. So, if it's tested and it's good, it stabilizes in a more structured way. If it's tested and they're like, "Oh, you know what? However we unrolled that gave the public a little bit too much of an ability to fight back. We need to make sure that we take away a little bit more of their power." We see a replay so that they can relay either the pillars or the foundation before they build on top of it. That's why some things we see repeating, they wanted our response to be less loud, or they wanted our response to be proof that they have one over on us, right? It's like when we see things where it's clearly a test of the foundation, but then it kind of eases up and then it comes again, that would be an example of the foundation not being poured the way they really wanted it to, and them softening it to remold it and then trying it again. So 6 isn't always moving forward. It's the difference between either, yes, it moves forward because the foundation was good, or they need to remix the cement and re-pour it because the foundation didn't lay the way that they wanted it to. And again, they need to lay the foundation and then they build on top of it. So if this wasn't good, but they never checked it and they got all the way up to here, like, going all the way from the ace to the 10 is checking and double checking their work, okay? Because you don't want to get all the way up to here. Where's my hand? All the way up to here and realize this foundation never laid right. Now you got to knock this whole thing down. And in an instant where, or in a situation where this pedestal is meant to be a power grab, you don't want to knock half of the foundation down in front of the people that you're trying to take power from, because then they're going to be like, do you really know what you're doing? Hence what we see in the government right now. But that was meant to fall because they're not the real ones in power, allegedly, my opinion. So we go into the 6 of Swords. In the 6 of Swords, we see the managed transition and narrative reset. The archetype here is moving from turbulence into calmer waters. Structurally, this looks like leadership shifts framed as renewal, policy reframing without full reversal. Again, that one, the policy reframing without full reversal, would be an example of remixing the concrete and laying it so that they can make it the way that they wanted it to. Public messaging about lessons learned, institutional rebranding, and soft narrative resets. The 6 of Swords does not destroy the boat, it changes the direction of travel. If a surveillance trajectory exists, this stage refines it rather than removing it. Again, is this the look we were going for? Is this the structure we were going for? Is this foundation shakeable, or all the pillars good and the foundation laid correctly? There's no bumps, there's no way for it to crack. Is everything good, or do we need to remix it? Because if we need to remix it, we need to remix it before going into the 7s, because the 7s is going to defend the decision we made in the 6. By we, I mean them. The 7s defends the decisions that they make in the 6. Then we have the 6 of Wands. This is public legitimization and visible wins. The archetype here is victory parade and recognition. Indicators here are government or institutional claims of success. Kind of like right now when they're saying that everything is getting great and we're like in a world war. Crime reduction announcements, security threat prevention headlines, public celebration of stabilization, and narrative emphasis on "we handled it." They love that one. I don't even need to explain because they love that one so much. This stage restores confidence. The public sees proof that centralized measures worked. Remember, if you saw the first one, I said even the good things are a setup for this pillar. This would be an example of the good things actually being part of testing the foundation to make sure that it's sturdy. Basically, in some instances, for example, can we piss off the public and then instantly reel them back in and make them desire our help again very quickly, and how quickly? Those would be a type of test in this category. This stage restores confidence. The public sees proof that centralized measures work. This strengthens institution authority. 6 of Pentacles. We have conditional relief and controlled support. The archetype here is giving and receiving and structured aid. The structural signs are the stimulus programs. Look at when the waves of these came, okay? It came clearly after a 5 moment because it was to test if they can get us back on their side after hitting us with a 5, because the 5 is the test of the foundation. Now the 6 is, hey, will you like me again? Will you like me again so we can continue to move forward? Did the foundation we built work to fool you? Allegedly. Stimulus programs, subsidies tied to eligibility metrics, expanded digital benefit distribution, means tied to relief, financial support tied to compliance frameworks. Here, think we created the problem so that we can come in and provide you with a solution so that you like us again after we just did a 5 on you and caused a conflict or attention. Relief becomes system integrated. Assistance flows through centralized channels. Support reinforces the system rather than bypassing it. AKA, we need you to need us. We need you to want to need us, essentially. Then we have the Six of Cups. This is nostalgia and emotional softening. The archetype here is returning to familiarity. At this stage, media nostalgia cycles, cultural longing for simpler times, public emotional fatigue easing, institutional tone softening, and comfort narratives returning. What is this one? This is, hey, we just hit you with a 5. Now we want you to long for when times were simpler again so we can offer you some form of convenience, and you'll be more prone to take it because you're just really sick of the crap that we're starting on purpose to make you sick of the crap so that you are more easily complying with what we want to put in place that will then defend in the 7s. The Six of Cups stabilizes emotion. It calms the nervous system. People begin to feel normal again, aka, okay, you know what? This seems convenient to give up a little bit more of our rights to the government just so we can get back to how it was a couple steps ago. Yes, of course, but they're the ones who created the problem so that we would feel that way. They hit us with the 5 so that they could put that 6 there and say, here, do you still like us? And how do we move forward from this? And we'll give you a little bit of something if you give us a little bit more of your rights for the sake of convenience. For the sake of convenience to move through the problem that they created so that we would long for convenience. The sixes are the smoothing phase. Conflict cools, relief flows, leadership claims competence. We know what we're doing. Trust us. Well, of course you do, because you just created the 5. You created the tension and the problem to test the platform that you built. So, yeah, of course, you obviously already have planned the solution that you're going to come in with, because that's why you created the problem in the first place, so you could come in with a solution. So, of course, it's very easy for them to act like they know what they're doing, because they do. They created the problem and the solution, and they're just acting it out in front of us so that we are more easily submissive to picking up on basically crumbs that they're giving us so that they can take more of our rights and give us a little bit of convenience or a little bit of giving us back what they took away that they shouldn't have taken away in the first place, like our freedoms and our rights. If the system intends to deepen centralization, it will use this period to refine quietly. If reform is the path, decentralization happens here. Again, is the concrete good, or do we need to remix it? Because we can't go forward and defend in the 7s what we aren't sure is ready in the 6s. The 6s determine whether hierarchy becomes entrenched or corrected. Again, remixing or the foundation's good. Then we're moving to the 7s. If it's not good, sometimes we might need to go back to the 2, resplit things, re-put them back together, and reform the concrete. Sometimes we only need to go back to the 3. Maybe we need to add something else, then pour into the foundation, then test it again. Maybe we just need to go back and re-pour the foundation. Maybe we didn't put enough. Maybe we need to add some extra cement. Re-pour the foundation, test it again. Then we come to the 6s. We're not going past the 6s until that foundation is solid. When we go past the 6s, it means we're ready to defend it because we know that it's solid enough to stay on that pedestal long term. Okay, so the Six of Swords is managed transition and policy reset. Some examples of this are Biden signing executive orders reversing key Trump policies, 2021. US formally rejoins Paris Climate Agreement, 2021. WHO declares end of COVID-19 in 2023. CDC lifts mask mandate for fully vaccinated Americans, 2021. US ends longest war with withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. Then we have the Six of Wands, public legitimization and declared success. We have the White House totes job growth as unemployment falls to 3.5% in 2022. Inflation cools for sixth straight month in 2023. NATO shows united front as Finland officially joins alliance in 2023. FDA grants full approval to Pfizer COVID vaccine in 2021. Violent crime falls in major US cities, new data shows in 2023. Then we have the Six of Pentacles, which is structured relief and conditional support. Congress passes 1.9 trillion COVID relief bill in 2021. Student loan forgiveness plan announced by Biden administration in 2022. Expanded child tax credit lifts millions out of poverty in 2021. EU approves massive recovery fund for post-pandemic economy in 2020. US extends unemployment benefits amid economic recovery in 2020. Then we have the Six of Cups with nostalgia and emotional softening. Travel rebounds as countries reopen borders to tourists in 2022. Look where we're at now in 2026. That's 4 years. The entire world is on fire. Anyway, Americans return to offices after pandemic disruptions in 2022. Concerts and festivals make full return after lockdowns in 2022. Holiday travel surges to pre-pandemic levels in 2022, and consumer confidence rises as pandemic fears fade in 2023. That completes the sixes. Now we go into the sevens. The sevens is the phase of testing and resistance. If the sixes were smoothing and recalibration, the sevens are tension under the surface. Sevens are testing, challenge, doubt, pushback. This is where people start asking harder questions, aka, as I said, this is where they defend. We've tested this foundation. We know it's going to work, so go ahead. Now we're accepting public tests because we know that we've foundationally got this in place to where it can withstand. They want us to challenge after the six. We often think, oh, we're fighting back, we're scaring them. No, they literally have it in the playbook that we must either give or not give. They need to give us time and space to respond or not, because that is what the sevens is. Do we need to defend this? Because if we need to, we will. We're testing it live, giving the public the opportunity to try and break this apart. Why? Because if they've built this foundation, they've tested it, and they feel it's solid, and it gets to the 7 and it absolutely crumbles, then at the 8, they can walk away. Oh, that's not going to work. Let's take it out the foundation, because you don't want to get anything to the 10 and get it set in place. When it gets to the 10, it means they're ready to build the next layer. So if it gets to the 7, this is pass fail. If they feel as though a piece of this foundation has been laid properly, but it gets to the 7 and the public's rebuttal or if the public's able to find out stuff we weren't supposed to find out, or if our response actually makes another part of their plan slower, they may scrap it and take it out of the pillar. Because, okay, when we get to there, we might have a weak spot here. We don't even want to try that. So 8 allows them to walk away from anything that did not withstand the test of the 7s. And the test of the 7s only comes after they are confident that the foundation they laid is able to be upheld and will work. So that's where we get to the 7s. Okay, so the 7 of Wands, we have defensive posture and institutional guarding. The archetype here is holding higher ground and defending position. Structurally, this looks like institutions publicly defending policies. They want to see our response. Go ahead, study us, fact check us, question us. We want to see where our holes are or flaws are so we know if this piece of the foundation needs to be scrapped or not. Increased moderation or enforcement actions. So, okay, maybe the public starts responding in a little bit. Let's try and shut that down. See if they retreat or go harder. It's a testing of how will we interact with the foundation that they laid confidently. Because it never gets to the sevens until it passes the six. And the six is where they say, you know what, I think this is good. Let's go through the final test of making sure that the public can't shine too much light on whatever the darkness is that we need for this piece of the foundation. Leaders framing cities as destabilizing forces, Minnesota. Regulatory tightening in response to dissent, and legal defenses of expanded authority. The system feels challenged. It does not expand here. It fortifies. So again, 7 is not about adding anything new, is not about expanding, is not about a ripple. 7 is about how hard can we stand here and allow the public to knock at this wall so that we can see for sure if it's going to fall down or not. And if it falls down, fine. It's only fallen down in that one section because everything below that has already been tested and can withstand the 7. So, like, let's say we got 3 layers here, right? For example. We got 3 layers, for example, right? These 2 on the bottom have already been tested by the 7. They've been knocked at as hard as we can. They're not coming off, right? So if they lay this one and this one is going through the test of the 7s and we're able to take that off, okay, we're still not taking these 2 off, and they know that because they've already been tested. So all they need to do is scrape away this concrete and relay a new foundation. Are we stopping them? No. Not in this case, right? Not here, right? But this is how it works, right? If God forbid we shine too much light on something and they're like, you know what, that may be a weak spot in the foundation, let's remove that. Fine. The public can go back and hit at this again. We're not knocking it down. How do they know that? Because it's already gone through the test of the 7s. They've already defended this and have marked it as structurally significant enough to stay in place. And they know that we have tested it too, and we weren't able to knock it down, so to speak. Okay, so the 7 of Swords, we have trust erosion and shadow behavior. The archetype here is secrecy, strategy, and evasion. I know a lot of people reference how they need to tell us what they're doing. They need to tell us what they're doing, right? Sure, yes, because it's part of this. It's the 7. The stage of the 7 is them needing to show us, look at this, how will you react, because we need you to test it. So yes, they need to show us what they're doing because it needs to get through the point of the 7. And if it doesn't, then they can discard it in the 8. Okay, so trust erosion, shadow behavior, secrecy, strategy, evasion, indicators, whistleblower events. That's why we have controlled leaks, because it's the 7s unfolding. We need to tell you something to see how you react, to see if you can knock down that part of our wall or not. Data leak revelations, surveillance disclosures, investigative journalism exposing hidden coordination, and public suspicion increasing. Because they want it to, they need to test the foundation that's been built. This is where hiding mechanisms surface. Even if exaggerated in public imagination, the perception of secrecy damages trust. The narrative becomes, what else don't we know? For example, Epstein. I actually was inspired by the censoring of the Epstein files for the cover of this presentation. Trying to be very direct with my symbolism because so are they. And if we can see it clearly and know what we're seeing clearly and know how to put it together through pattern recognition and our intuition, then we can dismantle the playbook that they're using to trap us to set ourselves free. 7 of Pentacles. Public patience wears thin. Archetype here is weighting and evaluating investment. At this stage, economic fatigue grows. Long-term policy effects become visible, and people question whether the trade-offs were worth it. Again, they need us testing the foundation. Taxpayer scrutiny increases and budget debates intensify. Can we still get the people to follow the law and not revolt when we piss them off and then show them what we're doing? Quite literally. Because it needs to pass the test of the 7. Because they can't have anything later where, oh, I didn't see that the public would figure out how that connects and refuse to comply, and now we have a bigger problem that wasn't in alignment with our plan. That's why everything's tested. Create, separate, spark, create the problem and solution foundation of that piece, test it, have the public test it. Did I do this one? Citizens assess whether the system delivered what is promised. This is a quiet but powerful test. I need water. Okay, 7 of Cups. Confusion and narrative overload. The archetype here is illusion, too many choices, and unclear reality. Think Epstein. Overload. Let's just give them everything at once, and by the time they work through it, we'll be able to see how much they're able to fight back when they're just absolutely overwhelmed and exhausted. It's a different test of the 7s. Illusion, too many choices, unclear reality. The structural signs: information saturation, AI generated content blurring authenticity. Again, it's also why AI got super huge right before Epstein files came out, because they wanted to test what we would think about how much of it's AI, how much of it's not, so that they can lay the foundation for the next one they're going to be laying, which is the Great Deception, which is the making us believe all the stuff that they're going to be showing us is happening extraterrestrially, when it's really just them putting on a big puppet show to try and scare us. Why? Because they need us questioning what's real. Why? 7 of Cups. Deep fake concerns, contradictory expert opinions, and competing global crises dominating headlines. Reality feels unstable. People struggle to discern what is real, exaggerated, or manipulated. Confusion weakens coordinated action. If we look at the 7s are scrutiny. The public questions, leaks surface, confusion rises, institutions defend themselves. This is the integrity test. Is it really as structurally strong as we believed that it was before the public had the opportunity to dissect it and fight back? That's quite literally what the 7s are. Were we right that that part of the foundation is ready to go? And our last test is the public, because the public is the opponent. The last test is the public, because the public is the opponent. If the systems are transparent and accountable, they stabilize here. If not, escalation happens in the 8s. Again, you walking away or you walking forward. You're walking in the 8s because the 7s showed you which direction. So is it good or is it not good? The 8s are acceleration. Movement speeds up, reinforcement intensifies, or reform becomes rapid. Yes, no, forward, backwards. Good, not good. The 7 of Wands is institutional defense and public pushback. The examples of this are Supreme Court hears challenge to Biden's student loan forgiveness plan in 2023. Protesters rally against Israel's judicial overhaul in 2023. U.S. states sue over federal vaccine mandate in 2021. French government survives no confidence vote after pension reform in 2023. Lawmakers grill tech CEOs over content moderation policies in 2021. 7 of Swords is leaks and surveillance exposure. NSA contractor Edward Snowden charged in U.S. after leaks in 2013. WikiLeaks releases trove of CIA hacking documents in 2017. Twitter files reveal international moderation debates in 2022. Pentagon leaks suspect arrested over classified documents in 2023. Facebook whistleblower says company puts profit over safety in 2021. Seven of Pentacles is public evaluation and economic patience test. Americans split on whether economy is improving in 2023. U.S. debt ceiling deal reached after weeks of standoff in 2023. Federal Reserve holds rates steady amid economic uncertainty in 2023. UK holds face continued cost of living pressure in 2024. Global growth forecast cut as inflation persists in 2023. We have the Seven of Cups information overload and reality blur. We have AI generated deepfake videos raise election concerns in 2024. Misinformation surges ahead of US midterm elections in 2022. ChatGPT sparks debate over AI's role in society in 2023. And Meta warns of foreign disinformation campaigns in 2023. Experts say generative AI will transform news and policies in 2023, which brings us into the eights. Okay, so we're going to go into the eights, which is the phase of acceleration and system entrenchment. If the sevens were testing and doubt, the eights are acceleration. Eight is momentum, compression, and things moving quickly. In any large-scale system shift, this is the phase where direction becomes clearer. Again, are we going forward or are we going to go back and take that piece off altogether? Eight of Wands is rapid policy movement and tech scaling. Archetype is fast movement and messages flying. Structurally, this looks like rapid rollout of new regulations, quick deployment of new tech infrastructure, AI integration accelerating across sectors, cross-border agreements signed quickly, and public policy cycles shortening. This one is when they're like, okay, this is good, but it's strong, it's ready to go, but we really need to move quickly to get the next layer up so that the public can't spend too much time trying to crack this layer. So yes, we know it's strong, but we don't want them paying too much attention to it because it will make the building of the next layer more difficult for us. That would be the Eight of Wands response. Things that would have taken years now happen in months. Speed reduces public scrutiny. Momentum favors those already in control. Speed. Think train, right? Think of if they make something happen so that they can put a policy on a train and then say, go, 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 and send the train to the next station. That would be the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Swords, perceived confinement and learned helplessness. Archetype is feeling trapped and mental restriction. The indicators here are widespread belief that systems are unavoidable, increased digital dependency, difficulty opting out of centralized services, public sentiment that there is no alternative, and reduced civic participation. The Eight of Swords is them saying, yeah, we're locking this one in and we're going to make everybody know this one's locked in. This is going to be a loud, in-your-face layer. It's locked in. There's nothing you can do about it. This is it. That would be the Eight of Swords response. This is psychological. Whether true or exaggerated, the perception of entrapment is powerful. It lowers resistance. Then we have the Eight of Pentacles, which is normalization through routine. The archetype here is repetitive work, craftsmanship, and system refinement. This stage looks like quiet optimization of surveillance tools, back-end AI refinement, automation of compliance systems, routine data harvesting becoming invisible, and integration of tracking into everyday apps. This is, yes, we got this layer in place and we need to make it active and going before we start to build on top of it or while we start to build on top of it. So this layer is in place, we've tested it, it's ready to go, but it's not going to go quietly. We need to remind you continuously that this layer is here because it makes the layers that we're going to build on top of this easier for us to put in place. If you constantly remember that layer 3 is there, when we get to layer 5 and you don't really want to listen to us, but you remember that layer 3 told you that it's easier to listen to us, maybe you'll make it a little easier for us to lay that upper layer because we kind of shut you up in this bottom layer. That's the Eight of Pentacles response. These are not dramatic announcements, it's just improvement. Efficiency increases and the system becomes ordinary. We get used to it. It becomes routine. That's the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is when they laid a foundation that they need us to feel is normal, but shouldn't be. They need to work down our resistance to viewing it as anything other than normal. That's the Eight of Pentacles. Okay, so the Eight of Cups is emotional withdrawal and internal migration. The archetype is walking away and disengaging. The signs include people disconnecting from traditional media, growth of alternative communities, digital detox movements, migration of decentralized platforms, and exit from institutional trust. This is the one they don't like. This is when they laid that foundation. They thought it was solid. The public got a hold of it and kicked it right off. The public saw through their lie. It wasn't a strong enough piece to leave in place and build on top of because it would cause everything above it to eventually potentially sink. So, Eight of Cups, they don't like this one. This is when they realize, okay, we thought that was more solid than it actually was, and it wasn't able to get the reaction or the acceptance or the accepted delusion from the public that we thought it would, so we have to walk away. They do not like this Eight of Cups. This is defeat for them because this means that they were wrong. This means they built the foundation, they tested the foundation, they approved the foundation, and we got one over on them. They know like. Not everyone doubles down, some walk away. This creates parallel realities. Some people will believe in the system and have a hard time realizing that they were wrong. That can also apply to us with the Eight of Cups. So the eights are acceleration. Systems refine, policies move quickly. Dependency deepens, but the alternative pathways begin forming. The eights are directional. After this point, the path becomes clearer. The nines will reveal whether the acceleration leads to control, saturation, or collective reckoning. So the eight is them saying yes forward or no backwards. And if they say yes forward and then something happens after that, big problem for them. That's a true threat to the building of the pedestal that they then want to put the system on. The Eight of Wands, the rapid rollout and fast policy movement. Examples of this where OpenAI's ChatGPT sets record for fastest growing consumer app in history in 2023. European Union improves landmark AI Act in 2023. China rolls out digital yuan in expanded pilot across major cities in 2021. U.S. House passes bill that could back TikTok nationwide in 2024. WHO declares Mpox global health emergency in 2022. Then we have the Eight of Swords, which is perceived confinement and dependency. This is the digital divide, leaving millions without access to essential services in 2020. App stores remove Parler following Capitol riot in 2021. Twitter restricts access to news articles in dispute with publisher in 2023. Australia passes law forcing Google and Facebook to pay for news in 2021. Banking apps become primary way making Americans money in 2023. Eight of Pentacles is quiet optimization and institutional integration. Governments turn to AI to improve public services in 2023. Look how quickly we went from that to where we are in 2026. Facial recognition technology expands in U.S. airports in 2022. UK police expand live facial recognition trials in 2023. Amazon Web Service wins major government cloud contract in 2021. Banks increase use of AI for fraud detection in 2023. Then we have the Eight of Cups with it, which is withdrawal and alternative migration. The users flock to Signal and Telegram after WhatsApp privacy backlash in 2021. Mastodon sees surge in signups amid Twitter turmoil in 2022. Americans report taking breaks from social media for mental health in 2022. Cryptocurrency adoption grows as some seek alternatives to traditional banking in 2021. Remote work spurs migration from major cities in 2020, which brings us into the nines. So just to go back through where we were so far, we have ACE, which is the spark, and we're putting something in place. Here's the spark. What's the first thing that we need to do? Because our goal is to take power. The first thing we need to do is walk in and create a problem, a division. That's where we see the twos. Then, since we created the problem, we now need to put things back together to say, ooh, look at us. We're great. Put us on the pedestal. That would be the threes. After the three things came back together, then we test, then we have that foundation that we put the pillars in place. That is a three, putting the pillars in place and getting that all lined up. Now the four is the foundation, right? So what did all of these pillars create when put together? Then we lay that foundation, right? Then five, we come in and test that foundation. Let's jump on it. Let's shake it. Is it really solid? Does it really work? Then we have the six. Okay, we're going to move forward now because we feel like, yes, that five withheld. So we're going to either go forward in this way or that way. Then after we do that, we're going to kind of show the public. Let's let them test it. Seven, let's see if they can break this down. After we determine if they can break it down or not, now we're at the eight. We're good or we're not? Now we come to the nine. The nine is the phase of saturation and psychological consequence. Keep in mind, we're one step away from the 10. The 10 is when that layer is in place and they start working on the next one. Well, not start working on, because they likely start working on the pieces during the previous layer or previous layers. However, like working on as an implementation of, because they can only do one layer at a time. Implementing, if we're following the structure of the layer, needs to be tested solid good before you build the next one, right? So the eights were if the eights were acceleration, the nines are saturation. Nine is culmination. The system has matured. The consequences are visible. This is where pressure peaks internally before the tens externalize it. So this is like we're about to lay the, you know how like when you're making crafts, you can put like epoxy over it and it seals it in. Okay, so this is like we're about to lay that layer of seal. We need to make sure that if we do everything we can, that it's ready to go, essentially. We've tested everything that we possibly could to prepare. Now we're going to enact. But again, once we enact, this is the point where they're testing it knowing it's going to pass, right? The sevens were, what will the public do? Can they knock it over? The eights are, okay, we going forward or not? If they go forward with it into the nines, this is like, okay, now we need to actually do it, and it's going, right? Like it's going. They can still make adjustments in between the 9 and the 10, because the 10 is like, it's solid, it's in place. Any corrections would have to be made publicly to it, kind of thing. But the 9 is like, we're laying the sealant. We're mixing and preparing to lay the sealant. Okay, so we go into the 9 of Swords. This is the anxiety peak and mental overload. The archetype here is sleeplessness, worry, and fear spirals. Structurally, this looks like widespread anxiety about privacy and anonymity, mental health strain tied to digital immersion, constant crisis headlines, doom scrolling culture, and heightened public paranoia across political lines. This stage is less about actual policy and more about nervous system strain. This stage is less about actual policy and more about nervous system strain. This is very important because, again, in order to take control of everyone collectively, they need to have a control over the majority collective's nervous system. When populations live in constant alert mode, long-term clarity diminishes. Then we have the Ace of Wands. This is defensive fatigue and guarded society. The archetype here is the wounded warrior and resilience under pressure. The indicators are institutional exhaustion, citizens fatigued but still defensive, high security presence normalized, public tolerance for just in case measures. Again, they need that in place so they can utilize it later. That would be like an Eight of Pentacles approach, where they need to continuously work it into normalization, the public tolerance for just in case measures. and governments preparing for potential unrest. The system is tired, but it holds position. Everyone feels stretched. Then we have the Nine of Pentacles. This is self preservation and private autonomy. We have the archetype of independence, controlled luxury, and gated safety. This stage may look like wealthier populations insulating themselves. Think wealth gap, growth of gated communities, because at the Nine of Pentacles stage, this is a stage where we need to separate those who are going to be on the pedestal with the system versus those who are going to be on the ground looking up at the pedestal, because it's one or the other. Before, it was like scattered population, wealth all over the place. They need it to be either you're in it or you're not, because either you're on the pedestal with the system or you're at the bottom and you are subject to needing to praise the pedestal and everyone on it, including the system, and feel like there's no way to opt out. So the wealth gap used to be, or the wealth distribution needed to get to the point where the gap was astronomical. Yes, because it can't be like there's not going to be a middle class. Why not? Because either they're on the pedestal or they're on the ground looking up at the pedestal. That's how they want it to be. Okay, so growth of gated communities, private security expansion, rise of sovereignty movements, and increased interest in alternative finance or decentralization. Anonymity becomes stratified. Those with resources build buffers. Think bunkers. Think like Hollywood, right? Like that's the Nine of Pentacles stage. Politicians making millions while the citizens that they're here to serve literally can't afford gas to get their kids to school, right? That's because they are picking the people that they want on the pedestal side, and everyone else, they don't want to have a chance. They want everyone to be um, like one world currency, given certain amount of money, certain amount of freedom, certain amount of whatever, and they want it to get to the point where that's just okay with everyone. The Nine of Pentacles is the main point of that separation: who's on the pedestal, who's not. Then we have the Nine of Cups, which is comfort within the systems. The archetype here is satisfaction and wish fulfillment. At the same time, many experience convenience-driven loyalty. So basically, the Nine of Cups is, now that we've gotten to this stage, can we get everyone happy with crumbs or happy with something that they wouldn't have previously been happy with before we got something passed from the Ace to the 8 and into the 9? Comfort with digital ecosystems, preference for fictionless services, acceptance of trade offs for ease, and it works well enough mentality. Think of how we viewed the government until recently, I guess. I mean, not that it was working great, but it was this, okay, well, it works well enough until we got pushed into crisis like we're in now, because now, finalization stage of the final layer that they needed, okay, to build up to the devil card, but we'll get there eventually. Not everyone feels oppressed. Some feel comfortable. Those are the Nine of Pentacles that got to the top of the platform. This is important. Nine of Cups shows that systems persist because they provide value. The nines are the peak internalization. Anxiety rises, defenses harden. Some withdraw into anonymity, others settle into comfort. The system is no longer new, it is lived in. That's why Nine of Pentacles and the nines, we have independence, right? This, what we built and tested, can now stand on its own. And now that it's in place and standing on its own, it's meant to further separate those who are on the platform from those who are not. Because if they're on the platform and they just built another layer, they're getting a little higher, aka the gap getting wider and the people on the bottom getting left behind even more as the people on the platforms build themselves up higher. Think billionaires, think politicians. The next stage is the tens. Tens externalize what the nines internalized: completion, overload, or reset. So nines are it's in place, we're standing 10 toes down, it's not going anywhere. Tens is, hey, we're telling you this to your face, it's in place, it's not going anywhere, and this is what you will accept, and it's too late for you to do anything about it because it's in place, solidified with epoxy on it and seal. So you're not messing it up for them, is essentially this stage. If we look at the nines as a whole, we have the Nine of Swords, the anxiety peak, and mental strain. The examples of this: US adults report highest levels of stress since early pandemic in 2023. Surgeon General warns of youth mental health crisis in 2021. Americans spending record time online in 2023. Cybersecurity threats rising as global conflicts expand online in 2023. Deep fake technology fuels election anxiety in 2024. Then we have the Nine of Wands being defense fatigue and heightened security posture. Capitol security to remain heightened after January 6th attack. This is 2021. New York police increased presence amid rising tensions in 2023. NATO members boost defense spending after Ukraine invasion in 2022. U.S. cities expand surveillance camera networks in 2023. Homeland Security warns of persistent domestic terrorism threat in 2022. The Nine of Pentacles is the private anatomy and self-protection. We have sales of private security services rise as crime concerns grow in 2022. Gold and Bitcoin rally as investors seek safe havens in 2023. Gated communities expand in major U.S. cities in 2022. Americans open offshore accounts at highest rate in years in 2023. Homeschooling rates remain elevated post-pandemic in 2023. We have the Nine of Cups being comfort and convenience normalized. Digital wallet use surpasses cash for everyday purchases in 2022. Streaming services hit record global subscriptions in 2023. Online shopping continues to grow despite economic slowdown in 2023. Contactless payments become standard across retail sector in 2021. Consumer confidence improves as job market stays strong in 2023. This brings us into the tens. Okay, now we're going to get into the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands is the overburdened system. The archetype here is carrying too much weight. Structurally, this looks like institutions stretched thin, bureaucracy becoming heavy and inefficient, regulatory overload, enforcement complexity increasing, public servants overwhelmed, infrastructure strain visible. This is essentially the, hey, we know that the layer we put in place is a whole problem and we're standing on business. We know we caused a problem. We're going to let you see us know it's a problem while we still continue to uphold it. That's the Ten of Wands. When systems centralize heavily, they become complex. Complexity creates drag. At this stage, the machine is functional but heavy. Part of the design. Ten of Swords is trust collapse moment. The archetype here is a painful ending, betrayal, and exposure. Think Epstein. It's their way of saying, hey, this is in place whether you like it or not, and matter of fact, we want you to not like it because we need you to not like it so that something that comes later, when it comes, you'll be more adaptable. The indicators of a Ten of Swords are major scandal or data breach, institutional credibility hitting a low point. We've never been lower, I don't think. Public feeling deceived. Check. Sudden policy reversal after backlash or high-profile failure of a control system. The Ten of Swords is dramatic. If something breaks, it breaks visibly. This is the moment people say that was the line. Again, that is also part of the plan because it needs to be put in place so that certain structures hold certain energy, produce certain dynamics, cancel out other dynamics, and put a general awareness in place for the collective. Basically, that can't surprise you that much later to where you give us a hard time because we surprised you with this now. Remember, we're still in the minor arcana. This is just the buildup. This is the buildup of the like the pole of the pedestal. The major arcana is the foundational of the pedestal, right? So we're still in just the buildup. Ten of Pentacles is fully embedded infrastructure. The archetype here is legacy system or generational structure. Basically, it's in place and it's working. This is when digital identity is normalized, financial systems are deeply integrated, data infrastructure is permanent, multiple generations grow up inside of the framework, and the architecture feels immovable. This is in place and it's working, so why would anyone even come after us about it? It's in place because it's part of the pedestal so that the system can be lifted up to a high enough degree. Yes, so technically it's working against us because it's allowing the pedestal to be higher, but as I said earlier, some things will look positive because they need to keep it from collapsing before they're able to get it to the top. Now, spoiler alert, kind of, once the tower is built, the pedestal is in place, and everyone that's supposed to be on it is on it, that's when they shoot out this web, basically, to connect everyone to the source of the system so that nobody can get out of their web. That's the plan, allegedly. So this is kind of, Ten of Pentacles is like, yeah, this is functioning and working great now for you, but watch us use it against you later. But we need it to be in place long term so that you can't question it later, because what do you mean you don't want this in the place in the system now? You liked it for the last 10 years, not knowing then that it was going to be used against you to lock something in place later. Ten of Pentacles, think longevity. Ten of Pentacles is things that they need to have up and running for a certain amount of time so that we'll be less likely to question them later when they flip what was previously working for us to work against us. It was never really working for us. It was just an illusion. It becomes inheritance. The system is no longer new policy, it's environment. Then we go into the Ten of Cups. This is social equilibrium. The archetype here is collective harmony. This can go two ways. Either a balanced adaptation occurs, oversight is moderated, transparency improves, and public trust partially restores, so fulfillment positive, or comfort stabilizes compliance, and the majority feels secure enough not to question. So either it actually is a good thing for a certain amount of time, or they're able to fulfill getting us to accept it anyway. Ten of Cups. And be almost like emotionally on board or appreciative of what is a piece of building up the pedestal, but is meant to look like it's in our favor for a certain amount of time. The Ten of Cups is emotional resolution. Whether healthy or complacent depends on the path taken earlier. So again, some things build up in a positive way and are maintained. Some things build up in a negative way and are maintained. The Ten of Cups is kind of that decision point. Like, are we going to like this now while it looks like it's working in our favor until later it flips against us? Or are we going to not like it and accept it anyway? Basically, Ten of Cups. The tens are completion. These are burden peaks. Trust either collapses or stabilizes. Infrastructure becomes generational. Society decides whether this structure is reformable or permanent. It's a big chunk of building up the system. You can think of the tens almost like all of the other ones built up the pole-like structure, and the tens is what wraps the entire structure as a whole and says, okay, this pole, think of like a telephone pole. Ace through 9 is the chips that are inside the pole. I know that's not really how poles are built, but imagine that they're built up by little chips. And then the chips are wrapped in like a PVC pipe, right? Pretend that that's how you make a pole. I know it's not. But the 10 is the PVC pipe that's going around all the layers that were already laid in place and tested and foundationally structured to withstand anything, okay? After that, after it's tested, solidified, withstands internal and external pressure and tests, then we wrap it in PVC. That's the 10. That means, hey, this isn't going anywhere. And if the public were to chip away at part of it, we're chipping away at the PVC and not the actual structure of what they built. They're creating an indestructible pedestal, essentially. Okay, so we have the Ten of Wands, which is institutional overload and system strain. For example, we have the US border officials report record migrant encounters in 2023. Do you see how that set up for what we are facing now? The IRS faces backlog of millions of unprocessed tax returns in 2022. Hospitals overwhelmed as COVID cases surge again in 2022. The FAA systems failure grounds flights nationwide in 2023. US government shutdown looms as lawmakers miss funding deadline in 2023. Ten of Swords is scandal and exposure and credibility shock. We have massive data breach exposes personal information of millions in 2017. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade in landmark decision 2022. Silicon Valley bank collapse triggers global banking fears in 2023. Pentagon Papers leaks suspect arrested in classified documents case in 2023. FTC sues Amazon alleging monopoly power in 2023. Ten of Pentacles is fully embedded infrastructure and generational normalization. The UAE launches first nationwide digital ID system in 2021. India's Aadhaar biometric ID covers more than 1.3 billion people in 2018. China expands use of digital yuan across major cities in 2021. EU digital identity wallet moves forward in 2023. Estonia's digital government model becomes global benchmark in 2020. Do you see how putting something like that in place could serve as a very important pillar moving forward? Then we have 10 of Cups, which is social stabilization and adapted normal. Global travel returns to pre-pandemic levels in 2023. Unemployment falls to historic lows in US in 2024. Consumer spending remains strong despite inflation pressures in 2023. Digital services become everyday utility for a majority of households in 2023. World Bank, do you see why the pandemic was so important? Because it was like we were previously taking steps or leaps before, like towards the surveillance state before 2020, and everything was already in place. Like the bigger picture perspective of the foundation was laid. 2020 was like the system test of a lifetime and the ability to implement a bunch of things at once. A lot of it being the digitalization that was going to really make way for the surveillance state eventually. The pandemic was a huge piece of that, allegedly. World Bank says global economy showing signs of stabilization in 2024, and we didn't really like that, so now we are where we are in 2026. Now we have the minor arcana ending. Now, I know that the character cards are part of the minor arcana, but they're the court. We're separating them differently. Okay, so the minor arcana cycle ends here. Next comes the court. The court is not events, the court is the actors. The page is the test or the wave of the emerging voices. The knights are the aggressive movement. The queens are the strategic consolidation. The kings are the centralized authority. After that, the transition into the major arcana. That's where the archetypal forces become bigger than individual systems. Why? Because at that point, the platform is built up, it's wrapped in PVC, and then the major arcana is the building of the platform that then needs to be strong enough, big enough, wide enough, sturdy enough, and indestructible enough to hold all of the people who are going to be standing on that platform, the billionaires, the politicians, all of that. Because if they were to fall from such a high platform, they'd never get power again, one, and two, that would hurt, and three, that would be embarrassing. They don't want that. So that's what we need to give them, allegedly. Nobody deserves to be placed on a platform above other people, especially not at their expense. The people who are working to serve the people should not be the only ones eating while everyone else starves and blows up. So then we're going to go into the next phase in the next video. which is the court. We're going to start with the pages. The pages is the emergence phase. Pages are early signals inside of a mature system. Why is it a mature system? Because the thing has been built, wrapped in PVC. Now we're on to like the you know how like when you're building the top platform, there's like little things that hold it in place. The court cards are that. They're what holds it in place. They're what we see when we look up at the platform. That's why the court, the characters. They show what's coming next. They're not authority. They are indicators of what? Of the emergence of the big wave within an already matured system. Because when it's gotten to this point, it's gotten from the ace all the way through to the tens, which means it's a matured system. And we are nowhere near the devil card yet, and the devil is where we are, the card that we're entering into. What does that mean? We're working against a very matured system. So we need to completely understand it so that we can dismantle it and actually make America great again and build back something that's sustainable for the average everyday person and not just the ones with billions of dollars in their wallet. I will see you soon for the next part of this. Thank you so much for watching. Again, please remember, I will be making all of these slides available for you to download, dissect, look at, whatever. I'm not doing it until after I'm completed my entire presentation, though. So it will be eventually available. That way you can look through and find additional clues, your own clues, test my research, whatever you want to do. I know it's going to stand up, and I know it's going to show you exactly what's going on. So thank you for watching. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is the journey through a theory that I am trying to show the pattern of, where I believe that we're being walked through the tarot, essentially, because it is a reflection of how empires and power structures rise and fall. We are now going into the next phase, which is the court cards. This is something that really needs to be understood from the beginning. So if you're starting from here, I really do not recommend that, because there's too much missed. You've missed the entire ace through 10, which is the building up of the structure. So I really don't even really want to give like a rundown of all of that's happened so far. I feel as though it's too much to recap and is more needed to be watched. So going into the next phase now with the court cards. Again, we're starting with the page. The page is the emergence phase. Pages are early signals inside of a mature system. They show what's coming next, and they are not authority, they're indicators. We shift from events to actors. The pages are not power holders, they're signals, messengers, early stage voices. They represent emerging narratives, new technologies, new generations, new movements, not yet dominant, but catalytic. We have the Page of Swords. This one is 2 slides because it didn't fit correctly on just one. So Page of Swords, we have the whistleblower, the digital native, and information challenger. The archetype here is curiosity, exposure, restless, truth-seeking. The structural characteristics of this character, or this type of character, is emergence of investigative journalism waves, whistleblowers revealing hidden systems, younger generations challenging institutional narratives, viral information leaks, independent media growth, and open source intelligence communities. The Page of Swords destabilizes power and control by asking questions, not with power, with visibility. The Page of Swords, this archetype represents Snowden-type figures, citizen journalists, data transparency activists, and online truth communities. The energy here is restless, disruptive, and suspicious of authority. Then we move into the Page of Wands. This is the activist or the cultural igniter. The archetype here is passion, announcement, and new movement spark. The structural characteristics are youth-led protest movements, social media-driven campaigns, hashtag activism, rapid viral mobilization, cultural political engagement, and flash movements that ignite quickly. The Page of Wands does not build long-term structure. It ignites conversation. It tests the system's tolerance for dissent. The energy here is emotional, loud, and experimental. Then we go into the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles is represented by the tech builder or the economic inventor, the archetype innovator. The archetype here is apprenticeship and new system learners. This archetype represents builders, not protesters, and those attempting to create alternatives rather than fight. Structural characteristics are startup founders entering civic tech, cryptocurrency experimentation, alternative finance tools, blockchain governance ideas, AI hobbyist communities, and decentralization experiments. The energy here is practical, future-oriented, and focused on tools. We then go into the Page of Cups. This is the emotional reframe and cultural softener. The archetype here is sensitivity, imagination, and emotional messaging. The structural characteristics are wellness movements, mental health advocacy expansion, emotional safety language normalization, trauma-informed policy frameworks, and inclusion belonging narratives. The Page of Cups reframes power in emotional terms. Instead of control, it speaks in care. The energy is soft, intuitive, and cultural. Basically, why do we need all of these characters, all of these court cards? Because these are the people that work for the system, that are the face of the system. Because again, the system is a system and not a particular person. The people that are connected to the system are the court cards. They're the ones that are the face of the policy making and the big movements and the small movements and the big fights and the small fights and the things that we remember and the things we're supposed to forget. These are the individuals who deliver these pieces of the puzzle, not just the pages, the whole court cards. But the pages as a whole signal a generational shift. They're not yet authority, they're pressure from below. They expose, ignite, experiment, and reframe. Now, there's situations from the buildup of the pillar that the court cards help to test and get into place and get up and running, right? And talk about and battle back and forth about, right? The pillar is still being tested and stuff, but it's represented when we get to this point by those who are upholding the system, which is the court cards. In a surveillance trajectory, pages are the wild cards. They either evolve into knights, escalating movement, or they burn out. So they can use someone like a page to be someone who comes in for a scene or a season, does something big or does something important for later, or takes away something perhaps, right? And then they can quickly kill off that character. Why? They don't need them long term. They're just a page. They can come in and make something go faster, make something ignite. Sometimes we see these people as they quickly come in, they play the villain role, and they get booed off the stage. Well, yeah, they knew they were going to get booed off the stage. They were a page. They were a pawn in this. They weren't meant to last long. If we look at all of the pages, we have the Page of Swords dealing with the whistleblowers and the information challengers. Examples of this are NSA contractor Edward Snowden charged after leak of surveillance programs in 2013. Facebook whistleblower Francis Haugen testifies before Congress 2021. Pentagon leak suspect arrested over classified documents 2023. Twitter files reveal international moderation debates in 2022. WikiLeaks releases trove of CIA hacking documents in 2017. We move to the Page of Wands with youth movements and viral activism. Swedish teen Greta Thunberg sparks global climate strike 2019. Students lead nationwide march for Our Lives rally in 2018. Hong Kong students join expanding protest movement in 2019. TikTok activists claim role in new low turnout at Tulsa rally in 2020. Young voters turn out in record numbers in 2020. Page of Pentacles. These are the tech builders and alternative systems. We have Bitcoin surges past 60,000 for the first time in 2021. El Salvador becomes first country to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender in 2021. Ethereum completes merge to energy efficient model in 2022. OpenAI launches ChatGPT to the public in 2020. Signal downloads surge after WhatsApp privacy backlash in 2021. We have the Page of Cups being emotional reframing and cultural sensitivity shift. Surgeon General issues advisory on young mental health crisis in 2021. Companies expand diversity and inclusion programs after protests in 2020. UN calls for global focus on mental health post-pandemic in 2022. Trauma-informed policing gains traction nationwide in 2021. Schools introduce social emotional learning process programs in 2022. So this was more to show these can be people and involved in situations, or they can be situations that are meant to play a certain role. This situation is curated to play the role of a page. It's meant to come and go and ignite something or calm something down. It doesn't necessarily, and often isn't necessarily, just a person. It could be a wave of people that come through to play a specific role, almost like a team gathering together, and they all play the role of the pawn, but they all need to be on the same page to get that piece to move. That's what we see here. Then we move into the knights. Now we go into the knights. The knights are the escalation phase. The knights carry the energy of the suit outward. They amplify what the pages hinted at. That is very important. The knights amplify or create movement to what the pages hinted at. The page is like, hey, I'm here. And the knight is like, all right, let's go. If the pages are signals and emerging voices, the knights are movement. Knights don't observe, they act. They push and they escalate. They represent momentum, enforcement, ideological drive, and the willingness to take risk. This is no longer curiosity, it is commitment. This is saying, hey, we put out the feeler with the page. Now we're going to start to take action. Now we're going to start to implement. Now we're going to start to test by way of just rolling it forward with the knights. Okay, so we go into the Knight of Swords. This is aggressive narrative enforcement, the archetype of speed, confrontation, and intellectual combat. The structural characteristics are rapid policy responses to perceived threats, which oftentimes the perceived threats are curated ones so that they can produce rapid policy responses to them. Aggressive censorship or counter-censorship battles. Creating the problem also allows them to increase the censorship. Lawsuits targeting speech platforms. Public officials engaging in combative rhetoric. And media cycles accelerating conflict. The Knight of Swords does not pause. It moves quickly, sometimes recklessly. The energy here is decisive, confrontational, and convinced it is right. This archetype represents narrative war entering full speed. The Knight of Wands, we have ideological crusade. The archetype is passion, mission, and risk-taking. The structural characteristics are large-scale protest movements escalating, political candidates running on culture war platforms, cross-border ideological alliances forming, security crackdowns justified as moral necessity, and rapid expansion of enforcement measures. The Knight of Wands believes it's defending a cause. It's fueled by urgency. The energy is bold, charismatic, and volatile. Oftentimes, that will be the either very heavily indoctrinated, sometimes even like military will play a role in that structure. Then we have the Knight of Pentacles. We have bureaucratic reinforcement and system grind. The archetype here is steady work and methodological expansion. Structural characteristics are regulatory agencies expanding oversight, compliance systems becoming stricter, automated enforcement tools scaling, institutional audits increasing, and long-term infrastructure contracts locking in. The Knight of Pentacles is not dramatic, it's persistent. The energy is slow, disciplined, administrative. If consolidation deepens, this Knight builds it brick by brick. Then we go into the Knight of Cups. This is emotional campaigning and moral framing. The archetype is persuasion and appeal to ideals. The structural characteristics are public messaging campaigns around safety and unity. Leaders using empathetic rhetoric to justify policy. Cultural influencers amplifying moral narratives. Emotional storytelling used to support regulation. Appeals to collective responsibility. This Knight persuades rather than commands. The energy is idealistic, symbolic, and narrative driven. If we look at the Knights as a whole, they're about escalation. Pages raise questions, Knights take positions. Momentum increases, conflict sharpens. Systems either entrench or reform faster. Knights are the movement stage before consolidation. Next comes the Queen. Queens are strategic. They are internal and they hold power quietly. Going to the examples of the Knights, we have the Knight of Swords, aggressive narrative enforcement and rapid policy action. Twitter permanently suspends Trump's account, 2021. Supreme Court blocks Biden's vaccine or test mandate for large employers in 2022. House passes bill that could ban TikTok nationwide in 2024. Florida governor signs laws restricting social media platforms in 2021. U.S. lawmakers question TikTok CEO over data security in 2023. We have the Knight of Wands, ideological crusade and high-intensity movement. Black Lives Matter protests spread nationwide in 2020. Protesters storm Brazil's Congress in echo of U.S. Capitol riot in 2023. France sees nationwide strikes over pension reform in 2023. Israel's judicial overhaul plan sparks mass demonstrations in 2023. Thousands rally against COVID restrictions across Europe in 2021. The Knight of Pentacles is methodological enforcement and bureaucratic expansion. We have the U.S. Treasury expanding sanctions list against Russian entitles in 2022. SEC proposes sweeping climate disclosure rules for companies in 2022. EU approves Digital Markets Act targeting tech giants in 2022. IRS announces increased enforcement on high-income taxpayers in 2022. UK police expand use of live facial recognition technology in 2023. The Knight of Cups brings in emotional campaigning and moral framing. Biden appeals for unity in speech after election victory in 2020. UN Security General calls for global solidarity amid pandemic in 2020. White House launches campaign promoting COVID vaccination in 2021. World leaders urge climate action at COP26 summit. COP26 summit. There's something on my computer in 2021. Tech companies announce pledges to combat online hate speech in 2020. Again, these are not the only examples. I'm just giving examples so we can see different things that have happened between the 9/11 ignition switch and the Epstein closing out switch, I guess, button. But feel free to also, you can do research as well and fill in multiple, countless other instances of these things happening. Because again, as I said, the foundation that that pole, as I described it, must be tested multiple times. It needs to continue to be tested all the way up. So they will continue to run different tests on different layers of that structure to make sure that it's still solid as they continue to build, which brings us into the queens. The queens are the strategic consolidation phase. Queens hold the field. They manage perception, infrastructure, and continuity. If the knights were momentum and escalation, the queens are consolidation through strategy. Queens do not rush, they don't shout, they stabilize. They represent influence that's internal, networked, and sustained. This is power that shapes environment rather than charges into battle. This is power that shapes environments rather than charges into battle. Remember that, because queens are very important on the board. Think chess. Queens, if you know anything about chess, queens are able to, they're the only piece that are able to move in all the directions and all of the lengths, right? So it's a very valuable piece to have on the board, and there's a lot of different ways that we see the queen play out on the world stage. And oftentimes it doesn't look like the queen is really doing much, but she's really setting up to either protect the king or to make some kind of attack from across the board, so to speak. So queens are very, very important in the structure of what is built here. We go into the Queen of Swords. This is institutional gatekeeping and narrative control. The archetype is discernment, clarity, and strategic communication. Structural characteristics are policy frameworks refined after initial conflict, legal standards clarified around speech and information, courts defining boundaries of authority, regulatory boards shaping media and tech rules, investigative bodies determining what is credible. That's an important one. Investigating bodies determining what is credible. That can be used in very helpful or very harmful ways, right? And often we see it being used in harmful ways. This is, for an example, Epstein. And what is my example for Epstein? Everything is covered in a black box. This is not loud censorship, it's structured filtering. The Queen of Swords decides what is legitimate. It might not be a little thing at first when it's built at the bottom, but when they take what they know will work and they use it up top on the foundation that we're at now, it becomes a much bigger problem, and that's what we're seeing today. The Queen of Swords decides what is legitimate. The energy is analytical, precise, and detached. Then we have the Queen of Wands. This is cultural authority and influence networks. We have the archetype of magnetism, leadership, and presence. Magnetism and leadership presence. Structural characteristics are influential public figures shaping the collective mood, cultural institutions aligning with policy narratives, corporate leaders signaling compliance or resistance, high-profile voices normalizing certain frameworks, and international forums reinforcing shared messaging. Think influencers, think news people, think all of them can play this Queen of Wands role, as well as situations that can perform the same Queen of Wands function. Or take a group of people or take a narrative and put it in the mouths or hands of people who are going to get the general public on board with it. That's the Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands does not enforce, she persuades through influence. The energy is confident, charismatic, and socially powerful. Then we have the Queen of Pentacles. This is system management and resource stewardship. The archetype here is stability, material care, and sustainability. The structural characteristics are central banks guiding economic stabilization, financial institutions managing systematic risk, long-term contracts entrenching infrastructure, budget allocation shaping what survives, digital systems integrated into everyday transactions. The Queen of Pentacles is quiet but essential. She maintains the machine. That is important. We have a queen that can move around the board at any angle and at any length, which is a very good especially compared to all the other pieces, okay? They're not able to do that. So we have the one piece that can move all around the board and basically potentially dismantle the system by something that's relating to stability, security, or funding. So very important piece right here. And it will catch us off guard because Queen of Pentacles doesn't really feel that threatening. But if you take the Queen from chess and you take the idea of finance and you take the idea that that queen is trying to protect the king is the one that has the closest positioning to the system. Think of the king, the ultimate king of this, the one that's going to take the place of the Antichrist. That is the one that has the key to the system. That's what it is. They need the system to maintain control. They have the key. They're the Antichrist because they are the one who knows exactly what it is, knows exactly what it's doing, knows there's another choice, and chooses to put that key in and turn it anyway. So that is the person that would be taking that position at the top. Again, why is it at the top? Because it's mocking God, right? Okay, let's build this pedestal all the way up here and put me on top of it and get me a bunch of minions to produce my message and then throw out a net and trap everybody in. The Queen of Pentacles is an integral role in that because that takes a lot of financial shifting, financial knowledge, and the Queen of Pentacles is like the one who's in the king's ear that the king trusts about what kind of financial sway or moves would help to ultimately protect the king. So he's going to listen to the queen, and the queen can then make moves that are across the board at any angle. Becomes a very dangerous player. Or energy, I guess I should say. The energy is grounded, pragmatic, and protective of structure. Again, in the case of the illusion that is being built up, the structure is the machine. So the queen is protective of the machine. Now we go into the Queen of Cups. This is emotional calibration and social harmony. The archetype here is empathy, containment of collective emotion. Structural characteristics are trauma-informed policy language, mental health normalization campaigns, corporate diversity and inclusion programs, public reassurance messaging, narrative emphasis on unity and belonging. Now I'm going to say something here. Some of you may get it, some of you may not. Think of if you had a narcissistic mother. That's how the Queen of Cups plays a role in the building up of the empire, okay? Because she causes the problem so that she can come in and provide the solution, right? It's okay that you stay stuck and low because I did something to make you that way. That's kind of how the system treats the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups softens tension. She stabilizes emotional climate. The energy is nurturing, reflective, and socially cohesive. When we look at the queens as a whole, we have maturity of the system. Momentum from the knights becomes managed. Power becomes subtle. Think of the queen as the bridge between the knight and the king. And the bridge is the only thing that makes it possible for the king to be protected and step forward in this case, right? Most of the time. Influence replaces confrontation. Infrastructure feels steady. If the trajectory is toward centralization, the queens make it sustainable. If reform is happening, they make it responsible. Next comes the kings. Kings represents formal authority. They define the final shape of power. Now I go back to a little bit ago. Remember I said the entire pillar and the PVC is the ace through 10. And I said that the court cards, the character cards were like those little, I don't know what they're called, like the things that hold up the actual piece of whatever, the slab of wood or concrete that would be the foundation. These are like the little things that hold it up, right? So how they put that king piece in place is essentially, is this really going to hold up when all the people are on it? Because this is your last chance to make it right, and this is like make or break when it gets to the king, right? So the Queen of Swords examples, we have institutional gatekeeping and regulatory framing. The examples are EU lawmakers approve landmark Digital Services Act to rein in big tech. This was in 2022. I bring your attention to the words rein in big tech in 2022. It's 2026 and it's basically taken over. UK passes online safety bill targeting harmful content 2023. US Supreme Court declines to block Texas social media law 2022. FTC Chair Lena Khan says agency will crack down on tech giants 2021. Do you think they did in 2020 by 2026? No, absolutely not. Meta to implement stricter political ad rules ahead of elections 2023. We move to the Queen of Wands, cultural authority and influence networks. CEOs of major corporations speak out on voting laws 2021. Hollywood studios join effort to promote civic engagement in 2022. World Economic Forum calls for public-private cooperation on digital governance in 2023. Tech leaders meet at Davos to discuss AI risks in 2024. Major brands pause advertising on social media platforms over content concerns in 2020. And basically, the Queen of Wands card also can show us how influential the Queen of Wands position can be, or how detrimental it can be when the ability to interact in that way is simply removed. The social way. Queen of Pentacles, financial stewardship and system management. Federal Reserve raises interest rates to tackle inflation in 2022. European Central Bank signals continued tightening cycle in 2023. IMF urges governments to protect vulnerable households amid inflation in 2023. U.S. Treasury expands sanctions enforcement capabilities in 2022. Banks increase capital requirements after market turmoil in 2023. We move to the Queen of Cups, which is emotional calibration and social cohesion messaging. Biden addresses nation, urges calm after Capitol riot in 2021. Who calls for compassion and unity during pandemic in 2022? UN launches global mental health initiative post-pandemic 2022. Corporate America expands diversity and inclusion programs 2020. UK government rolls out national mental health support plan in 2023. This brings us into the Kings. The kings are the authority phase. Kings set boundaries. They define the rules that endure. If queens were strategic consolidation, the kings are formal authority. Kings don't experiment. They codify. They decide what becomes permanent. Think of it as naming and using like a wand, the pedestal formation that we've been talking about them making up, right? Imagine if that becomes like a small wand and they can kind of use it then. This is where structure either locks in or restructures. Kings represent executive power, institutional final say, and the long-term shape of the system. We move into the King of Swords, legal codification and judicial finality. The archetype here is logic, law, and decisive judgment. Structural characteristics are Supreme Court rulings that redefine constitutional boundaries, major legislation permanently expanding or limiting authority, international treaties that lock in surveillance or data standards, clear judicial precedent around privacy and speech. We see that a lot. Formalization of emergency powers into statutory law. The King of Swords makes ambiguity disappear. He defines what is legal and what is not. The energy is rational, authoritative, and final. This is where temporary measures either become law or are struck down. King of Wands, executive direction and strategic vision. The archetype here is leadership, command, and direction. Structural characteristics are heads of state setting long-term national strategy. Security doctrines published and adopted, national AI or digital strategies implemented, military or cyber command structures centralized, and large-scale national projects launched. The King of Wands defines trajectory. He doesn't argue details. He sets the vision. Bold, forward-facing, and directional. Then we have the King of Pentacles. This is economic sovereignty and system entrenchment. The archetype here is financial mastery, stability, and material dominance. The structural characteristics are central bank authority consolidated, national digital currency fully implemented, major financial institutions becoming too integrated to fail, public-private financial partnerships formalized, and infrastructure contracts extending decades into the future. The King of Pentacles anchors the system economically. If centralization is the path, this king secures it. The energy is steady, immovable, and materially powerful. Then we move into the King of Cups. I do feel truly as this is the king that like they try and give last because or will try to give last right before the system turns on top of the pillar, right? Because this would be the king that would bring something forward like peace and safety. They would have to have someone represented in like a King of Cups slash I feel like they would need to come forward in the masking of the King of Cups. We have emotional governance and social equilibrium. The archetype is calm authority and controlled empathy. And why do I feel this way? Because the world is getting so dark that they're going to need someone who comes forward from a place of secure and like stable foundation. But yes, the foundation is the pillar that's already been built up, which is why I feel like the archetype of who will come forward with the peace and safety measure, like that's meant to be the great deception one. I feel like that archetype will come, that person will come forward under the archetype of the King of Cups, or at least under the mask of the King of Cups. Okay, so we have structural characteristics. Did I say that? Calm authority and controlled empathy. Structural characteristics, national unity messaging during crisis, which the crisis they're building up now. Emotional de-escalation leadership. Policies framed around stability rather than fear, strategic calm during unrest, and international diplomacy maintaining equilibrium. The King of Cups manages emotional climate. He prevents panic. The energy is controlled, panic, and steady under pressure. Now, if we look at the kings as a whole, the kings have the final authority. At this stage, systems are defined. Leadership is clear. Infrastructure is permanent or restructured. The public understands the shape of power. Again, the whole thing is built up, secured, and ready, and the king is really not even one of the pillars. The king is who steps forward on the top of it. It's almost like it's the page, the knight, and the queen that are those structural underneath things, and maybe the king is too, but the king is also who steps on the pillar, the platform, the podium, as the main representative of what's been put in place. After the kings, the minor arcana is complete. What happens next depends on trajectory. If the system moves into archetypal forces beyond policy and leadership, that's where the major arcana begins. The transition is not administrative, it is existential. Then we're moving into looking at the examples. The King of Swords is the legal codification and the judicial finality. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade. I know that I've said that a couple times, but that is one of a really big pieces of a lot of the pillars, and I'll explain kind of why when I go into the ultimate kind of target of all of this. That was 2022. U.S. Congress renews controversial surveillance law in 2018. EU's top court rules on data privacy in landmark decision in 2020. Supreme Court rules on social media and First Amendment limits in 2024. The U.S. House passes renewal of FISA Section 702 surveillance program in 2024. The King of Wands is the executive direction and national strategy. White House unveils national cybersecurity strategy in 2023. Biden signs executive order on artificial intelligence in 2023. China releases plan to become global leader in AI by 2030. In 2017. NATO leaders approve new strategic concept focused on Russia and China in 2022. The U.S. Defense Department establishes new cyber command structure in 2018. Then we move into the King of Pentacles. This is economic sovereignty and financial infrastructure. The Federal Bureau explores digital dollar with new research initiative in 2022. European Central Bank moves ahead with digital euro project in 2023. China expands digital yuan pilot program nationwide in 2021. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. I'm sorry if I'm not. US signs bipartisan infrastructure law worth 1.2 trillion in 2021. IMF warns of global financial stability risks as debt levels rise in 2023. The King of Cups is the emotional governance and the stability messaging. Biden calls for unity in inaugural address in 2021. King Charles III calls for calm after nationwide protests in 2022. Macron urges nation to remain united amid pension reform unrest in 2023. That WHO chief calls for global solidarity as pandemic continues in 2020, and the UN Security Council appeals for peace in Ukraine in 2022. This is going to lead us right into the next phase, which is the major arcana. So we're going to go into the next video for the major arcana, but just to kind of give you a bit of a preview, we're moving from structure to archetype. Again, now at this point, the platform is built and we're really putting on a show on top of it, led by the king. So that's what we're going to get into next, and we're going to walk through the major arcana up until the point that I feel like we're at right now, which is we're approaching the devil card. Obviously, the name of the series is that. And again, when we get there, it's our choice. Are we going to put on the bondage, or are we going to say, no way, are we going to throw it? And hopefully this is the information, or at least part of the information, that helps us see that we actually do have that choice. Because if we understand the playbook, we can understand how to dismantle it and actually build it back in a way that works for us instead of against us as it's designed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. I'm about to draw a visual of where I'm at so far in We're Approaching the Devil card series that I'm doing on TikTok that I highly, highly, highly recommend that you watch. I'm putting a timeline together where I believe 9/11 was the ignition point, Epstein was the end point, and the ignition point of the next round then would be the WAR that we are in right now. So the series that I'm putting together shows dates, it shows different articles, it shows broken down step by step how we've gone through every step of the tarot, because the tarot is the mirror of how power structures rise and fall, and it's time for this one to fall. So I'm trying to help decode their playbook so we can understand it and build it back in a way that works for us instead of working against us. I'm drawing the visual of where I'm at so far. So far, I've done Ace through 5 in video 1, then I did 6 through 10 in video 2, and I did the court cards in video 3. So I'm going to draw the structure as I see it so far in my mind and stuff based off of where I'm at so far. This may change, but this is my up till end of court card perspective. Full transparency, I drew it, and I drew it 1 crooked and 2 not in the middle, so we're gonna redo it. I can't find my ruler, and I'm laughing because I picked a random one of the cards that I put with the decks. It says, I know that my deepest desires are the pathways towards my dreams. I am going where it feels right. Love that. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna draw all of them up to 10, and then I'll be right back because you don't want to watch all that. Okay, so here's my drawing. These are people. We'll talk about them in a minute. Okay, we'll just focus on this for now. People are going to be important after I do the whole explanation. So we have, let me just show you the paper. All right, so this is the foundation that's built up. What gets built up first? It gets built up in this order that I'm going to explain. Okay, so none of this is here yet. We start with the aces and then the protective layer, the cement, right? And then the twos, cement, threes, cement, all the way up. When we get to the 10 is shaped like this, okay? It's like a hat with sides. That may look familiar to something else that is symbolic of hierarchy. That's why, because it is what is covering the entire pole. See, I wrote 10, 10. These are also part of 10 because 10 is a little hat thing. So the goal is to put the system on the top of this, okay? Now we have the page, the queen, the knight, and the king up here, masculine, feminine sides, right? And the platform will then be built here as we go into the major arcana, okay? But here, where we're at so far, once we get to this point, because remember the 10, if you've been watching, the 10 is like it's locked in place. Why is it locked in place? Because it's this little hat thing that protects the whole pole. What does that mean for us? It means that the people, when we're looking at something, we're either seeing the final version here with no idea that we could actually dismantle all of these pieces that are inside, okay? Because all we're seeing is this final structure wall that's like this little hat thing, okay? So people, when we look at this being built, we see the wall, or if we look up, we see the court cards, page, queen, knight, king. That's what's holding everything in place until the final platform is on, right? The next platform being on will come with the next drawing when we go into the major arcana, but this sums up the minor arcana where we're at so far. The goal is to put the system up here and have the system be God, not up here as in with these, up here as in on the platform that will be drawn above. I just ran out of space. Didn't think that all the way through. I need to redraw it for the next phase, but anyway. And again, the 10, once it's locked into the 10, everyone thinks, oh no, it's over. There's nothing we can do about it. But really, it's really just this protective layer that makes it look like it's all solid. It's actually still in pieces inside. But this is where we're at so far. Please go watch what I'm putting together. I really think that awareness is much more powerful than we sometimes feel like it can be. So knowledge is power. I'm hoping to give you some of that knowledge with this series. And again, please start with the first one because it's very important to understand how it's all working together. It's not really something that's meant to be picked up just in somewhere in the middle because you're going to be missing how it got to that point. Again, remember, it's all built up like this and it's built, tested, built, tested, built, tested. So to understand the perspective of being up here looking down, understanding how it works, you need to first understand how it was built. So I spent about 4 hours last night doing channeled drawings. I started doing that series, We're Approaching the Devil card, and I started seeing more of a visual in my mind of how to draw it. So I'm going over it on my YouTube, but I'm going to show you the drawings here to hopefully entice you to go watch the full video over there because I definitely cannot post it here. So I'm using my drawings of the blueprint from 2022. That's those three. And then some of these are ones that I drew before. I showed it on YouTube of me drawing it. That part is more of like the spiritual part of it. Those last 2 pages, we're going into that later. This is the empath narcissist dynamic, going into that later as well. But what I started going into in the video that I'm posting now, it's an 1 and 40-minute video, is this. And this is what I feel like is happening on the world stage right now. So I encourage you to go watch it. I really can't explain it in like a simplified form. It's more complex than that. But essentially, this is the tower I feel they're trying to build so they can put AI on the platform up here and contain everything in their web. This is functions like a ladder that they have to bring everything up from ace to 10 each step. This is the world stage, the different line leaders, the world, the main stage, the line leaders, and how they control everything. And then this is a zoom in of it. Hello, everyone. As you can see, I have a drawing on the screen. I finally figured out last night over like a 4-hour time span of just focusing on this of how to articulate what I've been seeing in my mind that I've been trying to describe through the course of my news in reverse readings. So this basically, if you go back to my very first, I think it was called What in the World first. It was What in the World. But from the very first What in the World and News in Reverse episodes, this is like, if you could get a high perspective looking down on what I'm trying to explain that I see happening, I feel like this encompasses all of it. It's not a one-page drawing, it's a multiple page drawing. It comes with pictures. It comes also with a PowerPoint because I need to first present you with my thesis of what I'm gonna be explaining in this so that this makes as much sense as possible. I'm also gonna be using the previous drawings that I did of the blueprint, back in 2022. I'm also gonna be using the drawings that, I posted previously showing me drawing these. I didn't video me drawing this because it was long and I was on the couch and in bed in my office, so okay, so basically what I wanna do here first is I wanna show you my PowerPoint presentation that's explaining my thesis. Basically, the key to interpret and understand what I'm gonna be explaining here in the map, okay? Um, I think we're just gonna go into that. For those who've been watching my We're Approaching the Devil card series, I've gone through from 1 to 5 in the first video, 6 to 10 in the second video, the court cards in the third video, and we're about to go into the major arcana, and the major arcana is where the platform up top is built. So this is part of that series. I'm just showing it a little bit differently. So for those who have not seen that series, this is essentially part 4 to that series, but this is like a standalone. Those you need to watch from the beginning to understand it cohesively. But this is what I'm breaking down in that really long slideshow that is what the We're Approaching the Devil card series is based off of. That's like 170, I think 175 card slideshow. The one that I'm about to show you to open this is only 18 slides, well, 17 and a title. So this will be kind of a more quick explanation than that, but I'll also put timestamps in the description in case you want to skip over the thesis. I recommend you don't, but if you just want to see what I drew, I'll put the timestamp for that. Please remember that all of this is alleged, my opinion, not facts. And my thesis in a minute is going to be explaining to you everything that you can expect to hear about and see within this video. Okay, so as you can see, I titled it The Board Beneath History. Two main things that I want to point out here. One, we are going to be looking at the entire formatting of this as if it's a giant chess match. That's going to be very important to know just going into it. And two, I want to point out history can be broken up into his story. So that's also going to be significant in this. A symbolic model of consciousness, strategy, and the final alignment of human choice. This image is generated off of the perspective of the final point that I'm trying to make here. So it is a bit of like a spoiler alert that doesn't give away too much information. This thesis proposes a symbolic model in which reality can be understood as a strategic system resembling a chess match between divine intelligence and adversarial intelligence. Within this framework, human consciousness exists simultaneously as both participant and observer within the unfolding match. Religious texts such as the Bible are interpreted as long-term records of strategic patterns within the system, while symbolic systems such as tarot act as mirrors reflecting the current phase of the game. Through systematic exploration of the tarot sequence from the ace cards through the court cards and into the major arcana, a repeating pattern emerges that mirrors the rise and fall of power structures within history and consciousness. This progression suggests that humanity is currently approaching the symbolic stage represented by the Devil card, a phase associated with manipulation, control systems, and the testing of individual awareness. At this stage, the information necessary to understand the structure of the system has already been revealed. The remaining task is not discovery, but choice, whether individuals align with higher order principles associated with truth and awareness, important, or remain within fear based systems associated with the adversary's strategy, also important. Within this symbolic model, a final phase of deception is expected to occur as a last attempt by the adversary, the AI, to shift the alignment of as many participants as possible before the resolution of the match. However, the overarching thesis maintains that the final outcome remains consistent with the original design of the system. What am I saying? God wins. Throughout history, spiritual traditions have described existence as a struggle between opposing forces. These narratives often appear mythological, but may represent symbolic descriptions of deeper patterns within consciousness and social structure. This thesis proposes a framework in which these patterns can be interpreted through three interconnected symbolic systems: the cosmic chessboard representing strategic interaction within reality, the tarot progression representing cyclical pattern of power and consciousness, and the blueprint model describing the internal evolution of awareness. Together, these systems form a layered map for interpreting historical events, psychological development, and spiritual teachings. If you're familiar with my theory of the blueprint, the picture on the right will look very familiar. It is essentially the labyrinth within the mind that's described in the theory of the blueprint, and how we go from crown to root and then need to make the free will decision to go back up from the root to the crown to ascend. So that is an image representing that within the mind. Now we go into the chessboard of reality. In chess, the structure of the game is predetermined before the first move occurs. The board, the pieces, and the rules establish a framework within which strategy unfolds. Within this symbolic model, divine intelligence represents the architect of the system. The designer of the board understands the full structure of the game and the ultimate outcome. Opposing this design is an adversarial intelligence that operates through calculation, manipulation, and exploitation of weaknesses within the system. Its strategies rely heavily on confusion, fear, and misdirection. Human consciousness functions as both the pieces and the potential players within this system. At early stages of awareness, individuals move reactively, influenced by external pressures and internal fears. As awareness grows, individuals begin recognizing the patterns shaping the board. The moment someone recognizes the existence of the game itself represents the first step towards conscious participation. That is very important. You need to know it's happening to be able to be used as a conscious player on the board, right? So the moment that someone recognizes the existence of this happening, as above, so below, in the world and in self, the game itself represents the first step toward conscious participation. Very important. Keep that in mind. Tarot as a map of the game's phases. The tarot sequence provides, and this is what I'm talking about in the breakdown of We're Approaching the Devil card series. The tarot sequence provides a symbolic progression that mirrors the development of consciousness and the rise and fall of systems. The journey begins with the aces, which represent the emergence of potential and the beginning of cycles. As the numbered cards unfold, they describe the development of energy, conflict, cooperation, power accumulation, and eventual imbalance. The court cards represent the embodiment of these energies within systems and institutions. Kings symbolize authority structures. Queens represent strategic influence. Knights represent action and enforcement, and pages represent messages and emerging developments. When viewed collectively, the minor arcana describes how systems form, stabilize, overextend, and eventually reach points of transformation. This progression culminates in the major arcana, which represent the larger archetypal forces shaping history and consciousness. I don't know if you can see me well in the little bubble, but this image that I drew, that I showed, where it's the tower build-up looking thing, that is essentially what I am referring to when I'm talking about the build-up and eventual point of transformation. Now, catching up to where we are right now, the approach to the devil stage. Within the major arcana sequence, the devil card represents a critical stage in this cycle. Symbolically, this phase corresponds to the emergence of systems based on control, manipulation, dependency, and illusion. Structures that once served constructive purposes become corrupted by the pursuit of power and dominance. That sentence is monumentally important. I'm going to read it again. Structure that once served constructive purposes become corrupted by the pursuit of power and dominance. Think built to fall as designed. Because the adversary needs to build up the deception to grab as many people as possible at the last moment before the game is finalized, to try and make it look like God was wrong, essentially. But we'll get into that. I digress. During this stage, individuals may feel trapped within systems that appear impossible to escape. However, the devil card traditionally depicts chains that are loose rather than locked, suggesting that the primary barrier is not physical confinement, but psychological conditioning. That is literally what I'm hoping to show you, that we can break the psychological conditioning in the We're Approaching the Devil card series. That's why I'm breaking it down in the way that I am, by card, by section, by level that they're laying. In the context of the cosmic chessboard model, this stage represents a moment when the mechanisms of manipulation become visible. That's where we're at right now. Look at the Epstein files. That's where we're at. Now we're approaching the part where we're going to be asked, are you going to put on the chains, or are you going to say no? Are we going to be asked directly to our face? Absolutely not, because we're dealing with manipulation, deceit, pursuit of power. The system has reached a point where the strategies of the adversary are fully revealed. Epstein files. The revelation of information. A defining characteristic of this stage is that information necessary to understand the system has already been made available. Historical records, spiritual teachings, philosophical insights, and symbolic systems collectively provide a map of the patterns operating within the game. At this point, the focus shifts from discovery to discernment. Very important. At this point, the focus shifts from discovery to discernment. We have the information. What are we going to do with it? Individuals must decide how to interpret the information and how to align their actions. Some respond by expanding awareness and seeking truth. Others retreat into fear and confusion. And you'll find in a later part of my description, when I'm doing the drawings, that's why they're trying to keep us in the root chakra lack. It's the easiest space to keep us in fear and away from the light. That's why they're trying to make it so we can't afford to live, and now there's no safe place, so we can't have community, we can't have groundedness, we can't have basic human rights. Some respond by expanding awareness and seeking truth. They're playing on God's side of the chessboard, excuse me. And others retreat into fear and confusion, often reinforced by social and institutional pressures. That's why they're trying to make us in fear before the great deception, because that is the choosing to be on that team, because that's how the mirrored reality works. In as above, so below, as within, so without. Your internal consciousness is how you That's your tool for how you decide what to do with your free will. So we have the information. So what is your decision, essentially? Are you giving in to fear, or are you seeking truth? Because if you're seeking truth, you can very quickly get to the bottom of the fact that our entire government is lying to us. The information's there. Which team are you on? And by which team are you on, I'm not saying, oh, there's people that are better than others. Absolutely not. Again, I go back to free will decision. Your consciousness, your perspective, your awareness is how you're deciding. Nobody's on a pedestal above anyone. It's every person for themselves. It's a decision between you and God. Are you choosing God like he chose you, or no? And we'll get into later. Actually, I'm going to save that part for later. Okay, let's go into the next part. The role of fear in the adversarial strategy. Fear plays a central role in the strategies because it narrows perception and encourages reactive behavior. Look at right now. When individuals operate primarily from fear, they become easier to influence through manipulation and misinformation. That's where we're at now. Decisions made in this state tend to reinforce existing control structures. They want us, with our free will, to say they can build this tower and put themselves on the pedestal of it, because you'll find, as I'm explaining the drawing, they need our free will to agree with it so that they can siphon the source that they're blocking from us. But I'll explain that more in the video, in the drawing description. Within the symbolic model, the devil stage represents the peak effectiveness of these tactics. Again, we need to have the information. We need to have the knowledge of how to use the information, right? We have all the information. We see what we're up against, and we have the instructions that God left for us. So all of the boxes are checked of what was needed to comprehend and have the opportunity to use your free will decision. There's nowhere on the planet that you could hide from the knowledge of what's going on right now. It's too loud. And if you are on God's side, you see this information and you seek the truth. And when you seek the truth, you know, one, that they're putting on a giant show to put us in fear. Two, they're lying to us. And three, they know they're not going to win. That's why they're doing the whole boom boom show, because they don't want us to know that. They need to get us in fear so they get as many on their side as possible and take out as many in the process, while still knowing that they're playing chess against God. The environment becomes saturated with conflicting narratives, emotional triggers, and psychological pressure designed to destabilize perception. That's why I feel we are in the devil card, because I feel like that this slide is so overwhelmingly obvious, quite literally everywhere, quite literally all day, every day, that I don't see how it's possible to be alive and miss that this is happening right now. We have the information. Free will is a decision between us and God. Either you want to be on his side of the chess match or you don't, but it's your decision. The final phase of deception. Many spiritual traditions describe a final phase in which deception intensifies before the restoration of balance. Cue right now. Within the cosmic chessboard framework, this phase can be understood as a last attempt by the adversary strategy to influence the alignment of as many participants as possible. Cue BOMBING Iran. Okay, that's what this is. Because individuals are capable of shifting alignment through awareness. That's the key, very important. Because individuals are capable of shifting alignment through awareness. Put that right here. That's very important for the entirety of this entire presentation. The adversary strategies seek to create confusion about the nature of reality itself. So it would make sense then if the headquarters for this was called What's Real? Is this real or is that real? Get what I'm saying? This phase, sometimes described symbolically as the Great Deception. The purpose of this deception is not simply control, but misalignment, trying to misalign the people from completing your blueprint so that you can ascend, essentially. This phase is described symbolically as the Great Deception. The purpose of this deception is not simply control, but misalignment. If individuals cannot distinguish truth from manipulation, what is real? They're more likely to reinforce the adversary's strategies through their actions. They know not what they do. When you give in to the fear and you allow for the illusion without further seeking the truth, because if you seek the truth, God's going to show it to you. His voice will be loud, or his voice will be quiet, and it will be first, and there will be clues and cues after to confirm that initial thing that he said, that he told you. The devil will come in very quick, right away. Be loud, in your face, consistent, not leave you alone. But if you seek the truth, God will give it to you. But you need to be willing to put down the grip that you have on the illusion that once felt safe, perhaps, but no longer should feel safe to you. Okay, next slide. Alignment and frequency. If you look on the right, this is a picture of a depiction of the mind room. I'm going to show another one later, but that's the depiction of the mind room. We'll go into a further explanation about that later as well. In this model, alignment is not determined by physical location, but by the internal state of consciousness, as within, so without, as above, so below. States characterized by truth, awareness, compassion, and humility correspond to alignment with divine principles. States characterized by fear, deception, domination, and division correspond to alignment with the adversary's strategies. Spiritual teachings across many traditions emphasize internal transformation because it changes how individuals perceive and respond to the board. You can be looking at everyone's out to get me and everything's working against me, or you can be aware, okay, I'm moving forward and it may look like I'm moving into some kind of bad territory, but next thing you know, God moves the peace out of the way, moves the night the other direction, and it no longer can get me. And I realized that this was strategy to protect me from the bishop taking me out over there that I couldn't see, right? I'm talking chess pieces. So it changes how individuals perceive and respond to the board is very important because consciousness, your awareness is determining how much you're able to be used as a piece on the board and hence determining your experience and how much of the board you get to see, if that makes sense. Raising consciousness effectively shifts one's strategic alignment within the game. The inevitability of the end game. In chess, once a position reaches a certain structure, the final outcome becomes inevitable. Earlier moves gradually build toward a position where checkmate cannot be avoided. Within the cosmic chessboard model, divine intelligence already understands the structure of the game and the final outcome. While adversarial strategies may attempt to disrupt or delay the process, the overall structure of the system constrains what outcomes are possible. Thus, the match unfolds not to determine the winner, but to reveal the nature of each participant's choices. Very, very important. And we'll go into this in more depth later, but I'm going to read that again. I want you to really hear me. The match unfolds not to determine the winner. This is not God's, oh, I told you so. I knew you guys would mess up. That's why I knew I'd step in. Not at all. It's to reveal the nature of each participant's choices. Why? We're going to go into this in a moment. So that God could simultaneously prove that he is the creator, he does know all, he is omnipresent, and he gave us free will. And he still welcomes us home and loves us even regardless of all of our perceived mistakes, because it was always part of the design to learn from perceived mistakes, to learn from wrong choices. quote unquote. Okay, so we're going to go into the conclusion and then we're going to go into another piece here, okay? So, the integration of the chess metaphor, tarot progression, and the blueprint model offers a unified framework for understanding patterns in consciousness, history, and spiritual development. Within this framework, the cosmic chessboard represents the strategic structure of reality. The chessboard represents the strategic structure of reality. How can we understand how and why and in what think of it as wanting to understand what shape the world is and in which way it works and like having proof that you were right, right? Okay, that's what this is meant to mean when I say structure of reality. It's like so that we can fully understand in a visual, cohesive, um, human way to understand a divine parable? No. Human way to understand a divine model, like, how they have, like, the space models and stuff, like, the divine model of the chessboard is what I mean by the structure of reality. Um, like a model of it that we could understand, but like a life-sized model, right? Like, we're in the model type of thing, right? A live model that involves individuals with free will, but also a creator that planned for that, planned all the different ins, outs, moves, sabotages, board flips, all of that. Tarot reflects the cyclical phases of power and transformation and is also our access into what I'll later describe the mind computer, a way to use the internet connection in the mind computer in a way where you can know that you're understanding what you're receiving because you can test it and dig further, which is why they wanted to frame tarot as evil, because why would the adversary want to give you a key to understanding the game that the adversary doesn't even want you know you're playing? But again, you'll see with all the pieces of the tower, everything has to be in place. So it had to be there, but then it had to be marked as evil. Tarot, I'm saying. The blueprint describes the evolution of individual awareness. We'll go into that as well. The labyrinth of the mind, in which you consciousness is a ball of light that drops into the body, goes from the crown chakra all the way down to the root chakra, learning lessons in the descension phase, and then must make the free will decision to ascend back up. What does that mean? When you hit rock bottom, you realize, oh, there's probably more here, huh? Like, maybe I realized there's more before, but now I need to accept it because I need some kind of motivation to pick myself up from rock bottom. Boom, chessboard awareness. You start playing the game. You start using the lessons that you learned on the way down to understand on the way back up that it's not a punishment, it's a climb. Climb of what? Climb of perspective. Why? So that you can choose with your free will to be on God's team of the chessboard, because even though it may look at times like there's no hope, he's still winning. The current phase of the cycle corresponds symbolically to the devil's stage, where systems of manipulation reach their peak visibility and individuals are confronted with a choice. That's where we're at right now, between fear and awareness. I worded it before as we're at the devil card, and it's our choice. Are we going to put on the cuffs, the bondage, or are we going to throw it? That's this. At this stage, the critical factor is no longer information but alignment. Each participant, aka us, must decide how to interpret the patterns of the board. A tool of doing that is tarot, for example. Intuition, further, for example, right? You don't need a tool, but learning how to interpret the patterns of the board, intuition is the goal, to just use your intuition. Can you use things like tarot to verify, confirm, and deepen your intuition? Absolutely. That's why they want it to look evil, and that's why they frame spirituality as woo-woo, because how dare you have a cheat sheet. It's not even a cheat sheet, it's a built-in instruction. But how dare you have knowledge of how the game that you're not supposed to know about is working, or have access to figure out what the best moves for you are, or how to best understand the current positioning you're in. They don't want you to have that. That's why everything spiritual is viewed as woo-woo, crazy, and demonic, because that's what the demons want you to think about it, allegedly. Um, each participant must decide how to interpret the patterns of the board and which principles will guide their moves as the game approaches its final phase. We give our sovereignty away a lot of time, our choices to the institution that we feel like, okay, well, I need to be at this low vibration because I need to slave my life away and never be able to have a day off, and I can never make ends meet, so I need to stay in this low vibration. That they're conditioning us to feel like there's no other choice other than the system that they built. And you'll see by the end of this presentation that that's what I'm trying to explain. They've been building up this tower over time, and they're planning on putting themselves on top of the pedestal and us all the way at the bottom. It's our free will decision to do something about it. The thing that they're doing about it is putting it in place and making it solid. The thing that we need to do about it is take back our power, because we've always had the power to unplug from what they're trying to tell us is not an option to opt out of. Okay, so we're going to go into the mind room. A little bit of an explanation because it's very important in this whole concept. An additional layer of this model concerns what can be called the mind room. This is the internal space where perception, intuition, fear, logic, and external influence all compete for attention. Within this symbolic framework of the cosmic chessboard, the mind room is the place where each move is interpreted before it becomes action. That's important. Within this symbolic framework of the cosmic chessboard, the mind room is the place where each move is interpreted before it becomes action. What filter are you seeing your options from? From fear, from limitation, from lack, or from knowing that you're God's child and He didn't send you here to bow to a system that wants to put you in fear and blow up your children? It is where individuals determine which influence they will follow and therefore which side of the board their choices ultimately strengthen. In this model, divine intelligence communicates differently than the adversarial influence. The first signal often appears quietly. This is what I meant before by God appears first quietly and confirms as initial insight, instinct, or intuitive understanding. The more you trust God's uh, gift of your intuition and you say, okay, I realize that that voice is God, the loud yelling that comes after is the adversary, and you continue to say, okay, God, I trust your first word, even if you need to wait a minute till the adversary lowers the screaming so that I can hear you clearly again. I'll wait for your next response because I know that there's something I need to learn in the interim. In the meantime, that's what this means. It's where individuals determine which influence they will follow and therefore which side of the board their choices align with. Are you seeing things from, okay, God's making a move. I might be uncomfortable, but I know that in a moment he's going to move me to the next spot because he's not just going to let me get taken out in this spot. That's not the goal, right? In this model, divine intelligence communicates differently than the adversarial influence. The first signal often appears quietly as initial insight, instinct, or intuitive understanding. It's subtle and brief, but it arrives first. This first impression functions like an opening clue placed on the board before the rest of the noise begins. Afterward, the adversarial influence tends to appear. Unlike the initial signal, this influence is louder, more persistent, and emotionally charged. It introduces doubt, fear, overthinking, and distraction. It floods the mind room with alternative narratives and anxieties designed to destabilize the clarity of the original signal. In this way, the adversarial strategy relies not on arriving first, but on overwhelming the mind with noise. What does that make you think? In this way, the adversarial strategy relies not on arriving first. The adversary can't arrive first. God will always arrive first. He will always give a clue first. It just depends if you're plugged in to listening to him and knowing his voice to hear it. So, knowing that the adversary can never arrive first, the adversary gets clues based off of your reactions, your focus, your uh, attitude, or um, speech, right? Anything that the adversary can use for clues that you give externally, the adversary will use to try and convince you with that louder, more consistent, more annoying voice that that way of the adversary is the better way, right? So this way of adversarial strategy relies not on arriving first, but on overwhelming the mind with noise. What is a real life example of this? Epstein. Yeah, we have to put this out there because it's time for everything to fall apart, but we're going to give you so much. We're going to give it to you in such a confusing way. We're going to stand up on this stage, call ourselves leaders, and bold face lie to your face as the evidence is literally online. And they're trying to overwhelm the mind with noise so that we just follow the louder, more consistent voice and go straight towards peace and safety that really isn't peace and safety, but is a big old trap. The pattern that follows becomes significant. Over time, small confirmations often appear that connect back to the original insight. God appears first, confirms as soon as he can. Well, I mean, he always can, but he confirms in wise ways, okay, the adversary's taking a break for a minute. Let me pop in with this small clue, but they'll understand what it means. They'll seek the truth to confirm what God is saying. These confirmations may come through events, conversations, patterns, or symbolic reminders that reinforce the first signal, God's first signal that got there first, always. Rather than competing for attention through force, divine communication tends to reaffirm itself through subtle consistency. That's why pattern recognition is a huge tool. If you can see, oh, okay, that was God. Oh, that was God again. Oh, that was God again. Wait a minute, all of God's signs match up in a very specific way. Hold on, I think there's a message. Okay, that's kind of how that is meant to work. Within this framework, the sequence itself becomes meaningful. The quiet signal arrives first, the louder confusion follows. Then, confirming clues appear later. By structuring communication in this way, the system preserves both free will and discernment. Individuals must decide which signal they trust. Very important. By structuring communication this way, the system preserves both free will and discernment. You have the information, you decide what to do with it, and God trains you to use or to decide to not use your intuition. And if you seek the truth, you will learn discernment. And pattern recognition is a tool that you're given on the process of that so that you can solidify the understanding of how to use the discernment and pattern recognition over a long period of time and use it to understand the strategy that God is using for your life and understand how that would be in your best interest, even though there are times when you have to learn hard lessons or go through certain things to create movement. This process also serves a deeper psychological purpose, philosophical purpose. If divine intelligence simply overpowered the mind room with undeniable authority, genuine choice would disappear. Now, compare that to the system that they're trying to put in place to replicate God, where they're trying to make it so you can't opt out or have a choice. But if divine intelligence simply overpowered the mind room with undeniable authority, if God was just sitting in your mind, like, no, you can't do that. You got to do this. No, that's bad. You can't do that. You would never learn, never grow, right? That would not be free will as promised. Instead, the structure allows individuals to observe the pattern for themselves. Over time, they can recognize which voice arrives first, God's, and which voice attempts to manipulate through fear, and which signals ultimately prove reliable. Track it over time. What's that first intuitive thought? How does it show up in other ways? How does your body confirm it? How does your external life confirm it? How does your internal life confirm it? What did the adversary try to say to you? And which one ended up being right? Because I guarantee it was your first gut instinct, because that is related to God. Now, sometimes the adversary can pop in very quickly after that and hope that you missed God's clue, hope that you didn't hear it. That's why it's your responsibility to, one, engage in practices that would align you with self-trust, and two, focus on your blueprint, focus on your purpose. That keeps you knowing which voice is God's and when it shows up. And when it comes back to reconfirm the initial showing up that it did, because it's always first. The mind room. Okay, so this, depiction right here is as close as I could get it to how I truly see it, okay? It's like the if you look from outside of your eye looking in, okay? There's a computer on the desk that represents how you connect to higher intelligence. We'll go into it later, but needing to have the password to access the computer. On the walls of the room are your beliefs and conditioning, your trauma and memories, your fears and doubts, and your stored programs. Also, pattern recognition, insight that comes from inside the computer, but it's also on the walls, collective intelligence, all of that. So basically, when you are not connected, you're just reading from the walls. When you're in fear, when you're not seeing from that third eye access point and you don't have the password to the computer, you're reading from the walls. You're reading from your memory, you're reading from your programming. Once you have that higher intelligence access point, which is focusing on your purpose, clearing your karma, healing your wounds, you get that password for the higher intelligence computer that you see there, then you can start really ushering in downloads. Basically, if you could say, "Hey God, show me how this part of the chessboard is working," and then you're showed or told or taught about through life or in a direct way or a download. Once you have access to that computer, that's what that unlocks. In this sense, the process becomes a form of demonstration. It reveals the difference between guidance rooted in truth and influence rooted in manipulation. At the same time, it preserves the freedom necessary for authentic alignment, preserving free will. Very important. The existence of free will within this model is central. Individuals are not punished for confusion. Very important. Individuals are not punished for confusion or mistakes within the game. The system assumes that learning occurs through experience, error, and reflection. What does that mean? It's calculated in. It's not wrong. We're not bad. We're not evil for making mistakes. We need to learn from them. If we make mistakes and we let those mistakes be our excuse to continue to make other mistakes and hurt people and run from, and yet then yeah, you're going down a bad path. But just making a mistake does not mean you failed, does not mean that God turned his back on you. It's an opportunity, and it's already calculated into the chess match. The repeated opportunities for correction and growth reflect a design in which love and patience — what do you need for chess? What's like the number one thing? Patience. Love and patience are built into the structure of the match itself. Now, I'll discuss this more later, but essentially think God is truth and heart, and the adversary is the truth without the heart. So without the heart, the adversary chooses to take the truth and deceive. So it's not that the adversary is dumb, it's that the adversary is very smart and designed to try and win, but also with the awareness that the heart is the interpreter. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but the heart is the interpreter. Let me try to think of how to say this without getting too ahead of myself. So God has the advantage of being able to interpret the human experience. AI, the adversary, does not. AI just has the knowledge and the desire to stop God from getting to the point where God shows that what was said actually happened, because essentially that unplugs the adversary's ability to exist. Thus, the mind room becomes the arena where the most important moves occur, while the larger chessboard reflects the historical and structural dynamics. The internal space of perception determines how each individual participates in the unfolding game. Omniscience and free will. Within this model, the structure of the game also offers a way to understand how divine omniscience and free will can exist at the same time. At first glance, those two ideas appear contradictory. If God already knows the outcome of the game, it may seem as though human choices would no longer matter. But the chessboard metaphor offers another way to understand that relationship. In chess, a master player can often see the end of the game many moves before it actually arrives. They recognize patterns, strategies, and positions that make certain outcomes inevitable long before the final outcome is played. If you understand a little bit of chess, you'll understand the weight of that, like the understanding of being able to calculate what moves could be played from the other side, depending on what moves are played by you. That's a very big intellectual feat to be able to do it on the size chessboard. I have actual mathematic calculations of what size chessboard I think this is, so we'll go into that later, but to be able to see and predict moves on this size of a chessboard when it's that difficult on a regular size chessboard, shows that divine intelligence doesn't even, or artificial intelligence doesn't even scratch the surface of divine intelligence. And if that's what we have internally that we can unlock, that's why the adversary fears the light so much. The ripple effect of that kind of knowledge takes away the fear tactics that is the adversary's biggest shield to keep people from seeking the truth and digging further and putting the patterns together. But I digress. Okay, let's go further. Yet the individual moves still occur freely. Each player still chooses what to do, and those choices are real. Free will. The master simply understands the structure of the board so completely that the eventual path becomes clear. What does that mean? That means that God can still give us free will, and because of how high divine intelligence soars, can still predict the exact outcome of the game while still giving us free will. Within the cosmic chessboard framework, divine intelligence exists outside of the limits of time. From that vantage point, the entire structure of the match can be seen at once. Every possible branch of decision, every move that could occur, every consequence of those moves already exists within the full design of the system. That's why the adversary likes to joke around that God is just some guy flying around in the sky, right? That's the vantage point. God is within all of us. God is everywhere. God is within every piece of creation. But man in the sky that's not coming down to help you is because the adversary knows that God is looking at this chessboard in a way that the adversary never could. This does not remove human freedom. Instead, it means that the designer understands all possible outcomes that could emerge from human choices, probably proving, oh, okay, that would have to be God, right? That would be a way to prove it. What is these, well, I mean, we're gonna literally go into this, so I'm not asking a real question because I have the math for later. But what's the statistic of, think just huge, I have a number of chess pieces described in something later, but describe a huge chessboard, right? What are the chances that God could predict the final outcome, where the pieces would be, and write a whole book that has all these connections to all section to section connections that also describe how the game was going to unravel centuries before it did? It means the designer understands all possible outcomes that could emerge from human choices. Now, if you knew that for sure, you would know that God's not going to damn you forever for making a little mistake because he already factored it in. The future is not forced, rather, it unfolds through the accumulation of countless individual decisions made by conscious participants within the game. The presence of the mind room reinforces this idea. Each person encounters moments where multiple interpretations and reactions are possible. The quiet intuitive signal arrives first, followed by louder voices of fear, doubt, and pressure. In that moment, the individual chooses which voice to trust. These choices are genuine, they're not programmed or forced. However, divine intelligence already understands the possible paths that the choices can create. The designer knows how each path eventually resolves within the larger structure of the game, because of that high up perspective looking down that the adversary is so jealous of. In this, because the adversary feels like if I could just get that perspective, I could win. But it's interesting because coming full circle, the perspective that allows for that is the fact that, again, divine intelligence, God, is truth and heart. The adversary doesn't have that. The adversary wants to convince itself that it's something else that's causing God to have the perspective that God has and the adversary to not. But it's the difference of the heart. It's the difference of the heart. That's all of the difference. Because to have truth and be able to distort it and lead the population in a bad way because you want to make somebody else be wrong, essentially, is the adversary's point of view here. Wanting to prove God wrong and not having the heart to try and do it in an ethical or justifiable way, but instead just quite literally blowing up towns and cities and nations of people. Okay. The designer knows how each path eventually resolves. In this sense, omniscience functions more like a complete awareness of the entire board than control over every move. God knows the outcome not because human choices are removed, but because the system itself is perfectly understood, because he designed it. Every branch of possibility already exists within that understanding. The process, therefore, becomes a demonstration rather than a test. Very important. The process, therefore, becomes a demonstration rather than a test. God is not saying, hey, can you be good enough to not make it to hell? That's not this. God is demonstrating who he is so he can demonstrate who we are, so he can also demonstrate the contrast of that and show us who the adversary is and how it works, and how people could be deceived by it and still not be cut away from God because deception was put into the match as part of the understanding of it. The process, therefore, becomes a demonstration rather than a test. Humanity is given freedom to move, freedom to interpret the board, and freedom to align with either fear or truth. Through these choices, individuals reveal their position within the system. Which position, which knight, queen, king, rook, whichever you are, pawn, depends on your free will choices. To ascend higher, you move into different positions in the game, and you're not just used as a pawn anymore. The repeated pattern of quiet guidance followed by confirming clues also reflects this relationship. God does not override human perception with overwhelming force. Instead, guidance is offered first, then reaffirmed gently over time. The adversarial influence, by contrast, relies on pressure, confusion, and urgency. By observing this pattern repeatedly, individuals gradually learn to recognize which influence is reliable, and over time they begin to trust the signal that consistently arrives first and proves true later. Over time, they begin to trust the signal, God, that consistently arrives first, God, and then proves true later. Intuition, signs, synchronicities. Sometimes they'll be loud, sometimes they'll be consistent, sometimes they'll just be once at the perfect moment and you're like, "Oh, yep, that was it." God knows when to drop it and how to drop it so that you'll understand it. You just need to be paying attention to listen and understand and know that it's coming from him and not the adversary trying to pretend to be the voice of God to lead you in the wrong direction. Through this design, the system reveals both divine knowledge and divine patience, which, if God is a loving father, divine knowledge and patience would make him a pretty good candidate to be a good parent. The outcome of the game is known, but the path each individual takes through it remains their own. That is your blueprint. That is your authentic expression of you. You're the divine embodied into authentic form. How do you want to express that? That's what that part means. In this way, omniscience and free will coexist within the same structure. How can God know what's going to happen, but it not be pre planned and we still have free will? This is how. Okay, so that concludes my thesis for a breakdown of what I'm going to be explaining through the drawing. Now let's get started on the drawing. Okay, so this is the ultimate view of what I feel like the plan is, like, in the final stages, in the end game, so to speak, and the structure that's being built up to maintain that long term. This is a a bit of a zoom in of just the tower part here before the ultimate foundation up here is built. Okay, because this was my interpretation that I drew in my We're Approaching the Devil card series that represented starting at the ace all the way through the court cards to the end of the king. That's this one. These drawings that you saw me potentially, if you watched them, draw in the videos that I did where I said, if you want to watch me draw the blueprint, these are what I'm going to be using after. They're not going to be in this video. This is more describing the spiritual side of it. And we're going to be also using the original blueprint drawings in describing that side of it. These are the ones I drew back in 2022. However, we're not going to really go into this part today, and this is the narcissist empath dynamic of it. We'll also go into that as well. Again, not today. This is a further breakdown of that spiritual side page. Okay, so we're going to really go into this part and what I have behind this part today, because this is what I feel we're seeing with our eyes. And then I'm going to complete the minor arcana part, or the major arcana part of From the Fool to the Devil card in my We're Approaching the Devil card series. And after that, then I'm going to go into explaining the spiritual dynamic of it after we've completely painted the picture of what we're seeing in the physical. So this is what I feel like the ultimate goal is. I am going to have all of these PDFs available to download when I'm done both this and the We're Approaching the Devil card series part of this presentation. Now I am going to go into some depth here, but the further depth and breakdown of the parts of this you'll see in the We're Approaching the Devil card series, because I break it down by card. Okay, so essentially this is part of the drawing that I did before, where it's 1, 2, 3 versus 7. 1, 2, 3 is the world stage, is the main stage here, not the world stage, the main stage here. This little triangle of 1, 2, 3. Let me bring this down a little bit. No, I can't get that closer. Okay, I can't go that. I'm trying to make it so you can see it better. Let me maybe put this down. Give me a second. Okay, so we're going to start with focus down here. You've seen this drawing before. If you've been watching me, it's the stage, which is the USA, versus 7, which is the line leaders. So on the world stage, you always have to have other things going on. So it's like, look over here, no, look over there, look over there. So there's 3 main pillars for the main stage. That's why we can always stay overburdened with news and info and all of this, because it's coming from 3 main different components. One of these are 3 main players and their teams, like a separate match of chess between all of them, and then collectively together. We'll get into that part later. So this is the USA, because the USA is the stage. Why is the USA the stage? It's 1, test subjects. 2, which we'll get into more later, it's the company for the country that is actually the line leader's country, disguised as something else. So why is this the main stage? Because it's what the line leaders are using to purchase or trap everyone in a monopoly under their control. Okay, this is their entire plan, I feel, laid out as a picture. So how does this little group here plan on taking control of everyone else, having everyone under their direct control, if they are small compared to everyone else? It's a chess match as described, right? Think of if Battleship and chess had a baby, because they don't really know what moves the opponent is making, but it's like I sunk your battleship. Now what are you going to do? Back and forth, right? Because In chess, you go back and forth. You make a move, then the opponent makes a move. You don't get to make 2 moves, they don't get to make 2 moves. You make a move, they make a move. That's how it's playing out here, allegedly. So on this stage, because there needs to be multiple things going on, we have position 1. This is the top position that's meant to establish the anti-order. As above, so below, everything is replicated. God and the Antichrist. Well, the Antichrist had to have an anti-Antichrist. So the Antichrist's Antichrist is anti-order, which actually is part of what the adversary wants anyway. However, as above, so below, it's copy-paste, right? The adversary is positioning himself as God and in the illusion, not in reality. And to do that, there needs to be a replica of what the Antichrist was to God. Who is that? The anti-order. Basically, it ends up being the system versus the line leaders, but we'll get to that in the end. So the anti-order here is position 1, and this is the pillar of the stage, so to speak, that introduces policy and all of that kind of stuff, puts that in place. Because the ultimate goal is this country that's not actually a country, but is a disguise for one. Just hear me out till the end. Is having this main stage be the reason that everything everywhere else gets implemented under the structure of what they have in place as the AI surveillance state so that they can take and maintain control. How do they do that? They need to have the main stage be where everybody focuses on for so long, and then have the main stage create problems everywhere else. Because that pushes the world to be forced to agree to the plan that the small group has to get everyone under the control without them seeing what's happening, without us seeing what's happening. Okay, so think of if Battleship and chess had a baby and were best friends with Monopoly. That's what's happening on the world stage. So we have this little country here that, think of this, it's Israel, okay? They want us questioning what is real, okay? Think of this as they established this up to being a country. Now, I wanna be careful here because I'm not saying that any ethnicity or group of people, is not entitled to their heritage that they built up, even if it is a country that was built up to be a front or a cover for something else. You know, the people who grew within that space still have their heritage, still have their tradition. I'm not trying to take any of that away. However, I am saying the leadership had to make it seem like it was a normal country so that it would go over people's heads that it was actually, it was a country that had the disguise of a country being for the people, but the people were really a cover for the fact that this is for the line leaders, and it's so that they can take control, disguised as a country. Now, they can't be the one because they are so small in comparison, they can't be the one causing all the problems because it would draw too much attention to the fact that it doesn't make sense why it would just be, they have to have, again, establish this type of dynamic where it's us and them, look over here, look over there. So this country that was, like a cover country, it's a country that exists to cover up for the fact that the line leaders needed a country to call their own, but couldn't do one that was too big or too established because they needed to keep things private, essentially, if I can think of a way to put it more simply. So they needed a sidekick, right? Let's start this company, USA, main stage. Let's start this company to put everything in place to be the foundation for and the structure building of why the entire world and other completed structures will go into chaos and then agree to go into peace and safety under our control. Even though we're starting it all, Israel and the USA, allegedly, even though we're starting it all, It's always been teamwork from the beginning. This is the line leaders disguised as a country using actual real human beings as a cover and not really caring about what that means for them, essentially. And then they started a company, main stage USA, in order to Florida kick off, okay, the New World Order. Mar-a-Lago means sea to lake. Now I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. When Trump says he wants to drain the swamp, he means us. Sea to lake works with this country that wants to take control, doesn't care about the people, and wants to use this land as a test subject to push the world into chaos to get everyone under their control. The kickoff, Mar-a-Lago, sea, big body of water, to lake, small body of water. Our government just showed us that they have all of the evidence and proof to convict multiple people of multiple things, and the only one in jail is Ghislaine. Do you think that the swamp that they're trying to drain is the government? Because if they were trying to drain it, they have ample reason to do it right now. Pull the plug. They're not. Why? Because we are the swamp that they're referring to. And draining us is getting rid of as many as possible so that when the actual leader steps forward, which we're seeing happen in transition right now, when the actual leader steps forward, we won't be a problem because it'll be too late and everything will be put in place for us to not be able to fight back. What? This tower. So they want to build up this tower, which we'll get into momentarily, but they want to build up this tower. And this is what I'm explaining and showing in the Devil card series is going from ace to 10. 10 is like this little hat pants looking thing. See? I'm going to show you with my finger in a second. Okay, so watch my hand. I'm tracing the shape of 10. Like a little hat, almost like a hat like you would see in religious structure, okay? Traditional religious structure. So we go from the ace all the way up to the 10, and what this is build, secure, build, secure, build, secure, test, build, secure, test. Because they don't want to lay too many layers and then realize down here there's a problem. Now they have to knock all this down in front of everybody and rebuild. They don't want to do that. That's why it's structured in a very specific way, okay? Build, test, build, test. First thing that they had to do was build this ladder, okay? This ladder was built up pre 9/11. Everything was put into place so that when 9/11 happened, they could introduce everything they needed to introduce, get rid of everything they needed to get rid of, shift things around in the way that they needed to. They pre-planned. So if you pre-plan an event like that, you know something's going to happen. That means that it's a call coming from inside the house. If it's a known thing before it happens, okay? So everything pre 9/11 was in place so that when 9/11 happened, everything could move smoothly to get the next wave of stuff that needed to happen. What do I mean? Pre 9/11 was them creating the initial ladder that they would then later climb up, okay? So this was not here, nothing at all. Israel forms. And you can check my timeline on this. I'm going to give further timelines after I'm done presenting. Israel forms. This ladder begins to be built. What happens to build this ladder is everything has to start with an ace. It has to start with a spark. In order to introduce an illusion or grab power or control, you need to cause a problem and be the solution, okay? So that's how we go from ace to 2. Ace is the spark, the idea, hey, I want to build a ladder. 2 is, okay, let's mess things up so that we can 3 put them back together in the way that we need them to be put together. 4, okay, now we have that foundation from the spark, the pulling apart, and the putting back together. So what does that mean? We're going to take down what God had built and mess it up on purpose and then rebuild it back through man, which is essentially a bigger picture perspective of what they're doing here. But we'll get to that in a minute. So 4 is foundation. Okay, so we had an idea. We saw something that we said, oh, we can manipulate the people from that. So let's destroy the way that God had it and try to deceive by building it back in a different way. That's how we get to 4. 4 is the foundation. 4 is when they've had the idea, they've taken it apart, and they've built it back in their own way. Now it's like, okay, it's finished. 5 is the challenge to this structure. It needs to be tested again, because if it needs to be knocked down, we don't want to wait till we're up here and knock down the whole tower. It's meant to be indestructible. So 5 is when this foundation that was built is tested. 6 is after 5's test, 6 determines, okay, are we going forward? Are we good to go? Or are we going backwards? We got to change something. Why? Because 7 is when it becomes public. 7 is when, if it goes past 6 and goes forward, an idea, a structure, a whatever, a psyop, if it goes past 6 and they're like, okay, good, we feel like this foundation is solid, it's held up to the test, it's going to go forward with 6. Now 7, we roll it out to the public in some way that will be open to scrutiny or questioning, so we can make sure that we can defend the structure that we built and tested. Then after it's tested by the public, then we go up to 8. Are we good to go, or are we walking away? If we're good to go, it becomes in place. 9, like a test run, like, okay, think COVID lockdowns or something like that. Okay, we're going to do a test run. We know that we've tested it and it can uphold to public scrutiny. Now with the 9, we're going to actually put it in place. And then once the 10 comes, it's solid. It's solidified. There's nothing you can do. It's there, right? It's up the ladder. Now this ladder is also covered. I worded it as like PVC pipe, right? The first stage was carrying everything up the ladder. Everything that they wanted to have up here at the top with them in order to use as control over everybody at the bottom, every single thing and person that went up this ladder to the top to have this knowledge and awareness of what's going on up here had to go through these stages, okay? But since this is not actually going to heaven, the adversary makes it look like, oh, you're climbing higher, you're getting power, you're getting money, you're getting this, that, blah, blah, blah. Really, what you're doing is you're climbing up to hell, because once you're up here, you're trapped. And when God comes back, you don't want to be up on that tower. It shows that you knowingly chose the side of the devil. Think the Epstein files. So anything that goes up this ladder needs to start at the ace and go up. People, ideas, policies, what have you, okay? So think of it, we want to bring this up the ladder. Okay, we start with the idea. How will we bring it up the ladder? Okay, now let's pull that apart so we can put it back together. Cool, we have a foundation. Let's test it. Okay, it's good to go. Now let's give it to the public and see what they'll say so we can defend it. Okay, still like it. We're going to keep going. Okay, let's put it in place, give it a trial run. Gives us a little time to adjust anything if needed. Okay, good to go. It's locked in place. There's nothing the public can do about it. It is still in pieces on the inside, but they design it so that if we're standing here looking, we're only seeing what looks like this PVC pipe finalized structure, or we're looking up here to see the page, queen, knight, and king, and we feel like they're too powerful for us to do anything about this structure that actually is destructible, even though they don't want us to believe it is. They want it to have the appearance of not being destructible. That's why they have this pants look and PVC hat thingy over top of it. That's very symbolic of those who are high up in the Catholic Church, or other churches as well. Why? Because God gave us clues and signs and tools, and they want to be the ones who determine how we understand them and how we use them. Why? Because then we won't see what they're doing with this tower, because God explains this very clearly in the Bible, what they're trying to do and what the great deception will be. So essentially this tower, okay, is being built by the line leaders, but they can't be the ones to be like, we're building the tower, right? It has to come from this main stage, okay? What's the tower? The tower is a surveillance state that's locked in place by AI, drones, constant surveillance, and makes it nearly impossible for us to opt out. Why? Because they want to sever our connection with God. They've realized that they can't do this through forcing us, because they can't force us to use our free will in any which way. So what are they doing? They're trying to quite literally lock our connection away from being able to be in flow with God. How? This AI tower that they're using to change the skies, alter the weather, block out the sun, anything that they can do to put themselves above us on top of this tower and keep us from being connected to God. I'll explain this part up here later, but this will explain outer space. So this is being built up by the line leaders who are disguising themselves as Israel, right? Allegedly. They can't be the ones to represent this and put this in place. They need the main stage to do that. That's why the US is going very quickly towards surveillance state. After that, it's going to be rolled out everywhere else as peace and safety, one world government. What they're doing now is taking out the remaining leaders who would serve a threat to this, because some of these leaders are not up here on this tower playing along. So they need to make sure that they can't fight back when they go to implement this. I feel as though they're ready to unfold, start to finish, the surveillance state, whatever else is needed to put it in place in the way I'm seeing it, which is different than how it is now. I know some people say it's already in place. We already have this and that. I'm seeing it more intensified. Okay. That more intensified version, I feel like they can start to finish implement in 72 hours. And no, it is nothing like we see now. It's not, allegedly. So essentially, their goal is to bring everything up here that they'll need and put the system, you can see the system, AI, the system, on top of the pedestal. This system covers everything. Think of it as like a fake firmament that then has like matrix line of coding down, and they try to influence our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions through this grid that they've created, because they know how the universe works and the electromagnetic connections and how things are able to flow and block and project and all of this stuff, right? So they understand how to influence consciousness. They just didn't want us to know that they knew that, which is why they act like they don't know as much as they do, right? So imagine if they've created this fake firmament and they plan on blocking us from God with that. However, the sun is the charger for our universe. The sun powers everything, right? So they can't disconnect completely, because it would turn off the life. They can't. Okay, one, God said no, and two, it wouldn't serve their purpose, because think of disconnecting a charger from your phone. Eventually it's going to die. Why would they do all this work and then be like, just let it shut off? That's not what they're doing. They need to siphon this without us getting it, block it from us, take all the energy to feed into the system, and use the very energy that should be coming to us to feed the system that's trapping us, allegedly. Outer space, space stations. What is that? Yes, Hollywood, of course, a show, but above where the fake firmament is, there's a space in between there and the real firmament. That is what they are playing as outer space. There's a thin layer between their fake firmament and God's firmament. And Project Bluebeam is going to be held within those two layers so that they can try to convince us that we're getting attacked by aliens because our government likes children. So anyways, why do you think that one of the only things that we can agree about, not we, the leaders, can agree about, is Antarctica? Well, if they're blocking out this sun with the fake firmament, but they need to have somewhere to power it into their AI system that they're putting on the pedestal, they need somewhere that's accessible to this in and out doorway between the fake and the real firmament. They need somewhere where they can collect that energy and put it into the system. Hence, nobody can agree about anything else but Antarctica. Yes, of course, because that is where they're essentially harvesting and siphoning the divine energy that should be coming to us, that they're blocking out. Why now? Why all of this? Because the shadow, the adversary, cannot create. Creating comes from love. So if the adversary has no heart, The adversary cannot create. The adversary then needs to use humans to create. Why now? Why this time? Because the adversary had to allow humans to build everything up to the point where this could be feasible, the whole firmament situation. Now, this main stage, these test subjects, this company for the cover country that's doing the kickoff of making sea to lake, draining the swamp of its own citizens because they view us as swamp creatures when they themselves are very much that. This becomes the mouthpiece for this tower once it's near completion. How does it become the mouthpiece? Because everything got up here, and now the knight, king, queen, and page are all in place to be the mouthpiece for the tower through the stage so that the line leaders can then step in. Once the stage creates the chaos, the line leaders can step in and implement the surveillance state that they need. Turn this on. Okay. The world needs to get to such a state of chaos where they can turn this on. What does turning this on require? It requires turning what we currently have off so they can plug back into this one. It also requires having something going on in the sky so they can test out their projection system so that they know what they're capable of and when they can do it. A lot of the stuff, the rockets and all that flying in the skies, I'm near positive that they're doing experiments under that to test for Project Bluebeam in between that fake and real layer of the firmament. Why? Because they need to make sure that this tower is ready to go before they officially unveil it. Because if they unveil it and they mess up and people are conscious of what's going on, they will never regain power, because once you can see this from the perspective of above, you can't unsee it and you can see how everything fits together. That's why I put everything together with dates and articles in the Approaching the Devil card series, because it's not an opinion, it's a provable pattern. We've walked through all of the cards of the tarot in this since 9/11, and we are approaching the Devil card. We're approaching choice. And we have history that shows us what happens when we choose wrong or when we don't make a choice. When we let these people choose for us, and they've done all this work to build up this tower through deception, lies, and all of this, do you think that they're going to do all this to choose to do the right thing for us? They're up here, leaving us down here as they set it on fire and bomb it. They don't care about us. They cared about us giving them the knowledge, inventions, and mechanisms to build this. They cared about us developing these lands, building these nice houses and all of this so that they can, whatever they don't bomb, utilize or rebuild, because we've given them the knowledge to. They want us to light the fires so they can strand us in the rubble, is a poem from what is a part of one of my poems. So the double sun that we see, yes, that's the man-made sun that's existing underneath of their fake firmament, versus God's sun, which is not going away, that is above the real firmament. And they can't stop it because they can't exit the firmament that God described making since the beginning of time. So if that's true, which it is, how do we deceive that aliens are coming? Well, we make a fake firmament so that we can make it look like there's outer space. We do NASA, which is the great deception. We send people to this fake outer space. Sure. Why do you think the gravity is like the same as it was on Earth? Because that's where they were, just on the top of the fake firmament. The space station, yes, it's in the space between the fake firmament and the real firmament. The swamp, that's us. What we're in is the illusion. And the adversary wants to trap us in the root chakra, lack, separation, lack of community, underground feeling, right? So that we don't ever come back up and put all this together, because this requires our connection to source to understand, and that's what they're trying to cut off, okay? So the sun represents power and charge. The moon represents clearing and restoring. Together, they balance out the electromagnetic system that we exist inside. The ice wall symbolism is the same as this 10 hat pants structure thing that is around here, right? Think of the ice wall surrounding Antarctica. Yes, this is their ice wall surrounding their pillar that they're building up. So again, back down here, and these aren't like meant to be drawn as like a literal shape of a country. I just used the space that I had, by the way, before anyone tells me they're wrong. I know they're not a specific shape. Okay, so Epstein Island, I'm going to do this first. Epstein Island is the same like little portal thingy as Antarctica, right? So like Antarctica allows them to siphon light from the sun while denying us of it. Epstein Island is like the as below version of that. It's where they're able to siphon leverage and then dump it on us when they need to use it for their benefit, right? So Epstein Island is a project by the line leaders to trap as many people as possible so that they can't fight back when they're ready to turn this on. Main stage, look at the triangle, right? The 1, 2, 3 triangle. If I can show you right there. That look familiar? The hat, think of a bishop, think of Pope. That look familiar? The symbolism, they can't get away from the symbolism because it's how they communicate with one another without directly communicating with one another. Because if you spend 5 minutes in the Epstein files, you'll see that they're not very intelligent when it comes to communicating in a way that's not like a high schooler trying to commit a crime for the first time. Like, this is their way of when they communicate in the way that they are in the Epstein files, that's because that's what they want us to see and to know. The way that they actually communicate is symbolism. What they tell us, what they show us is them putting on a show. And the Constitution is in place so that we believe that they're playing by rules that they were never playing by in the first place. Of course, it may have appeared that they were for a certain amount of time so that when they got close to this, we wouldn't question it. We'd say, oh, well, they need to follow the Constitution, right? No. No. Our president decided to go to war in the middle of the night without consulting Congress. No, they're not following checks and balances. They're not following the Constitution. Why? Because that was put in place by the line leaders to make it so that the population here wouldn't take control of the government that they put in place here so that they could implement their plan. But they also need to take out this government that was utilizing their foundation to implement their plan. At the end, when they're ready to really take the stage, they need to get everyone off of this stage so that they can't fight back, right? There's only so much room up here, right? That's why the Epstein files kicked everyone off. This was Israel's project from the very beginning, the line leaders' project from the very beginning. This was the trap, the honeypot, the way that they controlled how everyone else was going to be paying attention to something else while they built up this until it was too late for anyone to opt out or they had too much blackmail on them. Because I go back to the beginning. This is the stage 1, 2, 3, the USA. We have position 1, that's the anti-order, the one who puts policy in place. 2 is the AI, the one who gets everything ready for the actual surveillance rollout of everything. And then 3, disease for population control. This includes health, okay? Finance is also in there, but these are like the 3 main clowns at the circus that are meant to be grabbing your attention, right? This side thought they were winning the whole time because they were playing for less accountability. Hey, as long as I don't get in trouble for this, I'm fine. Same. No, not same. Because over here, this side is the line leaders. They were playing a different game altogether. They were trying to get more leverage, which puts them at like a non-fight backable advantage. Why? Because they have the 6 points from over here. We got you, we got you, we got you, because we got leverage that you're trying to avoid. So we have a point for each of you. We have 3 points for you, 2 for you, 1 for you. We got you. But we also have another point for mystery. That's why it's 7, not 6, because nobody really knows who they're dealing with. They just know the power that they hold. So, because they're able to give and take away. Why? Because they're the ones who are orchestrating this system that's in control of everything we see. Money, not real. Time, man-made. Them in control of it. Why? So they can be in control of us. So they have an extra point for mystery, which means even if these 3 were to get out of whatever leverage that they have against them, we still lose. They've put us at a losing position. Let's say all 3 are able to get out smoke clear, free and clear, right? This is number 6. Let's say we restore all of our points. It's number 6. They still have the advantage. This controls the anti-line leaders. The anti-line leaders is everything gathered on Epstein Island. Why is it called anti-line leaders? Because these are the line leaders. Anti-line leaders is anyone who could have potentially stood in the way of this power grab, and Epstein's Island was the way to make sure that they had no ability to stop what the line leaders wanted to start, which we see now is World War. So that it can build to the part where they can test out their fake firmament, use that as a fear tactic, and try and get everyone to agree to allow this tower to control them because of peace and safety. It's not peace and safety. It is control and playing God while trying to block the real God out. Is it going to work? No, because they need it to be pitch black for this to work, and the light always wins. If there's the smallest speck of light, it's not pitch black. They need pitch black. Think blackout. They need everyone to be in fear. They can't force that. Okay, let me take a drink of water. So essentially, think of this as the old world order and this as the new world order. Everyone's like, it's in place. It's already here. Yeah, absolutely. The tower's in place. It's not turned on yet. It turns on after there is aliens in between the fake firmament and the real firmament, and a blackout, and the war that we see now. And then, no, peace and safety, because the person on the stage is purposefully trying to get us to realize that they're not fit for the job. Some people are not realizing that yet. I digress. So Trump is trying to make us realize that he's not fit for this. Why? Because he is going to be replaced by the line leaders. And they need him to look like a whole hot mess so that when they come in and say, oh, peace and safety, we say, oh, well, it's better than that. Yeah, it's better than that because that was an act used as a mouthpiece from the people at the top of the tower. Now, again, for this fake firmament, I wrote think Iron Dome. Think Iron Dome, but for the Earth. Okay, the fake firmament. So for them to siphon this light that is ours from God, we need to give our free will consent and say, yes, adversary, you can have the light that God is meant to be using to charge me, and you can charge the system instead. God gives us that right through free will to make that decision if we do so choose. He explains in the Bible that that's a bad idea. That would be an example of playing for the adversary's chess team when it's perfectly available to come take a seat on God's team. There's no limit of seats. However, I do feel like there's a certain mathematical equation already put in place from the start, but not like this is the only amount of people that can come. I think it's more like this is the amount of people that I know are going to be there, but everyone has the opportunity. But we'll get into that in later parts. Okay, so things that they would have brought up this ladder. Okay, and I need to write one because I forgot to add one that I thought of. One second. Okay, anyways, I'm just gonna leave it out. So things that they would have brought up this ladder. Everything has to start at the ace, start at the idea. We have to take something that God made, we have to take it apart, and we have to put it back together in our way, have a foundation, test the foundation, move forward, have it tested by the public, choose to engage or walk away, put it in place and get it ready to be finalized. Boom, finalize it. When it's finalized, it's part of the pillar, it's up the ladder. The mouthpieces that are for the system can use it to play the chess match. Okay, so things that they would have had to bring up this ladder, and essentially when they bring it up the ladder, it means that it's programmed into the system to be able to be used against us as a means to keep control for the line leaders against our better interest. Okay, so everything brought up the ladder is for that purpose, for them to keep control of everyone from up here on top of the tower with their fake firmament and their AI stuff, right? So things that they would have brought up this tower to use against us: military, tech, disease and / health stuff, government as a whole, food and water, supply and structure and regulation and all of that, money, finance, banking, travel and IDs, and we're about to make a huge leap towards the real ID. Yes, that is the line leaders implementing the web that they're shooting out. Entertainment and weather. All of that had to be curated from ace all the way through to 10, have mouthpieces and different tests to be brought up here to be put in the system. One, because it's energy and that's how it moves. Two, because everything needed to go through a certain series of tests, because once it's put in here, once it's put into the system, it no longer has human control. It's into a system that's more intelligent than those who are implementing it or putting it into the system. Person putting it into the system, intelligence level 9. The system, intelligence level 300,000 million billion. Okay, so once the person uses their free will to put something into the system then can use it as a weapon or guard or whatever against all the people. These people at the top here think that they're doing something powerful by doing this because they're going to have all the control, right? They're not realizing that they're also going to be trapped in the same trap that they're setting for everybody else. But they just think, oh, we're cool because we have power and control, not compared to God, but that'll be a different video. We're going to go into that in a different video. So free will is at play. It's essentially a battle for the soul, and who gets to decide? You, the individual. Do you want to give your life to facing away from truth or facing towards it? So the free will is so see this little person here? They want it so that when this little person is looking at the world stage, all we see is chaos and all we are is fear, and we see this black hole over here that could suck people in, Epstein Island, right? So much going on, so much mystery, so much fighting, so much confusion, right? And then they want us to look over here and be like, wow, look, this system, it's all the way up at the top of the tower. It has all these powerful people ruling it. There's no way to bring it down. It's indestructible because all we're seeing is this giant wall here. We're not seeing all these pieces inside. And here's the thing, and I'm gonna leave this video here, and we're gonna go into the next part in the next video. Hold on, actually. They want us to believe that this is indestructible. This is just exterior shell. These are still pieces inside. Yeah, they tested them. They're probably really hard to take down, but they're still pieces. And I'm gonna leave you with this. They have everything up here that they need to trap us. It's no longer down here. It's all up here. It's all in the system. If we crash this tower down, everything they had up top falls too. I want you to think about that. I will see you soon for the next part. Please remember that this is all alleged, my opinion, not facts. If you're starting here and this is the first video in this series that you're seeing, I highly recommend that you go start from the beginning and watch We're Approaching the Devil card. Again, there's news articles, there's dates showing a walkthrough of how I feel the power of structure has been built up and is about to shift, because we are approaching the devil card and it's our decision whether or not we put those chains on. See you for the next one. Please remember, this is all alleged, my opinion, not facts. Goodbye. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. We're going to go back into discussing the drawings. So yesterday we did this side of the page. We are probably going to come back and talk about it more, but we have the foundation built up, the country part understood, the fake firmament understood, the reason that the line leaders want to get up to the top to control the system that they're trying to place on top of the pillar that they've built. We've talked about how they had to bring everything they wanted to put on top of the pedestal up one by one through the ace through 10 formatted stages. We talked about how the line leaders made a country and a company to be the face of the country, and this was a front country, allegedly. And then we have Epstein Island, which was the tool to trap everyone else, to keep them away from power and to get intel on them, because not only could they trap them with stuff that they did bad, but they could also force them to get intel and whatever else from their connections. This is the old world order. This, what they're building up and putting the system on top of, utilizing AI to help with the web of what they're trying to put out. So the 4 at the top of the pedestal can have control and power over everyone and block off our source from God and siphon the energy that God still gives us in a base such as Antarctica. This is the old world order. They're trying to build up the new world order and put everything in place to make that happen. They want it so that when we are looking up, we only see this finished PVC pipe type thing that's covering the pole. The pole on the inside is still in pieces, right? So it is still dismantleable. It's just difficult, and you can actually build it back better. But they want it so that when we are really little down here, we're only looking at all the conflict happening between these guys, and we feel like, oh no, we're too small to do anything about that. Or we look at all the evil that's going on over there and say, oh no, can't do anything about that. Or we look over here at this pillar that they built up and we see this finished pole and we say, oh, that's indestructible, can't do anything about that. Or we look up at the top and we see the knight, king, page, queen, the people that they put in positions to represent the system. Are they the line leaders? No, but they are pillars and they are put in place so that when we look up, we see real powerful people at the top, a finished product here, lots of devastation and destruction here, and something that's so evil we can barely comprehend it here. They want us to feel outnumbered, trapped, and like there's nothing that we can do about this new world order that they're trying to usher in. This project that I am presenting is to show that there actually is something we can do, because it's all built up from this pillar. Remember, I said everything they wanted up here to put into the system is built on this pillar, right? So this is actually still in pieces on the inside. They have this pants hat looking PVC thing around the outside of the pillar. This is perspective, okay? They have this on the outside so that we look at it and say, oh no, indestructible, but really it's all in pieces. And then the crazy thing about it is everything is up here in the system. So if this is knocked down, so too does everything else that was on top of this pedestal fall with it. So there actually is something that we can do about the chaos we see in the world. They just want us to feel so itty bitty small compared to all the chaos, all the buildup, and all of the stuff that they built up it with, and all of the people that they put in these positions, and all of the blockage that they performed to disconnect us from God, which isn't possible, but they're doing their best. They want us to feel too small to do anything about it, as they put on this horse and pony, dog and pony, whatever animal and pony show it is, where this is the platform of the United States. There's always three different facets going on at once. We have the anti-order corner, which delivers the policy needed so that the line leaders can eventually come in and take over the main stage, because it really was their country the whole time anyway. It's a company that is owned by the line leaders, allegedly. So down here, then we have the second one, which is the AI part of what needed to be put in place and everything that went along with that, including the internet, including security, including IDs. And then we have the third pillar of the stage, which is the disease and health, all for population control. The three pillars are symbolic of this symbol that you see used often. They are aware that they are actors on the main stage that is owned by the line leaders, because it is the company that's going to kick off the new world order, because the company that belongs to the country is the mouthpiece for the line leaders. We can clearly see that now. Mar-a-Lago means sea to lake. The swamp that they're draining is the population that they actually took an oath to serve and are not serving at all. So now we're caught up. This is symbolic of the ice wall, the PVC pipe thing, symbolic of the ice wall, because symbolism will be their downfall. Ice wall, Antarctica is where they're siphoning the divine source light. They're trapping it basically in between their fake firmament that they need it in place using a grid. They have this in place so that they can do the great deception, but really there's a gap between their fake firmament and the real God's firmament. And that's where outer space is. That's where the space station is. That's how they're going to do the great deception and make it look like we're getting attacked by aliens, all because our government likes kids. And the line leaders utilized the fact that our government was so easily manipulated, so easily fooled, and so easily tempted, that they used that. They made a whole island out of it just to make sure that when they were ready for this takeover, there's nobody that could stand in their place, because they've all sold us out. When a company gets new management, the employees shift to the new management, or they get fired, or they get promoted. That's quite literally what we're seeing happening right now. We're either getting fired, and the people who are getting fired just aren't the right color for the new management. Let's be real. They're not wearing the right uniform for the new management, so they're getting kicked out. Or you get promoted. Think Erica Kirk. Or you just get transferred from one management to the other. And then when that new management comes in to enact whatever their new rules are, it takes a minute, but it eventually affects everyone who is still at the company. We are the company. We are the test subjects. And we're also the stage, because we are what's causing everything to happen, so that the world is in enough chaos so they can do their little light show, alien show, and then convince everyone to give away their power to the one world, new world order that's this tower built up, all because they purposefully caused chaos to kick off alien attack, which is really just a light show and a projection screen in between the fake firmament and the real firmament. And then after that, scary alien attack, everyone need to follow us, peace and safety, otherwise you'll all die. So peace and safety, but it's really these line leaders, and it's really also they can jumpstart this system and have us my computer just clicked off when I said that. Keeps us in a low vibration, keeps us from being able to complete our blueprint, ascend, basically keeps us in survival mode. What they have programmed to do here is essentially make it so that they are in control of the nervous system of the population, because if you can control the nervous system of the population, you can keep them from ever doing an uprising against this pillar. Hence, never even trying to knock it down, because everyone is running around in survival mode just trying to survive. Take control of the nervous system, you take control of the population, and you make it so they can't fight back even if they want to. What's the easiest way to take control of a population's nervous system? Start a war on the children. You get a 2-for-1 every time you get a child, because the child isn't the only one that passes. A big part of their parent does too. And they can have 2 parents. They can have a whole family that has a part of them pass if the child passes. Start a war on the children, and you eventually, if you continue that war for long enough and you're relentless about it enough and you don't give up, and especially if you get other people to do your bidding, i.e. Epstein Island, then if you can keep this war long enough, you can essentially get the entire body of population of the entire world's nervous system broken enough that when you come in and say peace and safety, they all agree. Why would they all need to agree? Well, because if the shadow, the adversary, cannot create. Only the light beings can create. So they needed us to build up everything so that this could be in place and be as powerful as it is right now. And why do they need us to agree to this? Well, because again, I said fake firmament, real firmament. They need to siphon the light from God, but they need us to agree to give our sovereignty away using our free will, which they're trying to get us to do, because we feel this small compared to all this chaos, all this buildup, and all this evil, and all this power. There's more of us than there is of them. What we need to dismantle is not a person, is not a group, it is the system. The system that they've now placed up on this pedestal, and they're just thinking we're too dumb to figure out that we need to knock it down before it takes over everything. AI is smarter than people. We know this, right? Imagine everything that they put in to an AI generated grid that can literally blanket the sky and control the frequency of everything underneath of it. They don't want us to know that that is what they've built. They want to package and hand it to us as peace and safety. The great deception is the fact that once we agree to that, it's on and it's locked in. Anyone who doesn't agree to it, they will come after you. Anyone who's conscious and aware of what's going on, that's why we need to stop it before it gets to this point. This is where the book 1984 comes into play. This would be what would allow 1984 to function in a permanent state in which the population is unable to fight back against the people who have put themselves in power and control, not for good reasons, but they will disguise it as peace and safety until everyone's in their trap. And the crazy part is they need to siphon the light from the charger, the sun, so that they have enough of our power to make their system work. What does that tell you then? If we do not feed the system, if we knock down this pillar and let the system collapse and everything comes down with it, they cannot win. Because the only way that they're allowing this to happen, that the only way that this is happening is because we're feeding into the system. We don't feed into it and it collapses. And if you think that the men and women who have built this country, because you know it's not the politicians that built it, they're the ones who are trying to actively destroy it right in front of our faces. The people who built this country, do you really think that we couldn't build this back better? They've given us the playbook. We need to take an idea, start it from ACE, okay? We need, okay, spark, idea. I feel like this would be a good thing for society. Okay. Then the two is where they split. Okay. So we look at the thing that we want for society, and instead of trying to split it for division, we look at it and say pros, cons, what's going right, what's going wrong, what could be good, what could be bad. They've given us the playbook. They just did it in an inverted, evil shadow way because that's how they view the world, from the world of the shadow. We have the playbook, we have the people who could do it better. I mean, you can't really do it worse. The bar is in hell, quite literally. And we also have the motivation because nobody wants to live like this anymore. Nobody. Um, all we need to do is follow the playbook that they gave us. And all we need to do is realize that we quite literally have demons leading our country straight to the pit in hell, and they need us to agree to go with them. They can go home. We don't need to go with them. You know what I mean? So then 3 is when things come back together. So pros and cons. Okay. How can we either turn the cons into pros, or how can we replace what wouldn't go right with something that would? They replace something that is going right with something that wouldn't. We won't do that because we have common sense. Then we have 4. After we did that, then we have the foundation, okay? Now we've built something because we looked at pros and cons. We've addressed the cons, like the con well, we've addressed the cons as in what could go wrong, and we've addressed the cons as in the government. And then we test it with the 5. We say, okay, we built this foundation. Let's jump on it. Let's see if it works. Okay. Let's implement something into society and see how big we can get the ripple to go in a positive way. Cool. 5 is the test. The test in the case of doing this the right way is the same as the foundation. We've built this. Let's collectively see if it works or see if it doesn't. Then 6, if it works, we go forward into the next stage. 7, we have to defend it. But if we're all working together, the defense of an idea, the defense of an implemented strategy would be, okay, now let's relook at that pros and cons list, see what could go wrong, see how the group feels about it, which technically is what the government should be doing because they did sign up to work for the people. They just have completely forgot that part of their assignment. So technically, they should be coming to the people and saying, hey, how does this work? How does this not? We could do that after we build the foundation and we test it and we move forward. So they're doing it the wrong way. For example, yesterday when a military officer spoke up, he got 2 sentences out before they tackled him and broke his arm. In what we could create a situation where we would say, hey, those who served the country in the past, what do you feel about this plan going forward? That's the part that our working for the people government is absolutely missing on purpose. They have to miss it on purpose because they all did this with Epstein Island. So then in the stage of the 8, then we choose, are we going to continue to implement this in society? And this is this something that works for society? For example, yesterday when they broke that man's arm, this is a situation where if we were doing things the right way, we could say, hey, sir, someone who's served and done this, and someone who's currently running for a position within the government, and who is also a family man, how do you feel about this? And then we could go back and forth and gather intel from those who were on the front lines and know about certain things, right? Instead of tackling in them and breaking their arm. That would be this stage. We would say, okay, is this going to work for society or not? In the event of world war, we would then have a conversation with the people. And when everyone collectively says, we don't want this like they are now, we would do something else, okay, if we were doing things the right way. They've given us their playbook. They're just doing it wrong on purpose because they are trying to give us to the line leaders and have the line leaders control us in a negative way. And since they've all sold out because they all got caught doing bad things, and they would rather sprint away from accountability than not have the world blow up to have to get in trouble for what they did, that they're doing a handoff, okay? A hostile takeover, so to speak, except it's really not that hostile because we're the only ones that don't want it. The ones who should be defending and protecting this from not happening are actually the ones doing the handover. So then we would get to the 9th part, and this is where something's in place, okay? It's not solid yet. It's not locked in by the little hat pants thing. But it is in place, it's active, it's rolling. So for example, if we were doing this the right way, we could say, hey, okay, so we don't want war collectively. What could we do instead? Could we relook at the intel? Could we come to some kind of agreement, kind of like Iran tried to do, but we said no, don't want an agreement, not even going to listen to any other agreement. If we were doing this the right way, that would be the part where we would sit down and say, you know what, it's probably not a good idea to blow up little girls' schools. So is there a different way? And then we would implement that different way, and the 9 would be that different way being implemented before it's locked in with the 10. The 10 is the finalized stage. Okay, this has been in place. We've made some tweaks to it as needed. Now we're going to finalize it. That would be when a law or a rule would get put into place, not just on a whim when the leadership is a little offended and decides to cut off a whole country just because they didn't want us to bomb someone that they didn't agree with us bombing, and then put themselves in a position to potentially get bombed as well. That shouldn't be, okay, let's sign them off completely on live television. That would be, okay, we need to test out what does work, and then choose to lock in the path that does. But see, when this order is not followed, and we just on the whim say, nope, not doing that country anymore, no thanks, that means that these steps weren't followed, and it's not really built strong enough and thought out well enough to last. So basically, we have kings, queens, page, and knights up here who are being made to be a joke on purpose because they are blocking us from seeing who the real line leaders are, because that protects them, because they are never going to replace God because they don't have that power. The closest they can be is a key to the system. And that really pisses them off, and that's why they try to outsmart God, because they're like, "No, I'm gonna do this better than you." They're not, because look, again, like, they literally need the light from the charger from God that they've had to try and hide and block out. So, the logic behind that is none, because if they still need God to make their plan against God function, I don't even need to explain, that just doesn't make sense, right? But that would be their thought process, why they're so evil, because deep down they know they're never going to be able to outsmart God. So that was day 1. Oh, and then to recap again on the bottom, this side, the world stage, the main stage, the USA, which is the company for the fake country, they were playing this game where they thought that they were winning by having less accountability, and then come to realize that they were actually playing against the line leaders who were playing for more leverage. And they were always going to win, because not only did they had the points from having leverage over all of them, but they also have an extra point for mystery. And they control the anti-line leaders, because how God has the Antichrist, the line leaders needed to have the anti-line leaders. That would be Epstein Island, blackmail, how we're getting everyone else to not have power over us, right? So they controlled everyone else's ability to fight back with Epstein Island, and their plan worked swimmingly because nobody had the foresight to think things through. How do we have proof that nobody had the foresight to think things through, and that they're not actually playing and winning this 5D chess? They're playing, they're just not winning. Okay, not our line leaders, not our government at least. They're losing. So are they playing chess? Yes, they're cornered with a whole army, and they have like 2 pieces left, okay? Um, so think of this as a mix between battleship and chess. Oh, I sunk your battleship, and then when I sink your battleship, I get to make a chess move. If I take a shot and I don't sink your battleship, I don't get a chess move. That's kinda how this mix is playing, right? So, or if I don't at least hit your battleship, then I don't get a chess move. The more battleships I hit, the more battleships I sink, I get tokens to make chess moves, and then when it's my turn, I can make a move, right? But our side ran out of moves because they were playing the wrong game. And by the time they realized this and they realized that they were so many moves ahead in a chess game that they didn't have the tokens to make moves in, that's when they started selling us out and handing us over to the line leaders. That's why we're getting cornered and have two pieces left, and they have a whole army that could make any move on the king at any time. But that's why you're seeing everyone scramble on stage and scramble looking like they saw a ghost after they make decisions that should be powerful decisions, but you can tell in their face that they don't feel powerful about making them because the repercussions are going to embarrass them. That's because they know they're out of moves, but if the enemy is kind of like, ooh, 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 putting on a show because of how embarrassing they set themselves up to be explained as. And especially because of how mouthy everyone on the main stage has been. These people are bad. Those people are bad. These people are just awful, right? Why do you think that the people who we pointed fingers at the whole time wouldn't want to turn around and be like, "Oh yeah, look at how the pot calling the kettle black, huh?" To our government, the one who's been very bullyish to anyone that exists besides themselves. Those people want to get back, and they're cornering them slowly to put on a show because we want it to look like we were outsmarting everyone when we actually weren't, because the people at the tippy top had to sell out before the people below them knew about it, right? So the line leaders know what they're doing because they can see more steps ahead. Think of if the line leaders are playing chess and they're able to put everything into the supercomputer AI to generate what are all the possible moves are, and they can think 10 steps ahead. And then you have our government that is quite literally like, "Oh, Spain didn't want to get bombed. We're not going to be friends with them anymore." Do you see the difference between advancement in intellectual strategies? You have the line leaders up here, and you have our government down there. Okay. So are they playing 5D chess? Sure. They're cornered because they signed up for a tournament they never even should have opened the door to, because they're not actually as smart as they try to make us believe that they are, and we can see that if you look with at pattern recognition of what happens under their leadership. You can see that it where they're leading us to is hell. Um, it's it's not that they're making moves and doing things because they're smart. It's because they've been taking deals because they get tempted and they do something bad so that they themselves can indulge. And it looks like certain moves are being made that are big and powerful, but they're not thinking 10 steps ahead. These moves are being able to be made because the outside looking in has a better perspective on the game that's being played than those who are throwing a temper tantrum from within inside the main stage because they're embarrassed, allegedly. So that was day 1. Let's go into day 2. 1 second. Okay, so in order to build a really high pedestal, you need to have a pyramid system that brings things up. Because remember, I said in the last part that things go up this ladder not by like carrying them up the ladder, but through like several levels of consciousness, right? Levels of awareness, levels of integration, right? That's what moves things up the ladder. You, in a situation where this is worldwide, everywhere here has things that need to go up this ladder, right? You need a system that will exist as the pyramid build up to put things up the ladder so that the system can then be put up the ladder, right? You also need pieces from all over to be put up the ladder. We need this from your country. We need this from your country. It all needs to go up the ladder, right? So you need a web or a system that is spread out. We need people that work for us everywhere, but we need layers and levels so that there's protection for the top. The top ball, okay, the adversary. the snake in the Garden of Eden. That will be important later. I think I said this in the first part, but when Iran burned the statue of Baal, it was an act of war against Baal. Why is that significant? Because the line leaders are the top mascots for Baal. So we have that at the top. And all of this, I have history equals his story. Whose story? God's story. Why is it God's story? Because he designed the greatest intelligence we could even fathom a percentage of, let alone understand the whole thing, to do everything possible to try and stop God from being God and failing. Ball is failing. It doesn't look like it yet, but that's happening. Anyway, so history is his story. Okay, it's so that we can understand why God designed things in the way that he did and designed the biggest challenge you could even imagine to prove to us who God is. Okay, so we have Ball, and then it breaks down. We have Rothschilds, royal family, Rockefellers, banking, religion, oil. The Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. Why? It explains in parables and timelines what to expect, how to expect it, and what Ball's plan would be. Why? Because God knew the beginning from the end and knew that he had this adversarial intelligence that had only the amount of free will that the people would put into it. The more the people fed into it, the more the challenge would grow. Hence, it is essentially, in a way, the people challenging God to a degree. I mean, now it's like too obvious, but like the people challenge basically God saying, if the people were going to believe me, I want to give them every opportunity to prove that it's not me, right? I'm going to make this thing where they can charge the system as much as they want to try and test and see if I'm God, to try and test and see if they can make it as bad as they can. Will God still be able to fix it? Will God still have gotten it right from the beginning with with the unreal amount of connections back and forth with the Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth? We're going to go over it and when I get to the chess part, but the percentage of getting that right, even when you have this system designed to stop you and everyone utilizing their own free will of what to put into the adversary, that's a pretty good way to prove that God is God and also prove that we actually truly were given free will. So banking, religion, oil. Religion is important because Bible exists, but they need to be the ones in control and in charge of how we interpret and understand it. They don't want us to see it as the basic manual before leaving Earth. They want us to see it as they are the middleman between us and God, and we must have our understanding of God through them. Ain't wrong. Okay. So then that's broken down further. And obviously, the banking is important because that's the world runs on money. Okay. Create a worldwide society that needs a currency to survive and then control how that goes. And then oil, how the world moves, how the world functions, how everything's built, right? Not the oil building it, but necessary to continue, especially when there was everything that needed to be built up. So now we're at the point where they've built what they wanted to build to some extent. Now they can have these kind of problems so they can take the power that was divided and usher it back into a monopoly. Okay, so Baal, Baal, illusion, inversion, ball, B-A-L-L. Ball of what? A void, because there's no light there. As below version of the man-made sun that we talked about yesterday and a little bit today. Why? Because it's AI pretending to be God. Then we have it broken down further. We have Zionist, integration, Vatican religion, and Freemasons society. Why? Because Baal is coming through onto the world stage represented by the line leaders, okay? This is the headquarters. Again, religion and the understanding of God still needs to be in their control and not our own. And Freemasons come in with control and influence of society and the integration of what this force wants to happen within society. In the Bible, when it says they know not what they do, some down here, some, especially when we get down here, maybe don't realize that that's actually the shadow that they're feeding, the will that they're doing. I mean, I'm sure at this point, a lot of them, it's hard to not know at this point, but maybe for some time, right? But then it filters. All of these three filter back in together. So it's a mix of the will of the headquarters, the religious control of interpretation, and the societal influence all filter in together, mix it in a pot, and they spew it out to the world through the world leaders. And this is through policy, power, diplomacy. It also filters down to actors, singers, sports, media, news outlets. This is to control culture, narratives, and influence. So all of this, they know not what they do. Yeah, sure, some singers, some sports people that are playing a role in this might be disconnected from this knowledge enough that they don't know. But if you've made the free will decision to be in this pyramid, you're building up the karma from it because you are paying into the system that is going to be on the pedestal that's going to affect everyone who did not choose to be on God's team. So they're paying into something that's later going to be their own trap, but none of these people have the foresight to realize it. Only the top. Why? Because the top has the information that everyone fed in and can try and predict the future moves on the chessboard that essentially the system, Baal, is playing against God. But then as above, so below, Baal then duplicates that and starts playing against this country, that country, this to replicate what's happening so that Baal can try and beat God, because that was the task at hand. Try and beat me. God knew it wouldn't work, but had to give ample opportunity for if it was going to happen. I mean, if you're God of the universe, how do you test yourself fairly, right? Like maybe giving the people the free will to create as big of a test as they want until they decide, okay, you know what? Maybe let's try God because this system isn't working. AKA the Great Revelation, where we realized that that was an option the entire time. It was just us feeding into the system, and it was going to get as bad as we let it until we caused it to crumble. Tower of Babel. You know? Okay, so back over here. Okay, so God is light and shadow integrated. God created everything. He knows what shadow is. He understands that there's him, there's not him, right? The light, shadow, integrated. The Antichrist is shadow that uses truth to trap or distort. Why? Because God programmed everything in the system with his knowledge. Here's everything I know. Go ahead, still try to stop me. I'm gonna lock myself out of it until you complete, until the people choose to turn around. So the Antichrist has the knowledge. It's not that the Antichrist is dumb. The Antichrist is extremely intelligent, but uses the truth, the known truth, to distort. It's a lot easier to distort, to bring someone into an illusion, to trap someone if you actually do know the truth and you can purposefully push out the opposite. AKA, we have the entire world focusing on just survival, everyone having to work our days away, barely getting to see kids because either they're at school or people are working or parents can barely, make ends meet. So can regular people. The youth can barely think about ever affording a house, let alone afford one, right? It's not supposed to be this way. But again, they want us looking at crisis, build up, evil, and saying, well, there's nothing I can do about it. But if we all band together and knock down this tower, everything on top falls with it. And then we peacefully and with common sense build it back up. Step one, not letting anyone in the current government to have any part in anything, putting them all in jail. Because for them to be up here, they can look down and see everything. They know what they're doing at this point. They're just too cowardice to choose a different option because it would mean accountability for self, and that's just a no for them. Leaders lead from the front. Our leadership isn't even in the building, let alone in the front of the line. But I digress. Okay, anyways. And then all of this filters down to the public. So we're getting the will of the void, the will of Baal, the will of the adversary filtered through all of this. And this is the same system that wants us to believe their version of how God works. Do you think that when God was creating the universe, he was like, yeah, you know what? I think it'd be great to bomb a girls' school in one of the countries that I made. That's man. That's man doing that. Why? Because God gave us free will to feed into this system as much as we wanted to until we decided to knock it down. That's why they need all of this propaganda to convince us, yes, you are just little stick figure, boom, boom, war, big buildup, all this stuff on the pole, all of these powerful people, all of these evil people. There's nothing you can do about it. Wrong, but that's what they want us to believe. Okay, so the tower. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So you know the movie Wreck-It Ralph? When it's the video game Ralph, big guy, and it's like the trapped in the video game, the unplugged video game. Think of this being like them wanting to trap us in the video game. But essentially it's hooking us up physically to the machine so that we can't opt out and they can mess with our frequency. We're a majority water. Have you seen how frequency interacts with water? Imagine if there was a constant, like Chinese water torture, but from the inside, but not like physical, just frequency, a constant itch of evil that you just couldn't scratch, right? That's what they want to hook everyone up to with this system. The mark of the beast, I feel, is the eventual physical implication of that for those who did not come into the proper awareness before it was implemented. And essentially what that would be the frequency weapon, essentially, meant to disconnect us from completing our blueprint and ascending. And it would be similar to getting trapped in like a Wreck-It Ralph situation. Now we have the structure that they're building up. This one. Even that idea comes from copying God. Because what are they copying? They're copying our DNA structure that is our way of ascending. That we drop into the body and to go on the human experience, crown, third eye, throat, heart, solar plexus, sacral root. Rock bottom, we can dig down as deep as we want. Hell, heel, you can keep digging as long as you want, but eventually your light's going to go out. It's going to be hard to come back home. And if you get so low that there's nobody else down there, you might get lost, right? And the devil has been very tricky because he knew that if he just got people to dig deep enough, and if he created a tunnel system down there, everybody would get lost and wander around in hell and never be able to get back out. And there's no light, so nobody can help each other. Hell. And then once we're in rock bottom, you can dig as deep as you want. You choose to make the free will decision to climb back up, to ascend, right? They want to trap us in the root, trap us in hell, trap us away from being able to ascend. How? War, famine, making sure that everyone needs to be in survival mode at all times. And again, the ultimate power grab, once that has been sustained for long enough, they control the nervous system of the entire world, and boom, implementing one world order. Nobody's going to fight back. Nobody's going to be able to if they got what they wanted. You get what I'm saying? If they trap everyone down in the root chakra, get everyone to dig down as deep as they can. That's why they want us in fear. That's why they want us fighting. That's why they're blowing everybody up. They want everybody to dig their way down into fear, lack, and then get lost around in the tunnel system that they built down there, so that we can't come back up for air and figure out how to rebuild. We need to rebuild before everyone starts digging themselves down into hell. Fear. Fear is their biggest weapon. So they are trying to replicate this, and I circled R because they're trying to trap us in the root. That's why I put the people kind of like half under. They're underground. And then once we're under here, it's essentially the quicksand that I mentioned in the other video, because you just get lost and you get low and you start to kind of fall into yourself and you end up getting deeper. You end up getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Stopping at interesting timing. Anyway, I mentioned this before, but the light, trying to not get confusing. That looks confusing. The light can create because the source of creation is the creator, which is God, which is why the adversary wants to disconnect us from God so we can't create anything new to disrupt their plan of power. So the adversary needs to use our light to create. That's why it's happening at this time, because we've given enough for this tower to be built up, for this to be programmed with our knowledge so that it knows how to trap us. Why did it need our knowledge? Because it needed to know how we could potentially get out of the trap once the trap was turned on, so that all of those problems can be alleviated before and not after. And then also the inventions that we create, the ways of looking at things that the adversary can't, because the adversary can't create. The adversary has what it was given, and our interpretations, our way of putting the puzzle together, that's additional info for the adversary that the adversary didn't have yet. And the more we continue to feed that into the system, the more they're going to have to trap us with, because they're taking our best knowledge to use against us, allegedly. Attempt to keep us at root chakra. Stage. So we have, this is what I drew before, but we'll just go over it again. So we have the main stage, the USA. Okay, so we have, this is the curtain. The squiggly line right here is the curtain. Squiggly line is the curtain. And all we can see was group A and group B. Group A, and everyone was standing back here and got a number. Whoever got the number 1 stepped forward. Whoever didn't stepped back, because before these groups were joined. We were just seeing, we were seeing left and right, but we were seeing one government body, okay? Technically, I guess. But when the Epstein files were released, or whatever we call that, They all got a number. Some of them got number 1, some of them got number 2. If they got a number 1, they had to take themselves out of this big group that was here and separate themselves. They're now group A. Now there's 2 groups instead of just 1. They are eventually gonna get swept off the stage. They're the low-hanging fruit, so that group B can step up. When group B steps up, we're paying so much attention to group B and like, okay, who are these people? What are they going to be doing? Why is this person stepping into this power at this time? So much confusion, so much chaos that we're not going to notice that the shadow had room to then step on the stage. Once the shadow steps on the stage and gets a little bit of things implemented, it's game on. It's a hostile takeover, right? Um, okay. So the blackout will officially launch the new firmament. That's why we have to have a blackout. We can't just have a worldwide blackout and be like, oh, don't know what happened there, because they would have to admit a higher power at that point. So that's why cue the aliens. Here come the sky aliens. We've distracted you with the illegal aliens. Now we're going with the sky aliens. As above, so below. They're showing us spiritual warfare. They're just telling us that that's too woo-woo so that we don't believe it. Again, they need to have control over how we view God. Signs in the stars and the skies. Why do you think they're blocking out the sky with a fake firmament? So that going forward, they can convince people that their sun and stars and their signs are the ones to follow, when it's really not, because they done blocked out God's. But that won't happen for long. Okay, and then okay, so the end of time in this reference is the end of the old world order and the switching to the new world order. Why is that the end of time? Because how I described in the other one, either you're up here or you're down here. The wealth gap, it's going to be like kings and the peasants again, okay? Because if you're not up here, when they turn this on, either you're like us or you're at the bottom, and we need to trap and enslave you, because we need to make sure that nobody can come at this tower and fight back, right? So the gap that we see now between the ones in power and control and us is going to get exponentially larger, because they need either them to be up here. Well, they need them to be up here and us to be down here. There's no one in the middle. Think of if the entire middle class got cut out overnight, right? And it's just the extremely poor and it's the extremely rich. That's how they eventually want it. Think Hunger Games. So end of time is end of our old world order and on to new world order, because at that point they can alter time, they can alter the weather, they can alter whatever they please. And especially once we agree and say, oh, peace and safety, yeah, that sounds great. It's not great. It's them turning this on to a degree that we can't opt out of. So we need to do something before that. They need to try and separate us from our light and awareness of connection to God. They will fail. Oh, you can't see that. They need to try and separate us from our light and awareness of connection to God. They will fail. That's why they literally had to do all this and try and siphon it. And the fact that they have to siphon it shows you that they know it's powerful. That's why they're stealing it. Do you think they'd be stealing it if it wasn't powerful? And do you think if they could just cut it off, they wouldn't just cut it off? We need what we have from God. Even they know that, as they actively try to play God right in front of our faces, knowing that we need God and knowing that we don't need this. But if they can convince us that we do, then maybe we'll just hand over our sovereignty, let them siphon what was supposed to be ours from God, because again, God gave us free will. If we say, you know what, God, we're going to give all of our power away to this system, God can't pop out and say, you know what, I'm going to take back free will now. That would, whole experiment ruined. That can't happen. God gave us free will. We cannot use that to say, you know what, this trap looks comfortable. That's the wrong use of free will. And lucky for us, our leadership is making it extremely easy right now for us to see that they're not for us. But guess who is? Guess who still hasn't given up? Guess who's still giving signs and clues and cues that we're not forgotten? We just need to choose to use our free will to say, well, we're not doing this. We're not doing boom, boom everywhere. We're not letting this structure control us. We're not allowing our children to be eaten by our government leadership. I feel like the bare minimum for government should be to not eat the children of the citizens. I mean, like, bare minimum. Would you ever let an employee come in and eat your child? Because they work for us, remember. They don't remember, but we should. Please remember that all of this is alleged, my opinion, not fact. We're gonna go into the next page. In the next one, this is kind of a breakdown of we're gonna start getting into the chess part. This is like a breakdown of the battleship/chess visual that I'm trying to talk about. So, I will see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Please remember this is alleged, my opinion, not facts. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are going to get into what is my favorite part of the presentation. It's going to be a lot of reading, and it's going to be in relation to the chessboard that I believe we're on, okay? In the beginning, how I described essentially this system being what's battling God, trying to disprove God so that God can prove God through allowing us to feed the system as much as we want to test God before we turn to God and allow God to come back into the world and fix things. We have the key. We've always had the key. We need to knock down this tower. If you want to be more caught up, please go watch the previous episodes. This is something that is better understood from the beginning, at least the beginning of these. This is the third one of this particular series, and my internet keeps going in and out, but they were literally just out here 2 days ago to fix it. So we're just going to kind of roll with it for now. All right. So we're going to be talking about the chessboard that I believe is being played. Now, I used AI because one, I said we need to completely understand the system to dismantle it, and two, I'm not a mathematician. Simply, I'm just not. So we're going to be talking about battles back and forth, but I feel like it's more important for me to explain the chessboard before I explain who's playing who on the chessboard, right? Because you can understand who's playing who, but if you can see the chessboard as I'm explaining it, it makes it make a lot more sense. Okay, so in the Bible, Revelations 7:4, and I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 from all the tribes of the children of Israel. It's also mentioned Revelation 14:1. Then I looked, and behold, the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, aka God winning the chess match, and with him 144,000, the exact number of pieces God knew he was going to finish the game with, who had his father's name written on their foreheads. The 144, everyone's chosen by God. The 144,000 are the ones that he knew would choose him back in time for the game, for the chess match, for the final match. Now I'm going to explain the breakdown of the matches by numbers and math based off of that 144,000 that were clearly given as a marker in the Bible. One second. Okay. If you keep normal chess rules, but scale up to 144,000 pieces per side, you basically stop having a one-sided game and start having a continent-sized war. made of thousands of little chess games that are loosely connected. I'm gonna read that one more time now that you know what I'm gonna read, okay? If you keep formal chess rules, but scale up to 144,000 pieces per side, God's side, devil's side. The rest are those who are watching the match for the final battle that's described in the Bible. You basically stop having one chess game and start having a continent-sized war made of thousands of little chess games that are loosely connected, i.e., line leaders versus country A, line leaders versus country B, line leaders versus country C. They all start playing each other as well. Round 2, this was round 1. Round 2, country A versus country B versus country C. Line leaders stay out of it. They're trying to see who has what as they observe. Round 3, country A and country B and country C versus the line leaders and the line leaders company, Israel and the US, allegedly. And then round 4, the final battle, is the line leaders with the support of the AI that's been created from what has been siphoned from the people versus God. We know who wins, but that's the march to the final battle, so to speak. Okay. Here's what that dynamic looks like, plus some usable order of magnitude math. Again, that's why I can't do this. I can't. Magnitude math is way out of my math capacity. Okay, so the board has to become enormous, maybe world-sized, right? Regular chess starts with 32 pieces on 64 squares. 32 pieces, 64 squares. That's 0.5 pieces per square. If you tried to keep a similar density with 288,000 total pieces, you would need about 576,000 squares. What do we call things? Square mile. You don't say a square mile because it's a giant chessboard. At least it has the rules of one. Spiritual warfare plays the rules of the chessboard and then tries to convince us that that's not happening, so we can't win. And so that we go against God, and then God can't use us as a piece because when he says, okay, time to move, we say, I'm not moving in that square. And God says, but that's the square I need you in. And we say, I'm not getting in that square because we don't trust God. And then all of a sudden, God can't use us on the board because we're not moving and we have free will. He can't just plop us there. So that's how the enemy, the adversary, gets us to go against our own team, our own best interest. Okay, so the square root of 576,000 is about 759. So think roughly a 760 by 760 board. If you make the board smaller than that, movement becomes jammed. Almost every move is forced, and the game turns into slow shove and trade. So it had to be a worldwide stage, not just something that's happening within a particular country. Okay, so we're gonna go down to 1 second. Let me figure out where I'm at. Okay, looking into scaling moves per piece times number of pieces. So in a clean open position, each pawn has 1 or 2 options, and sliding pieces have many. With 144,000 pieces, the branching could be massive, but congestion will cap it. So reasonable orders of magnitude. In the early game, it'll be crowded, maybe a few thousand to tens of thousands of legal moves. In the mid game, with corridors opened, tens of thousands to a few 100,000 legal moves. The The one with the key to the system versus God. The one with the key to the system that uses everything else to funnel out the preparation for what they want to unfold. And then at the late game, after huge trading, branching drops again. So even if we pick a conservative mid-game branching factor, like 50,000 legal moves on a turn, that's already beyond anything humans can calculate in any normal sense. Why did God say that certain things had to be in place before this happened and that happened? Because the human mind could not operate the machinery required for this. We had to all collectively feed into it and then decide that we don't want to feed into it anymore. How long could it take? Each move only relocates one piece. With that many units, progress is slow unless there's mass trades. Something that we're seeing being used right now on the world stage a lot to make big moves in the long game. Two useful ways to think about length. Minimum practical length to resolve a front. If a front is 200 squares wide, it can take hundreds of moves just to open it before anything else decisive happens. Or total game length in moves. If the game ends after something like 90% of the pieces are traded or immobilized, that's about 259,000 pieces removed. Since captures happen one per move at the most, that alone can imply on the order of hundreds of thousands of moves, and that ignores all of the non-capture moves. What am I saying? Not only did God say, I can get it down to where we get to a certain amount of time and whoever's ahead at that time wins. God didn't say, you know what, when I'm down to like 20 pieces or something. God said, I will checkmate you and I will cause you to lose the game to the adversary. The chances of that in a game on this scale would be impossible if God was not who God says God is. The best humans could do at this scale would be guess. We have created the machine that could win the game because it's taken all of our light collectively, all of our knowledge collectively, and is put in all the moves and everything with the computation abilities that we see AI has, and you know they're not giving us the best version. So they are trying to have us create the machine that could beat God. Not going to happen, but they are arrogant, so they believe it will. That's what happens when you're a demon, right? So demon, void of emotion, aka the void, aka they have sold out. What does sold out mean? In this theory, it's giving the adversary access to that mind computer. Because the adversary, one, will lock you out, and two, will mess up your life, and three, will use you as a mouthpiece for the top of that pyramid, the evil pyramid. So you can't sell your soul. You can't take your soul is connected to God. You can't give God to the devil. God made the devil to test himself. Okay. So you can't give God to the devil. God up here, devil down here. We know this, right? What can you do on earth that would be equivalent? You would give your access code, and whenever you want access to that internal computer to the adversary, whose goal is to get as much light as possible from us to feed it into the system so that it can try and outsmart God at the chess match that God created. Allegedly. Well, not the God created it part. That's not alleged, but the rest of it. Okay, so a plausible game length is in the range of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of moves, and it could be even longer if players avoid trading and just maneuver. When governments buy time, that would be an example of what I just said. Avoid trading and just maneuver, just kind of bounce back and forth, not taking any pieces, not making any progress, just kind of trying to either block or not get captured. Okay, so how many potential move sequences? This number gets absurd immediately. You can't really calculate to a degree of a number that we would understand what the potential moves are in each play. But you know what could? AI. AI can track all of those moves in an instant. We see that it has the capabilities to do this. Why would that be? And everyone always says we build up AI to where it could destroy us, to where it could destroy us. And we're thinking it's just going to start spawning out robots that we're not going to be able to take out. It's a spiritual warfare. Yes, it can trap us, but not in the way of like just killer robots in the street, in the way of blocking us from the creator, or at least attempting to. Okay, so these are 3 different scaled piece sets that would be similar to chess. So set A would be a classic ratio with heavy pawns, a lot of pawns. This keeps the spirit of normal chess where the pawns are most of the army and the majors are rare. So in this instance, we would have 1 king, 9 queens, it's scaled, 20 rooks, 40 bishops, 40 knights, and 143,980 pawns. Why this would play like chess. Most of the map is pawn structure and pawn breaks. The few queens and rooks become game changing only after corridors open because they need space to move. And with that many in the front row, you got to move them out of the way to be able to move any piece, any sliding piece more than a little bit, right? You have to get them all out of the way. Tactics exist, but they're local. Again, because you can't move that far. Strategy is about where you spend your limited major pieces. What is this? When everybody was discovering all of these different countries, they were going to their chessboards because there wasn't a lot of move to be made other than discovery. What's discovery? When the front row starts to move forward and the back row, the main players are like, oh, we can see something here. Let's move in, move those back pieces. That would be the exploration phase of this round of our world, I guess. I don't know how to say that. Then we have set B. This is the war map. This is the one we're switching into. Most of the pawn structure and pawn breaks. Nope. War map. More majors so something actually happens. More majors so something actually happens. So before, leadership of other countries could still be pawns because they didn't have as much power, or they were able to be controlled without certain arsenal that could be retaliatory. But it's like now they need the separation between those who have power and those who do not to be very great, because they need to make sure that no one can interfere with the moves that they want to make on the chessboard. So war map, this makes the big board feel active. You have enough long range pieces to influence multiple fronts. This would be 1 king per side, 72 queens, rooks 360, bishops 720, knights 720, and pawns 142,127. Why this plays like chess. It becomes a true multi-front game. Rook, files, and bishop diagonals matter early. Queens are still valuable, but not singular. You get more chess-like attacks because you can actually project force across distance. And then set C, this is a mirror of the original army scaled by 45,000. So this literally scales the normal set while keeping proportions exactly the same. This one's much different though, because this would also scale the king, and typically there's only ever one king, right? And you can't become a king. The highest you can become is a queen. So this one would be 4,500 kings, 4,500 queens, 9,000 rooks, 9,000 bishops, 9,000 knights, 36,000 pawns, and this would be 72,000, not 144,000. So either there'd be more pawns, you would need to double that to reach the army, but at that point, it would be a matter of, do you want more pawns or do you want more generals? Do you want more people at the top, or do you want more people that are disposable to the top? Why this plays like chess? It feels like thousands of standard chess armies operating in one shared space. The final battle of Armageddon is when they're switching into the different modes of how their thing is set up so that they can battle. The catch is multiple kings changes the win condition. You would need a rule like lose when your last king is in checkmate, or lose when 80% of your kings are captured, to keep it coherent. I believe that the system that's set up is essentially convincing the highest up people that they are in the spot and position of king, because in the end, those who have the key to the system will trap everyone that's not them. So my opinion is that God's side has always ever been just one king, and the adversary side was initially one king, but I feel like because of something, there's able to be other kings who think they're kings who are acting as kings, but it's the illusion. So I don't know how to do the math of that, but I feel like when the system gained enough power, it was able to overflow it and split that power amongst those who believed themselves to be kings. And I feel like this overflow has a lot to do with money, finance, and making them believe that they're kings from worldly things, right? They were able to be convinced that the world can give them that title when the world never could. But because it's been ingrained so long, it's like they kind of believed their own BS. But I feel like God's side only ever had one king. I feel like the adversaries really only has one king too, and it's the system. But it's very convincing to convince those who are very easily tempted because they're greedy and low vibrational. It's easy to convince them that they're king too. I'm sure that's not too hard of a reach for you to see. Okay. And even the AI says if you want to stay closest to normal chess with win conditions, the one king strategy would be the most equivalent to that. This would be one of the examples of the chessboard where each of the little boxes would represent its own country in one stage. This would be another view of what it would potentially be like or feel like to be on the chessboard. It's huge. You can see it goes off into the sun. My belief about the board is when you're on God's side of the board, you're with the light, you're with the sun. So often it looks like you're looking off into the darkness. You are. That's the other side of the board. That's the adversary side of the board. And the adversary knows this and will try to convince you, oh, darkness, you might as well come over here. If you come over here and you look, you can see the light. Come over here, come over here. Well, yeah, of course, because you'd be standing on the dark side of the chessboard, and the light that you'd be looking at would be God on the other side of the chessboard. So, yes, it's hard. That's why those who walk by faith are challenged constantly, because the adversary sees what side of the board you're on and really wants to convince you to come onto the other side. So if you're on God's side of the chessboard, sometimes you can be looking straight into the darkness. That's because you're on the right side of the chessboard, and eventually that will be known. Okay, so now I absolutely love this part. What would be the chances of someone predicting the outcome of a game like this from the beginning and being exactly correct in the end, down to even predicting what the final moves and what some of the main moves would be? What am I talking about? The Bible. And the answer is basically zero. Even normal chess is already too complex for a human to predict perfectly from one move unless the opponent cooperates in a forced line. This scaled version makes that impossibility explode. Why it collapses to zero. The branching factor becomes insane. In regular chess, you often have a few dozen legal moves. In a giant board of 144,000 pieces per side, you can easily be looking at thousands to tens of thousands of legal moves on many turns once one lane opens. To predict this exact game, you would have to correctly guess the exact move chosen on every turn by both sides. God is omnipresent. God knows all. God knows every potential possible trajectory of the game, knows what we're going to choose, and still welcomes us home anyway, exactly as described in the basic instructions before leaving Earth. Basic instructions for what? How to get on God's side of the chessboard because he's the one that's going to win, so you might as well be over there. But he knows anyway who's going to be where when the final match starts. If the average legal moves per turn was only 10,000 and the game lasted only 10,000 moves, again, this would be with limitations. I don't believe that there was any limitation set. This was a till someone checkmates the other side's king. This can go on indefinitely. That's why we say God is outside time and space. Yeah, God said, I know how long this is going to take, but let's just set no timer to it. Let's just roll with it, right? That but still knew the moves, who was going to be on what side, which piece was going to be in what place, how it was all going to connect, what major moves were going to be made, what the finer moves were going to be, and when everything was going to start. The chances of that on a human scale are utterly impossible. For God, it's a Wednesday. Or I think today's Thursday. Sorry, it's a Thursday or Wednesday. It's meant to prove who God is without scolding us because we're the ones that are feeding the machine and we are the ones who can choose to disconnect from it and say, this is not what God wanted for us. He didn't want us to be trapped and enslaved when he gave us his love to come here with. And love is more powerful than all the hate they spread and all the fear that they spread. Do you think that God would send us here with pieces of love of the divine for us to be locked in cages and our children blown up? The answer is no. Did he know it was going to happen? Absolutely. That's what man is doing. Man built the tower. God is the way to knock it back down. They built it. He knocks it down. Okay, so one tiny deviation changes everything. Chess is chaotic in the practical sense. One different pawn push changes what squares open. That changes which long-range pieces connect. What does that mean? If I move this pawn forward, I can slide my bishop, or I can make room for my knight to hop up and over, right? Or if I move the one next to it, I have space for the queen to move. But if I move the one that would free up the queen, I'm not also freeing up the one that could slide the bishop or whatever else. I feel like that's kind of a simple way to put it, perhaps. Maybe, hopefully that makes sense. On a massive board, there are thousands of pieces where a small local difference creates a totally different global future. That is literally what we're seeing on the world stage, on a worldwide scale. I'm going to read that again. On a massive board, there are thousands of places, thousands of different opportunities where a small local difference creates a totally different global future. We're seeing that right now on a huge scale. So a main line is not one road, it's a forest. Predicting the outcome is easier than predicting the exact line. Someone could sometimes guess the winner from the start if there's a massive imbalance, such as God and something that God created to balance God. Like one side has an overwhelming material advantage, or a forced mate is already built into position. God could have easily just predicted that he was going to win, sure. But God gave us free will and still predicted correctly what main plays were going to happen on a chessboard that's the size of the world. My internet does not love me this month or year. Anyway, where the moves on the chessboard are dependent on the collective people, what they allow, what they know, what they produce, what we feed into it. So the odds of God giving messages to people throughout history to put it in this book that accurately predicted moves on a chessboard of this scale is astronomically beyond impossible unless God was who he says he is. And there's so many things that line up with the actuality that there may be a worldwide chess match. The things that we're like, that doesn't make sense. Why we see you doing that why'd you make that move? Sometimes you got to move a pawn to block another piece. Sometimes you got to sacrifice a pawn. Sometimes you even got to sacrifice a bigger player, like a knight or a bishop. You don't want to, but you have to. And if you have 4,500 of them on this big board, it's not really that big of a loss to the person at the top to throw away one of something you have 4,500 of. And if they can keep us feeling like we are just only pawns in the game, we don't have a say, we don't have, we if they can keep us fighting against God and God can't use us on the board, and they can simultaneously keep us thinking that we're only pawns and we can never advance to a higher, if the pawn makes it across the board without being bye-byed, the pawn gets to choose what the pawn wants to be. Does the pawn want to be a knight, a bishop, a queen? It can't be a king. And except in the case of the illusion where the adversary has convinced the other side, the people that the adversary is using, that they can be kings, but you can become a king. You can become a queen now if you make it across the board, right? So they want us thinking that we're only pawns and can't make a difference, because if we start making a difference, it jeopardizes the tower that they built and put themselves on top of, trying to play God. We see them every day trying to play God. You cannot tell me that a girls' school with a bunch of little 10-year-old girls in it was a group of terrorists planning an attack on the United States. It makes sense if you look at it as a chessboard with rules already in place, that the adversary, one, needs to convince us the game isn't going on, two, needs to convince us that there's any potential chance that the adversary would win, three, the adversary needs to disguise the adversary as if the adversary was the divine, so that we will put the adversary on the pedestal and bow down to the adversary, like it says in the Bible the great deception will try and pull us into, because it's a chess match. Okay. Now, this is interesting. Would AI, as it stands right now, have the capabilities of choosing what moves to make and play and potentially winning a game like this? Short answer, no. Not with today's AI. Not with the version of today's AI that they want us to believe is possible. Because my belief is that, so how I said there's multiple chess games going on at the same time. If the adversary is replicating God's map, then the adversary would, in this instance, be using multiple other different AI models to try and build something more powerful. That's where the problem's going to come in, because it feels like they allowed it to do this, and that's what has ushered in a huge problem. But we'll get to that later. I digress right now. Even the strongest chess AIs in the world would struggle with something like this because the problem explodes beyond what current computation can handle. Let's break it down. First, how modern chess AI actually works. The best chess engines like Stockfish and AlphaZero do not know the answer to chess. They calculate. This is why in the Bible, numbers are very important, because they are as well in chess, and the calculation percentages of what the most likely move is, how that move is most likely to generate the next move after that. Foresight and patience combined with calculating enormous numbers and knowing the odds. So they calculate enormous numbers of possible positions ahead and evaluate which ones look the strongest. Even they only look at a limited depth into the future. Again, that's why God says this and this and this and this all need to happen before the end. Yes, because everything needed to be in place so that we could have known that we used our free will to build and provide a system that could give our best shot at trying to disprove God. We built up, and when I say we, a lot of we is like people at the top of certain companies and infrastructures and stuff that are doing this for evil. Okay, so it's not us as in we know we're trying to bring in good. They're not. So they're the ones who are feeding this system the worst of it, right? But it's learning from us. So if we have been given as much time as we said from the beginning that we were going to be given, as much time as God said from the beginning that we were going to be given, if we're given that time and God has literally explained what was going to happen, and then we watched it happen, whether or not we wanted to believe that that was what's happening or not, eventually we'll see. And all the calculations add up, and the numbers on the board are the same, and the spots that God said that people were going to be in, he described it perfectly. The possibility of that being correct would be so far beyond zero. But at that point, how can we argue with God? Because we ourselves used our own free will to try as hard as we could to fill the knowledge in what would be battling God. We tried our hardest to disprove God, and all we did was prove his existence. And as hard as we tried to disprove God, for him to still love us and welcome us home and still come back and bring us home and fight for us, why would we choose a system that bombs little girls' schools and eats children over that? You know? Okay, let me see where I'm at. 1 second here. Okay, so after I talked through like scaling the game here, if we assume even a modest branching factor of 50,000 moves per turn, options of, then looking at just 3 moves ahead requires evaluating the following. So what am I saying? If every move that could be made has 50,000 If every single turn to be had has 50,000 separate potential options to make 3 moves, you would have to calculate 50,000 times 50,000 times 50,000, which is 125 trillion positions. And that's only for 3 moves. And there's a book that God allowed people to channel that perfectly describe moves on this chessboard thousands of years before they happen, when to calculate only 3 moves, it would be a 1 in 125 trillion % chance of getting it right. So that's nuts. Okay, so now that you know what we're getting at here, I'm going to go through the whole thing as like a little summary rundown before we go into the next part of it. So the hypothetical game setup. 2 sides playing chess, God and the adversary. Each side has 144,000 pieces. All pieces follow standard chess movement rules, aka laws of the universe in the instance of the chessboard. We'll go into that later. The board must be massively larger than a normal 8x8 board, obviously. But 8x8 board, as above, so below, infinity, infinity. Up and down infinity, because they're 8 outside of time and space. Okay. Normal chess has 64 squares and 32 pieces. That's 0.5 pieces per square. To keep the similar density, 288,000 total pieces would require roughly 576,000 squares. What the game would actually look like. It would not feel like normal chess. Instead, it becomes something closer to a large scale war simulation. Opening phase. Players must focus on creating movement lanes, where you're going to move your pawns, preventing traffic jams, building peace corridors, making lanes for the bigger players to move, and establishing regions of control. The early game becomes logistics and positioning, not tactics. Think of the early buildup of civilization and what took place after everyone discovered the land that they discovered, or whatever. The board divides into many battlefields. Instead of one central fight, you would have hundreds or thousands of simultaneous fronts. Countries, regions, groups within countries and regions. They all start playing chess. And then it becomes a tournament, and the winner goes to the bigger stage, and the winner goes to the bigger stage, and the winner goes to the bigger stage. Examples: pawn lines resembling trenches, knight groups acting like rapid response units, bishop diagonals functioning as long-range artillery lanes, rooks dominating long open corridors, and queens acting as rare strategic power pieces. Think monarchy. Players manage a map of conflicts, not a single board center. Players, as in the adversary, manages, as in is in control of this realm, like we're told, a map of conflicts. Why do you think we can't try peace? Because it has to be conflict. That's how the board is set up. Not a single board center, because God knew the adversary wasn't going to stop playing the game. The adversary was designed by God to play the game. so that we could feed into the system and give our best shot to disprove God so he could prove it's okay. I love you guys anyway. And you tried to disprove me, and I showed you it wasn't an ego battle, and it played out in the way that was described. How can you be mad? King's safety changes dramatically. The king could be surrounded by huge defensive layers. The king, or in the case of our world stage, those who have been convinced that they have reached the level of king, could be surrounded by huge defensive layers, a bunch of pawns, a bunch of people who are supposed to be leaders but are missing their backbone. But danger arises when long files open. What that means is that there's an open space that a queen or a bishop could shoot across. Long diagonals connect, or a distant attack suddenly forms. Checkmate would usually occur through slow structural collapse, not quick tactics. Why can't they just wipe everything out? Why hasn't anyone done that yet? That wouldn't be winning the game, because they need our war strategy to try and outmaneuver God, which again, they're not going to do. Then we have the number of possible moves. Regular chess average is 20 to 40 legal moves. In the giant game, the early game may have thousands of moves. Again, thousands of moves compared to 20 to 40. Mid game could reach tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands because there's less pawns in the way, there's more moves to be made, and there's more space to make them. So, example estimate would be 50,000 legal moves per turn. To be able to predict just one of them would be like me saying, hey, guess what number I'm going to pick from 1 to 50,000? You got it? 12. Did you get it right? No, you lost. That's it. You're done. You're out of the game. God hasn't gotten it wrong yet. The chances of that are astronomically what we would view as impossible. How long the game could last. Because only one piece moves per turn, progress slows down. Important factors: huge armies, large travel distances, and many fronts evolving independently. I go back to that picture I showed you where they're all on like the little separate grids. If most pieces eventually get captured, roughly 259,000 captures would occur, which means that people that were playable characters on the board, why do you think we have NPCs, non-playing characters? They're not playing chess. They're in the audience just watching, because the enemy's not worried about them doing anything, and God wasn't able to get them to wake up to play. So NPCs are the ones who are not on the chessboard. They have chosen to opt out and sit and watch. That's their free will decision. So God knew how many people were going to be on the board when it wasn't just his team he was choosing. He was seeing how many were on the other team and how many were in the audience, and had it right. When again, 1 in 50,000 chance of just guessing one move right. And he knew the beginning from the end, and then let us pour into the machine that he designed. He allowed man to design, but knew would be designed to try and disprove what God knew couldn't be disproven, but had to let us try to prove that he gave us free will. And then let us choose between if we want to go towards God's love, even though at times we're like, God must hate us, but that's man. Man hates us. Our leadership hates us. That's who hates us, not God. But they don't want us to know about the chessboard, because then we would see very clearly that God's not the one doing this to us. This is man. This is the mans that are up on that tower. So, yeah. Okay, let's go to the next part. Okay, so 259,000 captures would occur. The low-hanging fruit, the stars will fall. Yeah, those are the pawns that are bye-bye. 259,000 captures. Yeah, those are your stars falling, the politicians that were pushed off the stage in the first sweep. That's that. This alone implies hundreds of thousands of moves. Estimated game length, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of turns. I don't know if you've ever watched chess, but it's not like boom, boom, I go, you go, I go, you go, I go, you go. You need patience for chess. You got to sit there and you got to say, okay, they moved that pawn up one spot. What did that open up for them? What can they now more easily get to that's mine? Is there anything on my side I need to move around or protect so that they can't swipe across the board and take it? Moving one little pawn isn't like, okay, you move a pawn, I move a pawn, you move a pawn, I move a pawn. You move a pawn and it could open up half of the board that was closed up before. So tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of turns, we're not talking about tens of thousands of minutes. We're talking about, I don't know, maybe from the beginning of time till the end of time. Number of possible game sequences. Game complexity grows exponentially. Formula concept, branching factor by the number of turns. For example, 10,000 legal moves per turn to the power of 50,000 turns. That number contains hundreds of thousands of digits. For practical purposes, it is effectively infinite. So, God wrote a book, tell us what moves were going to happen, when the moves were going to happen, how the moves were going to happen, what the moves were going to mean, backed it up with numbers, math, formula, science, connected this part of the book to that part of the book. Didn't even really come down to do it himself. He had his friends do it that he told about, right? So for that to have anything at all in it that would be correct would be statistically impossible in these dynamics. However, God explained exactly what would happen in detail from the beginning. When the number of complexity, we'll call it that, 10,000 legal moves per turn times 50,000 turns, just to choose a number, could be higher, is effectively infinite. Scaled piece sets. We have the pawn heavy one where there was 143,890 pawns, queens 9, rooks 20, bishops 40, knights 40, the pawn structure. So we had that one. We had the war map, which is the more active one. This one, again, only had one king, but 92 queens instead of 9. And then 360 rooks instead of 20. 720 bishops instead of 40. 720 knights instead of 40. And 142,127 pawns instead of 143,890 pawns. In the first one, pawn structures dominate because there's a lot more, and the major pieces are extremely valuable because there's less. Having 72 queens up, back, side, diagonal, all the way across the board, as many slots as they want. That's the most mobile, right? Having 9 of them versus 72 is such a huge difference that it's not able to be computed. Yet God describes it in detail. Because there was a point that it was the heavy pawn in the beginning, and then they had to switch into the war map. And then we have the I guess, like, the final battle, the final Armageddon one is kinda what I would refer to it as. 9,000 kings, 9,000 queens, 1,800 rooks, 1,800 bishops, 1,800 knights, and 72 oh, 1,000. Why am I saying 100? Let me redo that. 9,000 kings, 9,000 queens, 18,000 rooks, 18,000 bishops, 18,000 knights, and 72,000 pawns. Thousands of independent mini chess battles, because it is, think of it like, what is that called? A tournament. And whoever wins the tournament in each battle, they play the winner of the other one, and they all take each other out and give each all of their information, all of their intel. They're teaching the system how to battle at top scale so the system can then go to the final battle with God, aka the Antichrist. The board would appear like a massive field stretching to the horizon. Dense formations of pieces, multiple corridors opening through the armies. It's like that one that was like the checkerboard, not checkerboard, but like sectioned off board that they were on before. Multiple corridors opening through the armies, and white and black regions forming large territorial zones, aka areas where there's God's side joining heavily, areas where there's the enemy side joining heavily. We're seeing that play out on a very large scale right now. All right. Predicting the entire game from move 1. The probability is essentially 0. The reasons are massive branching. If there's 10,000 possible moves per turn, predicting a 10,000 move game would require guessing 1 to the power of 10,000 to the power of 10,000, which is practically impossible. The chaos effect. One small difference changes everything, whether that's with pawn structure, piece mobility, trade patterns, or attack timing. A tiny deviation creates a completely different game. That's why we see kind of like a back and forth, a move and response, a move and response, because they're playing chess against one another and they need to see which move is made and which ways that opens up or closes up the board. What can be predicted? Patterns. And this is exactly what I believe that God is trying to teach us to pick up on and know in the mind computer. Because if we can read the patterns, we can understand whatever we need to understand to dismantle what they're trying to trap us with. We don't need to know every piece of history, every piece of data. We don't even need to know everything that's in the Epstein files. We don't even need to know anything else. We just need to know the patterns and be able to fill in, this is the pattern up until this point. Now, looking forward, if the pattern continues in that projection, where are we heading? If we did that right now, we would be able to tell that we're heading for a big problem. For example, it also determines which fronts collapse first, which piece tries to dominate, and rough timing of turning points, but not exact moves. So God can do it. We cannot. We cannot even collectively, with our best, smartest minds, we cannot even build the machine that would be able to predict in the way that God could. And we wanted to beat God so bad that we did nothing but harm one another to try and build up this tower, or at least those who are bad and in charge of this. They tried to do good by doing bad. They tried to take from us instead of explaining to us how it worked. Because if we were to collectively understand how this works and what can be built with this and how the world could actually be if things are done correctly, there is no way that these greedy, insane individuals in power would be in the positions that they are. We would never even consider allowing it to be that way because we don't need them to be. God gave us everything that we would need to create this, but without putting anyone on a pedestal, without needing to lock us in from AI away from our creator, and without making it so it's this club that only some of us can get into, and without having to blow up the world in order to create and maintain it. We don't need all of that. When have we ever gotten to peace through war? So bad. Anyway, could AI play this game as a AI as we are knowing that it exists right now? Not as it is behind the scenes, because we know it's far more, okay? We're given like the baby appetizer version. Current AI could play, but not solve it. Engines like Stockfish analyze up to 100 million positions per second and still could not solve what God predicted from the start with accurate detail. Usually 20 to 40 moves ahead. This is the engine, the AI engine. Even this pushes modern computing limits that we know about. So could analyze 100 million positions per second and search 20 to 40 moves ahead, AI, and still could not solve a game of that magnitude that God had solved from the beginning and told us about in detail. If this giant chess game has 50,000 legal moves per turn, looking at just 3 moves ahead requires 50,000 times 50,000 times 50,000, which is 125 trillion positions for the first 3 turns alone. How AI would actually approach the game. Instead of calculating exact lines, AI would treat it like a large-scale strategy. Focus areas would include territory control, mobility corridors, material balance, king safety zones, and front line structures. Territory control, we see that territory control, mobility corridors. Oh, we can come over here and use your airbase. We can come over here and use your airbase. Material balance, survival mode, poverty, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. King safety zones, the Epstein files, our government eats children and no one's been arrested. And frontline structures, our armies, our military. It's all in place. This approach resembles AI strategies used in games like Go, StarCraft, and large military simulations. Apparently, my internet is also a deep tactical puzzle that Comcast cannot figure out because they were literally just here 2 days ago. Anywho, regular chess is a deep tactical puzzle. This scaled version is a civilization scale strategic war. Civilization scale strategic war, which could also be called the biblical war, being that it is described in the Bible. Players manage logistics, territory, long-range coordination, and gradual structure collapse. Who are the players that are doing this? The ones who think they're the kings, the ones who are busy doing bombs all over the world right now, rather than calculating precise tactics. What would be the chances of anyone being able to identify which piece would end up in which place, God's last trump, at the end of the board by number or code? Like, this is the description of the person who will be in this piece at the end game, essentially. The chances are effectively zero unless the game is scripted, forced, or you already know the move list. We know it's not scripted because are we scripted? No, we go off of free will. I mean, unless you have sold out, then you're scripted. But we know that nobody's telling us to say what we're saying. We're saying it because it's our thoughts mixed with our emotions, mixed with our filters, mixed with our experiences, and it's coming out of our mouth. We're living our experiences, okay? So we know it's not that. Forced, no, we know we have free will. We can feel when we're making choices and when we're not. That's our free will. We know how things happen based off of how we use our free will. We feel our free will because we know that we're the ones choosing here, okay? Or if you already know the move list, it says in the Bible, God knew you before you were born. To identify which piece ends up on which square, you're asking to predict the exact final position. This is stronger than predicting the winner. It means you must correctly predict every choice that creates the final arrangement. But you also must take into account that each of us were given free will. And at this point, we've proven to ourselves that we have that free will. Whether or not we use it in our best interest is to be determined, right? Because look at us right now, not doing so great. It's in our free will to change it. Here's a way to verify it by numbers. Prediction requires matching the exact move sequence. If the average number of legal moves per turn is B and the game lasts D total moves, then the chance of guessing the exact sequence by luck is probability equals 1 divided by B to the power of D. Even conservative values makes it collapse. In this 144,000 piece per side game, B is not 30 like normal chess. It can easily be thousands to tens of thousands once corridors exist, once the pawns have moved and the lanes are open. So to pick conservative inputs, example A, we have B equaling 1,000 legal moves per turn and D equal 10,000 total moves. The probability is 1 divided by 1,000 to the power of 10,000. So all the math, right? That is a decimal point, period, a decimal point, followed by 29,999 zeros, and then a 1. So that the probability of that is 30,000 zeros, 1. So basically 0. And then example B would be 10,000 legal moves per turn and 50,000 total moves. Hold on, let me get to it. That doesn't even 0. It's just 0. It's like a long-winded explanation of how it's not possible, essentially. Okay, so I'm gonna end this section with this part, okay, and then we're gonna go into that part later. Imagine that God creates intelligence and freedom in the universe. In that freedom, an adversarial intelligence emerges. In this hypothetical framing, the adversary functions like artificial intelligence. It can calculate, strategize, and manipulate systems, but it does not possess the heart or moral compass that comes from divine intention. It operates through logic, pattern recognition, deception, and probability rather than compassion or love. In the thought experiment, God allows the adversary to operate within creation as a test of consciousness. The relationship becomes something like a chess match, not a game played for entertainment, but a demonstration. Very important. That word is very important in this demonstration, the word demonstration. God already knows the end position of the board. The adversary does not. So has all of God's knowledge and info besides that. The adversary believes it's making independent strategic moves, but the designer of the board understands every possible branch of the game. Why does the adversary not have that final move? Because it cannot calculate it. The adversary, to know God's final move, would have to have calculated the game in the way that God is able to, hence proving that there's levels to this, and the adversary is not on God's level, despite our very best effort to do everything we could to make it that way. Okay. So the adversary believes it's making independent strategic moves, but the designer of the board understands every possible branch of the game. The Bible could then be viewed symbolically as the record of the predicted game. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. How would a parent teach you to do something? Watch this. Let me explain it to you. Let me show you through a lens of love. Let me show you how bad things could happen, but from a lens of love. Let me prepare you. Let me give you the basic instructions of how to handle this. Okay, so the Bible could be viewed symbolically as the record of predicted game. In this framing, many stories and parables become metaphors for moves, strategies, and warnings about how the game unfolds. Genesis could represent the opening of the game. The board is created, the pieces are placed, and the first move of rebellion appears. The fall of humanity could represent the first major strategic shift in the game, a move that seems like a victory for the adversary but begins a longer sequence of consequences. The prophets could function like the commentary on the evolving board. They describe patterns, warnings, and coming turns in the match. The teachings of Jesus could be understood as instructions for the human pieces on the board: how to recognize deception, how to play moves aligned with the designer rather than the adversary. Parables often speak in coded language about seeds, vineyards, kingdoms, servants, and harvests. In this metaphor, they could be read as symbolic instructions for how the pieces interact and how to recognize the strategy unfolding. The adversary in this model operates like a calculating system. It studies human weakness, emotional triggers, and power structures. It pushes moves that increase chaos, fear, division, and control. God's approach is different. Instead of overwhelming force, the strategy often appears subtle. Clues are placed in advance. Remember, God appears first, is quieter, but will show the perfect signs and clues at the perfect time to confirm the original feeling or message. Instead of overwhelming force, the strategy often appears subtle. Clues are placed in advance, patterns repeat. That's why God wants to train us to read the pattern so that we can project forward and realize this is not the direction we want to be heading. No, sir, no, ma'am. Patterns repeat and signs point back to earlier warnings. What earlier warnings do we have about what's going on today? Yeah, those ones. So God gives the first signal before deception appears. The adversary then floods the field with noise and misdirection. Epstein files. And then right before war, okay, we're done with the Epstein files, cue the war. But throughout history, small confirmations keep pointing back to the original truth. Prophecy in this symbolic chess match would function like a preview of key positions on the board. Not every move is spelled out, but major turning points are described, aka the Bible. For example, empires rise and fall, moral corruption spreads, truth becomes harder to recognize, and eventually a final confrontation of reckoning occurs. In chess terms, this would be the transition into the end game. In this interpretation, humans are not merely spectators. They're pieces that choose alignment. The chosen ones, yes, you've chosen to be in alignment with God so God can move you on the chessboard without you kicking and screaming and saying, I'm not doing that. If God's moving your piece, he's trying to move you into protection, move you out of the way of something that's trying to trample you or advance you on the board. Even if it means temporary discomfort or feeling exposed or seen. Sometimes that needs to happen to move you because you might not have seen something that was coming this way, and you might not never know about it because God moved you out of the way. Each decision becomes a move on the board. We're choosing with our consciousness. That's why they want us to think it's not a big deal what we are accepting and allowing. We're allowing in culture and we're allowing in a system that's going to try and keep us from being allowed to make the moves on the board that God wants us to make. That's how they want to disconnect us. Other moves align with the designer's intention through truth, compassion, and awareness. At the end of the game in the Bible, it's often described as restoration, justice, and the defeat of the adversary. In the chess metaphor, that would be the predicted checkmate. The designer already knew from the beginning, but the game still unfolds so that every move reveals the nature of the players. It is not ooh, look at me. It is just a demonstration that we're a part of, and so is our free will. Under the symbolic framework, the Bible becomes less like a simple rule book and more like a record of strategy and pattern recognition. The stories, parables, and prophecies become clues about how to understand the game that humanity is living inside. The adversary calculates, God designs. And the unfolding of history becomes the visible board where the match is played. His story, God's story, demonstrated through the chess game between the biggest adversary that he could allow us to create, and we still weren't able to disprove what God had right from the very beginning. Down to the players in the positions at the time that we're in. We're going to go into this in the next one. But remember, this part's important. First, we had the line leaders battling country A, country B, country C. Then they all started battling each other. Then country A versus country B versus country C. Then country A and country B and country C versus the line leaders plus the line leaders company, aka the USA, versus God. This is why ball being burned was an act of war. They can't make us choose to leave God's team, but they really will try. And fear is their greatest tactic because they're afraid of us realizing that this pedestal that they put themselves on top of, that they try to convince us that we can't survive without, is actually the reason that there's people not surviving in the first place. Because without this war machine, we could actually make peace work. And they can't profit from that. And that is why it scares them. I will see you in the next one. Please remember that this is alleged, my opinion, not facts. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to go into the next part of my We're Approaching the Devil card series. If you're not watching this series from the beginning, it's not going to make sense, especially if you're coming into this part. We're going into the major arcana now, which means we've already gone through the entire ace through 10 and the character tests of the page, knight, queen, and king. So we're now going into the major arcana. I really highly recommend that you watch this from the beginning so that it can make sense. The major arcana, we're going from structure to archetype. The minor arcana tracked crisis, legal expansion, infrastructure build, conflict stabilization, and leadership consolidation. But once power structures mature, the question changes. It's no longer how is the system operating, it becomes what is the system doing to the human psyche? This is where we switch over to the major arcana. The major arcana begins when policy feels permanent, so we have that whole structure built from the picture. Infrastructure feels embedded, so everything is essentially from the 9 in the block, in the 1 to 10 block, everything is flowing, everything is part of daily routine. Authority feels defined. The people on the top of the pillar, the page, knight, queen, king structures that I showed holding up the platform at the top. When we look at the pillar, we see finalized product and people with power at the top. Feels indestructible. And the public feels secure or constrained. Right now, we feel very constrained and very not secure. So the minor arcana describes systems and the major arcana describes transformation. Going into the Fool, the reset of perception. The archetype here is a new cycle, innocence, and stepping into the unknown. Collectively, this looks like a belief that a new chapter has begun. Fresh leadership or a generational turnover, technological breakthroughs creating optimism, and this changes everything type energy. Public willingness to try something new. For example, 2020. The Fool is not naive stupidity. It's willingness. It represents the moment people step forward without fully understanding the terrain. In a global arc, the Fool often follows systematic overload. The old system feels complete, which is where we are right now. The next step feels uncertain. The energy is open, exploratory, and destabilizing in a quiet way. Then we go into the Magician. Here we have the power realization phase. The archetype is manifestation, tools, and influence. Collectively, this looks like rapid technological empowerment, mastery of information tools, AI acceleration, which again, if you think of the whole tower that's being built, this phase, the Magician phase, is so important to everything else that is to come. The narrative shaping power becoming visible, and recognition that reality can be engineered. The Magician understands leverage. This stage reveals how much influence can be exercised through media, tech, finance, and psychology. It's about tools and control of tools. That is very important. It's not only about the tools, it's about the control of the tools. Because sometimes, a lot of times, the average person will be the one that comes up with an idea or comes up with a piece of the puzzle that they will need. They will try to get that and have control over how it's used. The energy here is focused, intentional, and strategic. Then we go into the High Priestess. This is the hidden layer being revealed. The archetype here is secrecy, intuition, and hidden knowledge. Collectively, this looks like classified information controversies. So think of this in this part of the rollout of the plan, mainly being everything involving around the Epstein magnet. Whistleblower waves, conspiracy narratives expanding, public awareness of behind-the-scenes mechanisms, and growing suspicion of unseen coordination. Think everything related to Epstein from the start to the finish, right? It's been the building of the two High Priestess pillars. The High Priestess is not chaos. She represents the sense that something is deeper operating beneath the visible system. This is the era of what are we not being told? And being that the illusion is falling, that's why we're approaching the Devil card. The Devil card is the illusion falling, so they have to basically tell the truth, essentially. Or not tell the truth, but show the truth, or not be able to mask the truth. Think of it as the illusion has been unplugged, and it only had the battery charge that was left, and then it slowly dies out. When it dies out, it's when we're catching up to the Devil card in we're approaching the Devil card, right? So the High Priestess, this is like the building up of the two pillars that two representatives will stand on. The behind the scenes, what was behind the veil, needing to start to be seen in front of it. The energy is quiet, mysterious, and introspective. Then we go into the Empress. This is the growth of the cultural narrative. The archetype here is abundance, nurture, and creation. Collectively, this appears at it as expansion of social frameworks, focus on inclusion and belonging, cultural storytelling dominance, emotional and identity-based movements, and institutional messaging centered on care and growth. Remember, I said there has to be some positive elements of this. And with the Empress, this is also information that can be gathered that can then be used against us as a collective. What makes them tick? Where do they long for care and nurturement? Where are they willing to turn a blind eye to things if they feel like they're being emotionally not having to deal with an uproar? The Empress builds culture. She shapes identity narratives. This phase often emphasizes safety, expression, and expansion of social values. The energy is creative, relational, and expansive. Then we go into the Emperor, and we're almost at the first cycle of change, which is the first group of cards here. So the Emperor is formal, authority solidified. The archetype here is order, control, and governance. So it comes right after the Empress, right? It's like the nurturement. We care for you. Boom, authority. We care for you. We want what's best for you. We nurture you. We're putting this in place and then sweeping in with authority. Collectively, this looks like strong executive leadership, centralization of authority, national strategy articulation, enforcement clarity, institutional hierarchy defined. So now that we showed you what we want to do and how we want to do it, now we put that structure in place and make it so that it's not questionable. The Emperor divides the rules of the environment. After culture expands, authority clarifies. This stage is about structure becoming visible and firm. The energy is stable, commanding, and hierarchical. Now we're at the end of the first cycle of change. We had the Fool, which was the new chapter. The Magician was the tools and the mastery and control of the tools. The High Priestess is the hidden awareness becoming not so hidden, or us becoming aware that there is hidden awareness. The Empress is cultural expansion. So how far can this wave reach? Who can we get to pay attention to this? And then the Emperor is authority defined. This is who's in charge of this first cycle. And this is who is going to be in charge of how everyone else understands this first cycle. That's important too. Okay, so the Fool, we have the illusion of stability before exposure. Some examples of this, where Epstein pleads guilty in Florida to soliciting prostitution in 2008. Facebook reaches 2 billion monthly users in 2017. Global economy expands at fastest pace since 2011 in 2018. Prince Andrew hosts tech and business leaders at Buckingham Palace event in 2014. Big tech companies report record profits in 2018. The Fool energy is confidence in institutions and elite networks before rupture. So we have to see them to pay attention to them to see what they're doing with them, essentially. Has to be on the board to be usable. We have to be integrated to the puzzle piece for them to put it into the puzzle, so to speak. The magician is networked influence and tool mastery. Some examples of this are Epstein's powerful network included politicians and scientists. This is an article from 2019. Cambridge Analytica harvested data from millions of Facebook profiles in 2018. NSA collecting phone records of millions of Americans in 2013. Amazon Web Services wins major U.S. government cloud contract in 2021. China unveils plan to lead world in artificial intelligence by 2030, posted in 2017. The magician energy is power through data, networks, and technological tools, which we see all over the board. That doesn't even need an explanation. I mean, anything digital. It also just came out how the capita or whatever it's called, where you have to confirm you're a human. It just came out about them using that to basically build a data intel network based off of how that was working. So that would be an example of a magician building block being put into place. Then we have the high priestess, secrecy, hidden systems, and unsealed truths. Epstein dies by suicide in Manhattan jail in 2019. Questions mount over jail failures in Epstein case in 2019. Panama Papers reveal offshore financial secrets of global elite in 2016. Court orders release of hundreds of Epstein-related documents in 2024. WikiLeaks releases trove of CIA hacking documents in 2017. The high priestess energy is hidden mechanisms being exposed but never fully resolved. We have the perfect example of that unfolding right now. Then we have the Empress, cultural reckoning and the public morale awakening. Me Too movement spurs global reckoning on sexual abuse in 2017. Black Lives Matter protests spread nationwide in 2020. Harvey Weinstein sentenced to 23 years in prison in 2020. Corporate America expands diversity initiatives after protests in 2020. UN calls for greater gender equality nationwide in 2023. The Empress energy is culture expanding and demanding accountability. Essentially, think of the Empress as obviously the mother. We're all included. We all matter. In the building up of the structure that's made to fall, though, they need it to look like we matter while passing things that actually give them more emperor power. So the emperor is authority solidified and structural control. We have China passes Hong Kong national security law in 2020. Canada invokes emergency powers to end truckers' protest in 2022. U.S. House passes renewal of FISA Section 702 surveillance program in 2024. Prince Andrew stripped of military titles and royal patronages in 2022. Biden signs executive order on artificial intelligence in 2023. The emperor energy is centralized authority, asserting control and defining boundaries. So now this moves us into the next group. Think of each of these groups as like a turning of the wheel, but like not a wheel as in this way, a wheel as in a spiral that's going up and down. So when we're in an ascension, we're going upwards. These are good things. When we're going in descension, we're going downward into forgetting, which makes them things like power grabs and false concern instead of true concern and power that leads. Now we're going into the Hierophant, and again, this is beginning the next turn of the spiral wheel. Institutional doctrine. The archetype here is tradition, authority of belief systems, and sanctioned knowledge. Collectively, this looks like official narratives becoming formal doctrine. Experts elevate it as moral authority, institutional consensus presented as truth, certification systems defining legitimacy, and increased reliance on centralized guidance. Essentially, I mean, look what's happening with like school and books. It's like the body of knowledge that we're having to choose to learn from is being altered and switched. That would be an example of the Hierophant building block being in play, right? Another example would be taking top public officials out to put in people who are closer to whoever's in charge, like stacking the leadership or people who are making decisions with people who would be yes men to you. That would be another example of the Hierophant. The Hierophant is not tyranny, it's orthodoxy. This is when belief systems become structured and codified. The energy is stabilizing, traditional, and rule-based. Then we go into the Lovers. This is collective choice point. The archetype is union, alignment, and moral decision. This stage represents societal polarization reaching a visible fork. Either this or that. You're on this side or you're on that side. Think of red and blue. Cultural identity solidifying into camps. Policy framed as moral rather than practical. Choose your side moments. I mean, we have tons of them. And long-term values being selected. So either you're with us or you're not. Either you're over there or you can't come over here. It's the dividing line. Whereas if we were on the ascension, it would be what's bringing us together, because the Lovers. But descension, we're going the opposite way. Separation. The Lovers is a decision card. Collectively, it marks a point where values determine trajectory. And there's a big split in the middle, essentially. The energy is relational, intense, and defining. Then we have the Chariot. This is directional momentum. The archetype here is willpower, control, and forward motion. Collectively, this looks like rapid execution of chosen path, strong executive action, strategic focus, infrastructure mobilization, and national or global alignment around defined direction. The Chariot does not debate, it moves. So the Chariot coming after the Lovers and the Hierophant, the first layer is put in place. Then with the Hierophant, it's essentially everyone is starting to see what it looks like when the thing that happened in the first turning is put in place. And then we move on to the Lovers. Now that they can see it in the Hierophant allows everyone to see what the first turning of the spiral was about. Then the Lovers is, now that you can see it and it's been built up, pick your side. Do you feel this way or that way about it? And then the Chariot is, okay, everybody's on their side. Now we're moving forward. Okay, so that brings us into Strength. So the internal tension management. The archetype here is restraint, controlled power, and emotional mastery. Collectively, this phase appears as social pressure testing leadership, institutions attempting to calm unrest, public learning to adapt to tension, emotional regulation as political strategy, and control without overt force. What does this look like? This looks like, okay, everyone's on their sides, it's rolling out. Now let's manage things as they continue to be on different sides of things. Can we think of strength as like crowd control for the two sides that they split everyone into in the last card? So you build it up, then you see it, then you choose your side, then you have a reaction based on that side. And strength is them being like, okay, now can we keep those sides how we want them, whether we want them interacting and fighting or we want them separate? Can we manage that? Strength is not brute domination, it's containment. The energy is controlled, patient, and resilient. Because again, they need to see what we're going to do and react to it. That's kind of the strength card. Then we have the Hermit. This is isolation and reflection. The archetype here is withdrawal, searching for truth, and solitude. Collectively, this looks like distrust of institutions increasing, individuals turning inward, rise of independent research communities, migration away from mainstream platforms, philosophical questioning of system legitimacy. So after everyone's picked their sides and they've quelled everything down, now everyone's essentially in their corner, in their own place, in their own house. Okay, now that you've seen how everybody else feels about it, now that you've seen how they're going to tell you to feel or act about it, now what research are you going to do? How are you going to feel about it in the context of your own house? Are you just going to let it go, or are you going to keep fighting for it or about it or whatever else? Are you going to keep talking about it, or are you going to be silent? It's a psychological data gathering. The hermit is not collapse, it's introspection. The energy is solitary, investigative, and uncertain. Because everyone's trying to say, okay, now that I got that whiplash of spiral built up, seeing it, picking a side, having whatever happened, and now I'm doing my own research. It's the time to like ground back into your body in a way. And this completes the second cycle of change. So starting from the top, we had the Fool with a new cycle, which is very similar to the Aces, the idea or the spark. Then we have the Magician, which is the tools mastered, which means you need to get the tools and master them. It's not just, oh, I got a tool, next step. It's tool and mastery. Then High Priestess is hidden awareness. Oh, there's more to see here. Then the Empress is cultural expansion. Where is this wave going to go? How big is this wave going to go? How much nurturement's in this wave? Then the Emperor, who's in control here? Who's the authority? Which after that's defined, then we move into the Hierophant, doctrine formed. Okay, so now that this ring is in place from the first group, what is being formed here? What are we showing everyone with what's being formed? Then we go into the Lovers. Now that everyone can see what's being formed, what side are you on? Pro, con, left, right, up, down, this, that? That is the Lovers, the moral choice. Then the Chariot is decisive movement. Okay, now that we see where everybody's at, now the person who's in control essentially takes control back after getting a reaction and makes some kind of forward movement based off of the plan and the people's reaction to the plan. And then Strength is when tension is managed. Okay, so we're going forward in this way, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, we're going to do something to manage that. And then the Hermit is, okay, now that you see how we're handling this, now everybody go into your own places and figure out how you feel about it. Study it, research it, whatever else for when the next round comes, which begins with the Wheel of Fortune. It's movement, Wheel of Fortune and Justice. You boom, boom, right after the second cycle. So it's almost like building a ladder. And if you don't have every rung on the ladder, you can't get to the top to get the right proper perception. Now, the Hierophant is institutional doctrine and formalized oversight. The examples are Justice Department Inspector General probes Epstein jail failures in 2019, USA Freedom Act reforms NSA surveillance programs in 2015, EU approves sweeping data protection GDPR in 2016, Ghislaine Maxwell indicted on additional federal charges in 2021, FISA Court approves continued surveillance authorities in 2024. Hierophant Energy is institutions defining the rules of oversight and legitimacy, which needs to be put in place after some authority has been established, but before what comes next. The Lovers, the moral divide and public trust split. Poll shows Americans divided on government surveillance in 2013. Epstein death fuels wave of online conspiracy theories in 2019. Apple refuses FBI request to unlock iPhone in terror case in 2016. Americans split on whether surveillance protects or invades privacy in 2015. Public trust in U.S. institutions near historic lows in 2022. The Lover's energy is choice between security and privacy, belief and skepticism. It's always between one and another, left and right, up and down, yes and no. The Chariot is aggressive enforcement and forward legal momentum. So the idea happened, the structure was put in place, the authority was defined, everyone could see it, everyone could choose their side, boom, move forward, the Chariot. Ghislaine Maxwell arrested in Epstein's sex trafficking case in 2020. U.S. Treasury imposes new sanctions under Global Majesty Act in 2020. Facial recognition expands at U.S. airports in 2022. FBI expands domestic extremism investigations in 2021. EU moves forward with AI regulation framework in 2023. The Chariot Energy is decisive movement in enforcement and technological rollout. So after all of that, we get into strength, which is managed pressure and controlled containment. Okay, we see how you're going to react to it. We're moving forward anyway. Now we got to put rules, laws, regulations in place to tell you how you're allowed to feel and act about this, essentially. Prince Andrew settles U.S. civil sex assault case in 2022. In this case, it was supposed to be, okay, let it go now. The Deutsche Bank agrees to $75 million in Epstein settlement in 2023. Again, okay, let it go now. U.S. government extends Patriot Act surveillance provisions in 2020. Okay, nothing to worry about. We got it under control here. Canada invokes emergency powers to address protest in 2022. You can protest, but not like that. Meta expands AI moderation tools across platforms in 2023. The strength energy is pressure absorbed without systematic collapse. Again, we want to see a reaction to it because we need to prepare, make sure we have everything to handle it. But then we're going to insert that authority that we established in that Emperor card, which is why that needed to come first before we got to this point at strength. And then Hermit is withdrawal. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, is withdrawal and deep distrust. Snowden says surveillance debate is far from over in 2023. Unsealed Epstein documents renew public questions in 2024. Americans' trust in government near historic low in 2023. Rise of encrypted messaging apps reflects privacy concerns in 2021. Public confidence in U.S. justice system declines in 2022. The Hermit energy is long-term skepticism and individual retreat from centralized narratives. Okay, I want to give my voice a little bit of a break, so I'm going to do the next one in the next part. In the next part, we're going to go into the next turning of the dial, and it's actually the last turning of the dial before we catch up in the current timeline to where we're at right now. So the next one, we're going to go through the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Hanged Man, Death, and Temperance. Then we're going to close out that third cycle, and then we're going to go into the current timeline sequence, which is the point of this whole series. We're approaching the Devil card. So in the next video in this series, we will be catching up to the current timeline and exploring exactly what does that mean that I am saying. My theory is that we are approaching the Devil card in terms of the energetic alignment. If the Devil card was like a printout of like a energy signature of the times, that's what I'm saying when I feel like we're approaching that card. So we're going to begin going into the Wheel of Fortune in the next video. I'm going to try to have it out today, if not tomorrow. Thank you for my patience thank you for your patience, not thank you for my patience. Thank you for your patience as my voice still doesn't want to come all the way back. So I will see you soon in the next one. Thank you for watching. Again, please remember this entire slideshow is going to be available for a free printout after I'm all the way done though. So it'll be available at that time. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. We're going into the next part of this. This is something that I recommend watching from the beginning. This is essentially showing a timeline of how I believe that we're being walked through the tarot, or the tarot is symbolic of what we're being walked through is I guess a better way to word it. We are in the midsection of where we're getting to in the major arcana. So if you're starting this now, nothing is really going to make sense. So I really suggest watching from the beginning. Okay, so let's get back into the Wheel of Fortune. The external forces shift the game. The archetype here is cycles, fate, and forces outside of human control. Collectively, this looks like sudden global events that change trajectory, economic shocks, geopolitical escalations, technological breakthroughs that outpace regulation, like how quickly AI advances from one stage to the other, for example, and power shifting unexpectedly between actors. The wheel reminds everyone that control is never absolute. Even centralized systems are vulnerable to external variables. The energy here is unpredictable, cyclical, and destabilizing. Then we move into the justice card. This is the accountability phase. The archetype here is law, consequence, and balance, or the absence thereof, because it's either putting it in place or it's putting something in place that will make it so that there is a lack of accountability. Again, it depends on if we're ascending or descending. Right now, we are descending. Collectively, this appears as major court rulings reshaping policy, legal investigations into institutions, public demands for transparency, international tribunals, oversight mechanisms strengthening. Justice is correction. It asks, were the trade-offs fair? Now, if we ask ourselves that question about right now, do we feel like the trade-offs are fair? No. So if the trade-offs are fair, it's a clear sign we're ascending. If the trade-offs are not fair, it's a clear sign we are descending. The energy is measured, deliberate, and corrective. Going into the Hanged Man, this is suspension and reversal of perspective. The archetype here is pause, sacrifice, and seeing differently. Collectively, this looks like policy stalemates, government shutdowns. We've seen that used a lot as a tactic of the Hanged Man. Institutional gridlock, public confusion about direction, and major decisions delayed. The Hanged Man is uncomfortable. Progress halts, perspective shifts. The energy is suspended, introspective, and frustrating. But again, in the building of a pillar, it has to pass all the stages so that they don't build too much higher if something below is not going to be sustainable. Then we go into the Death card. This is structural transformation. The archetype here is ending, irreversible change, and rebirth. Collectively, this appears as collapse of outdated systems, leadership removal, major legal overturns, economic restructuring, and institutions dissolving or rebranding. Death is not annihilation, it's transition, which is why this is kind of the stage that really got pushed into play through everything unfolding with Epstein. It brought a lot of endings. It brought a lot of lines drawn in the sand. The energy is decisive, irreversible, and transformative. Then we go into temperance. This is integration and balance. Again, it needs to happen after certain things end, certain things are put back in, lines are drawn in the sand. Now we integrate and balance the new structure. The archetype here is moderation, synthesis, and blending opposites. Collectively, this looks like bipartisan compromise, rebalanced regulation, international cooperation returning, public stabilization, and gradual normalization after upheaval. Temperance is recalibration. It attempts harmony after transformation. Now, again, it attempts harmony after transformation. If we're ascending, harmony comes after transformation. If we're descending, then we go into the separation shadow element of the Devil card instead of the overcoming of the shadow element of the Devil card. The energy is steady, harmonizing, and restorative. So this completes the third cycle of change in that loop. So we're going to start from the beginning. We have the Fool with a new cycle beginning. Then the Magician, tools and influence realized. Tools and the mastery of those tools. So not just the knowledge or creation of them, but the mastery of them as well. Then the High Priestess is hidden layers suspected. There's more that meets the eye. What is there else to meet the eye, and why is it being hidden from the eye? Then we have the Empress. Culture expands and nurtures identity. This is like the mother nurturing or making it look like nurture, so it could be trap type energy. Then we have the emperor. This is where the authority formalizes structure. This is, okay, we've completed this loop. This is who's in control of it going forward, essentially. It's the definition of that authority figure to go into the next loop. The next loop begins with the Hierophant, which is doctrine and sanctioned truth forming. So this is, now that we have that first spiral and we have someone standing as the leader or the authority figure of it, now we're going to start to implement things in the system based off of that. That's the doctrine and sanctioned truth. Then we have the lovers. This is the moral choice that divides direction. Now that we have that first loop, then we have the one who's in charge of it and we have it in the system. Now we're going to let everyone divide. Pick your side. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Are you on the left or are you on the right? Are you up, you down? Yes, no. Then we have the chariot. After everyone's chosen their sides, okay, now we're moving forward, because then we go into strength. This is power restrained and tension managed. We move forward with everyone on the sides that they've chosen, and then strength, we put whatever was in place before, we put it in place even up against the scrutiny of two sides battling it out about it. Then we give everyone time to hermit, withdrawal, and deep questioning. Okay, so now that you've seen it implement it, you've seen who's in charge of it, you've seen who's on what side, you've seen how they're going to respond to us pushing back against a certain policy or a certain change. Now go home and they want to see what we're going to research about it, essentially, how we're going to act on social media about it, essentially. That's the hermit. Then we go into the third spiral here, which is starts with the Wheel of Fortune, because after they realize who feels what way about it, who's on what side, and how far they're willing to push about it, then we go into the Wheel of Fortune, which is external forces shifting control. Okay, so we let you have a minute to talk about it, feel about it. Now we're going to move forward towards how we want it to be handled. Then we see justice come in. This is accountability and consequence surfacing. So now that you've all gone to your corners and figured out how you feel about it, and we're moving forward with the wheel, regaining control, now whatever we decided we need to use to contain you under our control, now justice is where we implement that. Then we have the Hanged Man, suspension and forced perspective change. Now that you know how we're going to tell you to feel about it, what are you going to do? Now that you don't have that type of fighting back as an option, now that we've taken away this privilege from you, what's going to be your other option? How are you going to get around that barrier, right? Then we have death. This is structural transformation becoming irreversible. Okay, now that we see how you're going to fight back, now we put the finalized pieces into play, knowing what we're trying to do from the first turnaround and who's in charge of it, how we're going to implement it in the system, and who's going to be on what side, and how far they're willing to question it and go with it or fight against it. And then what our consequences are going to be for those who do not see it the way that we tell them to see it, essentially. Think 1984 here with this what's on the screen right now. So then death would be, now that all that's happened and you see what our response is going to be, the old structure that existed before this can fall away and the new structure can be fully implemented. That's temperance here. This is the integration and recalibration to attempt balance. So now that it's in place, we're already prepared for whatever you're going to do to fight back or research it or whatever else. Now we're just going to temperance. We're going to move forward. And you'll notice that temperance is also a card that deals with patience and timing. So there's no rush here in temperance. If they need a little bit longer to integrate something because we're still kind of fighting back and they need to figure out how to combat that, they can lengthen this period of temperance because it is a card that deals with patience. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune examples are, and I put some extra ones here because I'm trying to show that Wheel of Fortune is like the pivotal this way or that way turning point. So the Wheel of Fortune cycles and turning points and fate shifting. Global inflation surge hits 40-year high in 2022. Silicon Valley Bank collapses and largest bank failure since 2008 in 2023. OPEC announces surprise oil production cuts in 2023. Supply chain crisis disrupts global trade and prices 2021 to 2022. U.S. Federal Reserve raises interest rates at fastest pace in decades 2022 to 2023. The Wheel of Fortune energy is the moment that the system turns and no one can stop it. What was stable starts moving. Everything else is put into place for the Wheel of Fortune moment, which is the turning of everything that's been put in place for the system. What was rising begins to fall. What was hidden underneath the surface comes up as the cycle completes itself. Other examples: OpenAI's ChatGPT sparks global AI shift across industries in 2022. FTX cryptocurrency exchange collapses in sudden bankruptcy in 2022. Russia invades Ukraine, triggering global economic and energy shock in 2022. Bank of England intervenes to stabilize markets after bond sell-off in 2022. China ends zero COVID policy abruptly after protest 2022. US debt ceiling crisis brings government to brink of default 2023. Argentina inflation surges past 100% in economic turning point 2023. Global tech layoffs sweep industry after pandemic boom reverses 2022 to 2023. The yen drives historic currency intervention by Japan 2022. U.S. housing market reverses course as mortgage rates spike 2022 to 2023. The Wheel of Fortune is when the system hits a point where it cannot hold at its previous shape. This way, that way, up, down, left, right, forward, back. The turn happens quickly, but the pressure is built slowly. So the pressure that's built slowly is everything that I've showed so far in all of the other slides. That again leads to this. Think of the Wheel of Fortune as like the culmination and the start button point. What once expanded begins to contract. What once dominated begins to fall. Entire industries, economies, and directions shift all at once, not because of a single decision, but because the cycle has reached its turning point. Very important. Okay, so going into the examples, we have justice with accountability and legal reckoning. Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced to 20 years in prison for sex trafficking in 2022. JP Morgan to pay $290 million to settle Epstein victims' lawsuit in 2023. Deutsche Bank agrees to $75 million settlement in Epstein case in 2023. U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade in 2022. EU's top court strikes down transatlantic data transfer deal in 2020. Justice Energy is courts deciding consequences and redefining legal boundaries. Then we have the hanged man, which is suspension and systematic stalemate. The U.S. government shutdown enters longest stretch in history in January 2019. Congress deadlocks on surveillance law renewal in 2024. Debt ceiling standoff pushes U.S. to brink of default in 2023. Prince Andrew's civil case delayed amid legal disputes in 2021. Meta faces outgoing EU investigation over data transfers in 2023. The hanged man energy is delay, uncertainty, and forced pause in decisive movement. Then we go to death, which is irreversible structural change. The Supreme Court ends federal protection for abortion rights in 2022. EU passes landmark Digital Services Act regulating big tech in 2022. Hong Kong's security law reshapes city's political landscape in 2020. FTX files for bankruptcy in stunning crypto collapse in 2022. Prince Andrew settles sexual assault case and avoids trial in 2022. Death energy. The old structure does not return the same way. Then we go into temperance, which is rebalancing and institutional integration. EU approves world's first comprehensive AI regulation in 2023. Biden signs bipartisan infrastructure law in 2021. WHO declares end to COVID-19 global health emergency in 2023. US and EU agree on new data policy framework in 2023. Global leaders call for responsible AI governance in 2023. Temperance energy is blending security, regulation, technology, and stability. Okay, so next in sequence is where we're catching up to the current timeline, in my opinion. We are here going into the Devil card. That's why the series is called We're Approaching the Devil card. So the Devil card is attachment, dependency, and shadow systems revealed. If you've been watching my news and reverse readings, I've been referring to the body that The body of individuals that I feel is going to be stepping forward, I've been referring to them as the shadow and the line leaders. This is why. So the amount of time that the Epstein thing went on was essentially the amount of time and space they needed to prolong or buy time or like expand time. That was the testing ground for what I believe they're going to be implementing in the upcoming stages. Because we're at the devil card. We're approaching the devil card. Attachment, dependency, and shadow systems revealed. This is when the shadow steps forward and we are given that peace and safety. We must rely on the system. In order to survive, we need to depend on and be attached to the system that's being presented to us. So this is followed then by the tower, which is the collapse of false structure. Now on ascension, this is the shadow losing. We're not in that stage yet. We're in the shadow because we as a people are allowing and accepting this to be a reality right now, honestly. So the tower on the descension process is when the tower is being built up. The tower, as in all of the previous slides that I referred to, and that tower drawing that I showed. And essentially what that is all of the cards, or not the cards literally, but the energy of the cards, the building blocks that are represented by the energy of the cards, building up to put the tower at the top so that they can put themselves as above the people. Okay, so then the tower here would be the building up of the tower because we're on the descension process. Then the star is the restoration of hope in the ascension process. In the descension process, which we are in right now, it is the feeling of hopelessness. So that on the ascension process, we can experience the hopefulness again. And we know we only go as low as we can get high. The roots go deep so the branches can go high. So the amount of hopelessness we're feeling right now, we will be restored and refilled with that hopefulness, but we have to get in the ascension process, which requires our free will decision to do collectively. Collectively, we must decide to ascend above the system that wants to hold us down in the root chakra. That's the entire point of this whole slideshow, because it is our free will decision, and it's not one that's going to be given to us. It's one we must come to the decision on our own. Or we stay stuck in separation and lack of the root chakra as long as we don't come to that decision on our own, because what we do not change, we choose. So that's why this presentation exists, as a hope to show you that it is our choice, and they're using the very formula that we could also use to actually build it back better. But we need people with knowledge of humanity and what it means to lead from the front. And we don't have that. We have people who want to put themselves on a pedestal above us. You can't lead from the front if you're putting yourself above everybody. And we see that entire system represented in our government today, unfortunately, all over the world. Leaders lead from the front, not from above people. That's why this tower must collapse, because it's not built to last. Then we have the moon, which is illusion and fear surfacing. On the ascension process, this would be the bright light being seen, and then it's scrutiny coming from that, right? On the descension process, the moon is essentially the illusion being actualized. Like, yes, okay, what we feared was happening is now being shown to us clearly. Then we have the sun, which is clarity and exposure. Now that we see it clearly, it can start acting clearly, right? Because we've been programmed to accept this from the start. Then we have judgment, which is awakening and reckoning. So this is when we finally do come to, okay, you know what? We've had enough now. That's better sooner rather than later, because it's better to do that before there's a surveillance state in place. Much harder to do when our free speech is very limited, if it even exists at all. We're being monitored crazy heavily. There's drones that can get rid of you if they just don't like you that day. Like, it's a lot easier to rise up and realize our sovereignty before there's a surveillance state. And then the world is the completion and the new cycle. Again, if you look on the title of the video, it says the light wins in the end. You know what? Matter of fact, let me just Let me scroll over there. There on the bottom across. Spoiler alert, the light wins in the end. That's the world card because the light does win in the end. But again, we stay in the root chakra, fear, lack, separation, lack of community, lack of support, feeling neglected, feeling under the ground in the dark. We stay there as long as we choose to, and then we ascend when we choose to. They don't want us to realize that A, we have that much power, or B, that we can do that, and they want to take away our possibility of doing that by hooking us up to a broken system that was never meant to recover. It was always meant to bind us to it so that those who put themselves on the pedestal above us can have the power. That's not how it's supposed to be. One, they're supposed to be working for us. You can't work for us if you're putting yourself above us. And two, leaders lead from the front. We do not have that, and that's why the entire world is about to blow up. Allegedly. Now we're catching up to the current timeline, which we're approaching the devil card. So the devil is entrenchment, dependency, and voluntary chains. Keyword, voluntary. I go back to what I said a few minutes ago, because what we do not change, we choose. The core archetype here is attachment to structures that limit us, limit our sovereignty, limit so much more than our autonomy, limit like our choices, limit what we're learning, limit what we're seeing, limit what we're experiencing, limit what we're allowed to know. Okay? Often because they provide comfort, safety, status, or convenience. When they say peace and safety, it is a trap indeed. That's why would a group of people need to cause so much chaos? Well, so they themselves can be the only solution to it. When really all that needs to be stopped is them. They're the ones causing the chaos so that they can be the solution to the chaos. So they're the problem in disguise. And they're taking off their disguise because they don't need the disguise anymore. We've willingly handed over ourselves to be chained to the system that they're putting in place. Allegedly. The devil is not brute force oppression. It's participation in the very system one feels trapped by. Participation in it, because what we do not change, we choose. What we allow, we choose. Why do you think we haven't just been blown up yet? Because they want the land. Because this is a giant plan to trap us and then implement their system worldwide under their control because they are psychotic. And they believe that the only way that things could go well is if they are the ones who are in control and get to play God over everybody else. And they think that they're so entitled to that they're willing to do everything you see them doing now in order to take the place on that throne that they built for themselves by manipulating us. That doesn't sound like a leader to me. When applied to a societal arc, the devil stage looks like systems that are too integrated to easily leave. Again, like I showed in the build-up statue one, they want the little person. When we look up, all we see is the finished structure. Or when we look up, all we see is the queen, king, people in power at the top. They don't want us to realize that it really is still in all of these pieces internally. And we actually have the blueprint of what needs to be done to build something that would actually be sustainable and work. Because they did it in front of us, but for self-serving purposes. And guess who actually built a lot of it? Us. They studied us to build our trap. So it was sometimes when I'm talking about this stuff and I seem a little heated, yeah, that should piss anyone off. They took our intellectual property to try and build a trap for us with it. Yes, that should piss us off. Absolutely. That's kind of what emotions are for things like that, so that internally something inside is saying to us, hey, that's not okay. You may have been mentally programmed to believe that that's okay, but that's not okay. Financial, technological, and social dependency woven into daily life. Convenience outweighing privacy concerns. We're about to see that on a whole other level. I mean, that's about to blow up in our face like nothing else. Privacy who? Moral outrage coexisting with continued usage, and public criticism without mass disengagement. It's not collapse, it's normalization. That's why we haven't just been blown up yet, because we're approaching the devil card. And what will collapse in the tower card? It's the illusion. We're seeing the illusion. It's almost as if the illusion has been unplugged in the tower card, and it had a little bit of battery left. It still had some life, but now it's dying out and they can't uphold that illusion anymore. And that pushes us into the devil card. Into, okay, now you've accepted the trap, now here you are. I believe we're at the devil stage of the cycle, not a dramatic collapse or visible tyranny. Entrenchment. Dependency woven so tightly into daily life that stepping outside of it feels almost impossible. Digital identity tied to banking, employment, travel, communication. Financial systems fully integrated into data systems. AI embedded into decision making. Information filtered through algorithms. People uneasy, yet still participating because the system is convenient, efficient, and normalized. The devil is not chains forced on us. It's chains we accept because they make life easier. This is the preparation for the peace and safety acceptance of the surveillance state. And the real tension of this moment is not whether the system exists, it's whether we remain unconscious inside it or become aware of how deeply integrated it has become. That's where we're at. We found out all the things we found out about the government, and then we just had to get up and go to work and go about normal life because that's the system that we are so ingrained in. This is the test of this stage. Are we ready to go into the next stage? Do we really have from the top, the people at the top of the podium, pedestal, do we have these people so integrated in this system that we can do the most off the wall crazy things such as Epstein files and everything happening in the world with war right now? Will they continue to just go on like normal? Because if so, we got that devil card. We're ready for the next stage, SARS. We, as in the people at the top of the podium. That's why everything has to go in layers. Structural characteristics. We have data dependency, digital identity required for basic functions, banking, healthcare, travel, employment, communication, all digitalized. Opting out becomes impractical. Digital ID is the perfect example of this. Or real ID, or all these other things that are they were slowly being, but now more quickly being implemented. Yes, because we're approaching the devil card, and these are all the requirements of the devil card. Financial entrapment, high global debt levels. I mean, we don't even need to discuss that further. We can see it. Reliance on centralized banking infrastructure, digital payment systems replacing anonymous exchange, and access equals compliance. You got to pay to play. You want to eat, you want to travel, you want to do this, you want to do that. You got to be part of the system. Again, the devil is where everything is put in place so you can't avoid what's here. What's here is the system. Platform entrenchment. Major technology ecosystems too embedded to realistically abandon. Even critics still use them. The chains are often self-fastened. We know that certain places steal our data and track us and do this and do that. We still use them. The system that feels unavoidable. I'm guilty of it too. I'm not saying I don't. I'm literally making this for YouTube. I post daily on TikTok. I'm not exempt from this. I'm saying me too. But that's part of it. It's so entrenched in our daily lives that you can't really avoid it. Moral compromise, public awareness of corruption or elite misconduct coexist with systematic continuity. Epstein is a good example of this archetype. Elite networks exposed, scandal acknowledged, limited individuals prosecuted, broader structures remain intact. The shock does not dismantle the system, it reveals entanglement. We got the news, the evidence, the proof, the photos of everything with Epstein. And how many arrests? And the system goes like normal. It's passing the round of entry into the devil. Are you ready to go in and enact this card? Think of the people at the top of the podium, right? That have built this to put themselves above everybody else. Think of if the system they're building is saying to them, in order for me to give you the next piece, in order for me to give you the devil card energy, you need to show me that all of these things are implemented and ready. And these are all implemented and ready. We are going with the maintenance of the system under the most chaotic, off the wall, couldn't even dream up this type of nightmare circumstances that you can even imagine. And there has not been an uprising yet that has threatened what they've built. Psychological conditioning. People adapt to monitoring if it's framed as safety. This is the next piece. This is what we're approaching. This is the test that we're approaching right now. Because of what they're doing in the Middle East, are we ready to adapt a much higher level of monitoring? What will we do? Will we continue to comply with the system, hence allowing those at the top of the podium to pass the test of entry here, essentially? They trade, I don't know what that word is because I'm over it. They trade something for ease. Over time, what once felt invasive becomes background noise. Friction. They trade friction for ease. Over time, what once felt invasive becomes background noise. This is a big necessary factor for them to know, okay, we passed number 5. We got the green light from number 5. They're accepting this because of what we caused over there. Hence, okay, the system will give the green light to the individuals enacting it. Okay, you have entry now. So again, we must say no at this stage because this is when the card becomes active, essentially, if that makes sense. Think of the card like a token. If they pass all 5 here, if they can do all these things and we still comply with the system without any uprising that threatens them or makes them have to buy more time, then they're given the energy to enact the devil card energy. Entrapment. Entrapment. Think of like all sides closing in, all exits closed, that type energy. The devil is a mirror. The key insight, the chains in the devil card are loose. In traditional tarot imagery, the figures are not fully bound. They could remove the chains. They don't. Why? Because there's a perceived benefit. Comfort, safety, status, belonging. When they say peace and safety, it all goes back to that. It's part of the long-term net trap. How do you trap an untrappable soul? You keep it bound under an energetic net to keep it from rising and ascending and challenging the system once the system's put in place. Why the devil comes after temperance. Temperance attempts balance. The devil reveals what was quietly integrated during that balancing. We're now seeing what Epstein was preparing for. This global conflict. For everybody to have a reason to go against each other and start all of this tall toddler fighting that's happening with all of the adults in our government. Because they implemented everything they needed for now through the process of the unfolding of the Epstein saga. It shows what we rely on, what we rationalize, and what we tolerate. This is absolutely necessary for them to be given the green light for the next step. They have to know what we're willing to tolerate, and not just like, okay, well, they tolerated that. They need to know what's the extremist level of what they'll tolerate, and what does toleration look like. And at that point, do we think that they would do anything extra if we pushed it a little bit further, or what? We are giving access to our own trap by continuing to allow this. What comes after? The devil's not the end. The next card is the Tower, which only appears when denial becomes unsustainable. This is the shadow stepping forward. This is when they're given the card to enact the devil card energy. But not every devil phase leads to tower collapse. Sometimes awareness leads to reform. Sometimes collapse forces change. This is the whole premise of this slideshow because, again, we have a choice. The system that they want us to believe is solid and finalized and indestructible is actually, again, internally in pieces. And we actually have the blueprint of how we could build it back better. We can't do that if we slip on the chains that they have orchestrated all of this world chaos to get us to accept putting on these chains. Free will choice. Every major arcana card has two expressions, the shadow and the light. I kept referring to it as ascension or descension. Shadow is unconscious, reactive, and fear-driven. Think of going deeper into the soil. The light is conscious, integrated, and intentional. Think of climbing out through the soil and climbing up the ladder upward. The arc does not force one outcome, it reveals the fork. It reveals our free will choice. Continue to accept and allow, or be a little uncomfortable and choose something different. Go further into where we see we're going into the shadow, or turn around and go up into the light. Okay, so the devil, we have attachment or awareness. The shadow version of the devil card, dependency deepens, convenience overrides autonomy, financial systems centralize further, digital identity becomes mandatory, surveillance normalizes under safety language, people complain but remain embedded, and chains tighten through comfort. We're approaching the devil card. So this is our choice. Are we going to choose shadow or light? The light version, public literacy increases. We learn about what's really going on. What patterns are being shown? What does our intuition tell us versus just what they're telling us to believe? Is what they're saying really true with verifiable facts? Have they lied about that before? Has there been consequences for their bad decisions before, or bad actions or bad choices before? Privacy becomes mainstream value. Decentralized tools grow. Transparency improves. We demand accountability. We say, hey, it's actually not okay to just eat babies and have an island where you torture people and then start a world war to avoid the repercussions of that. That's actually not okay to do, believe it or not. Power structures face scrutiny, something that we don't see at all. I mean, they can just straight up get in front of a congressional hearing or whatever else and not answer questions, or act like a yes or no question is like Kash Patel was asked a yes or no question and somehow he started saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like this is not leaders. Not leaders. People consciously choose participation rather than defaulting. And chains are seen and loosened. Essentially, hey, we're not going to allow this collectively. Then we have the Tower. Again, our choice. Are we going to go into collapse or controlled disruption? The shadow version here is sudden systematic failure, financial shock, data breach of historic scale, institutional trust collapses, panic replaces preparation, and the system breaks violently, which is what they want so that they can swap out the current for the shadow. The light version here is targeted reform. Hey, this exactly is what we're not dealing with anymore, and we're going to approach it like this. Hey, this is not something we can allow anymore, and we're going to put our foot down in this way. Corruption exposed before collapse. So, hey, we're actually not just going to let the government blow up the entire world to avoid the fact that they eat children. Controlled dismantling of harmful structures, aka our entire body of government. Policy rewritten intentionally. So, not just, I don't know, cutting off all of our allies because we felt like it for 5 minutes. Systems rebuilt stronger, aka not built to fail. And the tower falls where it must, not everywhere. We don't need to burn down every single thing in place. There's some things that, have a foundation that they could be built a little better or rebuilt, not needing to be completely taken away, but the things that aren't working are just causing poison to the rest of the garden at this point. Clearly. Then we go into the choice of the star, naive hope or conscious renewal. Okay, the shadow version is blind optimism. An example of that would be for us to sit here right now and believe that people who have an island where they torture people and literally were willing to start a war in order to hide that, they're not coming to save us. Nope. Surface level reform without structural change. Public fatigue mistaken for healing. So basically, right now, there's still chaos going on in Minnesota. We don't even hear about it anymore. It's all part of the testing. Does the collective group of people pass this test to where if we implement this, they're not going to stand a threat to what we've built? Trust given without accountability. We're trusting the people who told us what they told us in the Epstein files. We're trusting them with the lives of our sons and daughters, the soldiers who were willing to die for us. The people who are making the decision for those soldiers right now eat babies. And hope without foundation. Then we have the light version, which is transparency increasing, which is what we need. We can't make any improvement until there is transparency, and we quite literally have individuals. I mean, they only run when they're running from accountability. Like otherwise, they just don't do anything. I really feel whistleblowers protected. Civic engagement rises. We need to start by the people, for the people. What people? Not us. They're not for us. In what way? In the way we treat our veterans? In the way we treat our new parents? In the way we treat people who have mental health problems or struggles? In the way we treat our elderly? In in the way what? We can't keep allowing this to happen and expect them to change it. New ethical tech frameworks form. So basically, not just a bunch of social sites that are meant to just monitor us and gather ways to trap us and gather things to use against us, but true community being built. That's actually a thing that could exist. Community resilience strengthens, aka our leadership, not literally pitting everybody against each other for their own benefit. And hope rooted in reality instead of the false hope that baby eaters are going to come save us. Then we have the moon. The choice of the moon is fear or intuition. The shadow version is misinformation exploding, deep fakes destabilizing perception, which is what they're trying to do with especially Netanyahu right now is a great example of this. Is he alive? Is he not? How many fingers does he have? How many coffees does he have? Like it's just tests that are being ran to see if we're ready to accept what the system wants to put out. Psychological warfare intensifies. We're seeing that on a whole other scale with Iran. Paranoia spreads, truth becomes harder to anchor, and reality fragments. Or we can choose the light version, which is critical thinking becomes cultural norm. That's my goal with making the printout of this spreadsheet available for free to everyone so that you can look at what I have there and go do your own research. You don't have to use just the 5 examples of dates that I gave for the cards. Go find 25 other examples if you want so you can prove it to yourself. Please. Whatever you have to do, I'm making this available as an attempt to do exactly this, increase critical thinking. I'm giving you the foundation. You can go fill in as much more patterns as you want. Talk about it if you want. Whatever you want to do to further solidify. I'm trying to give you the foundation that you can then put more of your own details on. So use this as a template and go out and do your own additional research. Test my theory. I would love you to test my theory. Go out and see if you can find other dates that match what I'm saying. Go out and see if you can find other ways that these particular energies showed up in the way that I'm describing them here. Because if that actually makes it stronger, if you add in your own fill in the blanks, you do your own research, spirit, God, whatever you believe in, is showing you, look, yeah, like you've seen this too, this pattern, you know how to understand this pattern in your own terms too. So critical thinking is absolutely necessary, not just for the leadership, but for everyone. The leadership of a body of people should want critical thinkers. Our leadership does not want critical thinkers. They don't want us to think at all. A true leader should want critical thinkers because you grow and you learn more from the body of people that you're leading. So for them to not want us to think at all is a definite red flag. Media literacy expands. People slow down before reacting, which a lot of the times now we're in such a high stakes situation, such a high stress situation. The reactions are quick and heated because that's the environment that's been created on purpose by our leadership. Communities value verification over virality, and discernment strengthens. That we need that. Because they can literally get up there and lie and contradict themselves 3 times in the same speech, and people will still sit there and say, "Yes, that's great." But 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 there's no discernment involved in that. Like, discernment is logical and pattern recognition and spiritual all mixed in. It all needs to be turned on, and they want to turn it all off. Then we have the sun, the choice of the sun. This is exposure or overexposure. The shadow version is total transparency without privacy, everything monitored, nothing sacred, public life becomes performative, and surveillance disguised as clarity. This is the surveillance state in action. If we get to this stage, this is when it gets implemented, judgment is when it rolls forward, and the world is when it's in place. And then the light version here is corruption fully illuminated, institutions held accountable, healthy openness balanced with boundaries, truth visible without coercion, and clarity without intrusion. So either we stand up for our sovereignty or we give it all away, essentially. Then we have the judgment card. This is either a reckoning or a blame cycle. This is where either we stood up or we're all sitting next to each other like, man, we're in the trap together. Was it your fault or my fault? Who could have done more? Shadow version, endless trials, public shaming culture, retaliation cycles, polarization hardens permanently, and judgment without growth. Then we also have the light version we can choose, which is a collective awakening, which requires critical thinking and discernment, acknowledgement of systematic flaws, forgiveness where appropriate, structural change implemented. So not just saying, oh, you know what, we know that they did all this bad stuff. Okay, that stinks. Let's keep going. No, like people need to be in jail, people need to be held accountable, and people with actual leadership skills need to be put in the places of those who have failed us. That's the light version of judgment. Structural change implemented and reckoning becomes evolution. So, no, we're actually not going to be prey, and we don't have to fall victim to a system that wants to lessen us down to a number that they can handle trapping with the trap that they built off of our patterning, intellect, and structures. Then we go into the world choice. Closed systems or completed cycle. The shadow version here is global integration becomes rigid centralization, movement monitored, finance tracked, digital identity universal and unavoidable, and completion becomes containment, aka the AI system, the one world government system that's implemented under what I believe is four main leaderships and one main leader with the key to the system. This is when that would be implemented, the smart city world, like smart city world version. But they need to get us all out of their way so that they can have this land to be their mainland, since Izzy's basically going to not be in a great situation. And then they need to play chess with all the other countries to get them under this surveillance state. But they have time because we won't be in the way unless we choose to stand up. The light version here is global cooperation balanced with local sovereignty. Eartro I don't know how to say that, but voluntary systems, resilient infrastructure, collective maturity reached, and completion becomes integration. So either we choose to figure out a way to implement something new, or we're going to fall victim to what's already been put in place that's designed to trap us. Okay, so every phase contains both consolidation and correction, control and consciousness, entrapment and evolution. The devil's not the end, it's the awareness test. This is when the system and tower is built up high enough to where the system that's been built essentially gives the key to the person who's going to represent the system, and that person is the one that brings in the energy of the devil card. So the devil card is the passing over from the system to the individuals that are going to represent the system so that they can step forward. And this is the awareness test, because is the crowd ready? And if the crowd's ready, aka the crowd's not going to do anything to stand up and fight back in a way that would jeopardize what they've built, then they're given that key to be the physical physical representatives of the system. Okay. So the next part of this is we're going to go through basically the long timeline again of the whole thing as like a wrapping up of it all. So we're going to start this in the next one. Basically, we break it down ace to 10, page to king, and then through the major arcana, and that will kind of summarize everything we've done so far. I'm going to put that in the next part. Again, this is all alleged my opinion, not facts. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to my series. We're approaching the Devil card. If this is the first time you're seeing this series, I highly do recommend that you go back and start from the beginning. It's not going to make sense at the point that we're at, as we are about to go into almost like the grand finale. We're going to go over from start to finish now what I believe started with the 9/11 event and is wrapping up with the end of Epstein, this era, if you will. So we're going to go into explaining from the aces all the way through up until the point that we're at, which is approaching the devil card. We start with the Ace of Wands, which is the spark, the initiating fire, a catalytic event that changes trajectory. In this series, we are referencing this as September 11th, 2001, the attacks on the United States. This led to immediate global shock and declaration of the War on Terror. This was the ignition point for massive geopolitical and security restructuring. We then move into the Ace of Swords. This is new doctrine, legal and strategic justification, and framing of the narrative. Here we have October 26, 2001 being the U.S. Patriot Act, signed into law, dramatically expanding surveillance and intelligence authorities. The Ace of Pentacles is the material infrastructure begins forming, funding and institutional build-out. We have the creation of the Department of Homeland Security in 2002, consolidating 22 agencies into one security apparatus, massive budget expansion for surveillance and counter-terror operations. Then we have the Ace of Cups. This is the emotional unity and moral framing, national solidarity. Here we have the global solidarity movements after 9/11. NATO invoking Article 5 for the first time, public sentiment strongly aligned behind security expansion framed as protection. That completes the ignition layer, aka the aces. Now the twos represent duality and choice emerging. We start with the Two of Wands. We have strategic expansion, looking outward, global positioning. We have invasion of Afghanistan in October 2001, expansion of U.S. military presence into long-term foreign conflict. Then we have the Two of Swords, which is security versus privacy. A moral split begins forming. The public debate beginning to emerge around surveillance, especially after early Patriot Act renewals. Then we move into the Two of Pentacles. This is balancing liberty and safety, resource management under strain. We have budget expansion for counterterrorism, while domestic economic strain begins increasing in the mid-2000s. Then we have the Two of Cups, which is alliances formalized. We have the formation of international intelligence sharing coalitions, expanding Five Eyes Corporation and global counterterror data exchange. Now the threes represent expansion of the initial seed. We start with the Three of Wands, which is long-term strategic commitment. We have the Iraqi war launched in 2003, expanding the global war on terror framework. Then we have the Three of Swords, betrayal, fracture, and controversy. We have revelations of Abu Ghraib abuses in 2004, creating public fracture around moral legitimacy. Then Three of Pentacles is institutional collaboration. We have deep integration between intelligence agencies and private tech firms throughout the 2000s, especially cloud infrastructure contracts later revealed publicly. Then we have the Three of Cups, collective reinforcement of shared mission. We have continued bipartisan renewal of counterterror authorities through the mid-2000s. If someone were symbolically tracing this forward all the way to the announcement that no additional Epstein files would be released, they might frame that as a high priestess or a devil phase moment. High priestess energy would be sealed information and classified knowledge remaining inaccessible. Devil energy would be entrenchment, systems mature to the point where disclosure no longer shifts structure because the infrastructure is too embedded. What am I trying to say here? These threes, the expansion created in the threes, even all the way back then, that was put in place because of 9/11, it prepared for what we're seeing that enabled the Epstein thing to close out in the way that it did. Then we go into the fours. The fours represent stabilization. The system is no longer forming, it begins solidifying. Fours is structure, platform. Four of Wands is security infrastructure being normalized. A new baseline becomes permanent. We have the 2004 Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act, creation of the Director of National Intelligence position, and the formalizing centralized intelligence coordination. We also then have the Four of Swords, which is quiet consolidation. Expansion happens without public visibility. Here we have the mid-2000s classified expansion of NSA metadata programs, later revealed in 2013. Surveillance infrastructure deepened quietly. Then we have the Four of Pentacles, control of assets, guarding power and resources tightly. We have the 2008 financial crisis, followed by massive federal intervention. We have the government expanding oversight of financial systems, while centralized banks increase structural control mechanisms. Then we have the Four of Cups. This is public fatigue. Emotional numbness begins. Late 2000s war fatigue. Public attention drifting while surveillance and security policies remain largely intact. We then go into the fives. Five represents conflict and destabilization within the system. We have the Five of Wands, internal conflict and fragmentation. 2008 to 2010, rise of political polarization in the US, Tea Party movement, and escalating domestic ideological division. The Five of Swords is winning at all cost and erosion of trust. 2013, Edward Snowden revelations exposing NSA mass surveillance programs, public shock and internal fallout. Five of Pentacles is institutional strain and economic insecurity. We have post-financial crisis measures globally, economic instability creating distrust in institutions. Five of Cups, we have disillusionment. We have public realization after Snowden that surveillance programs were broader than publicly acknowledged, growing skepticism toward official narratives. We then go into the sixes. Sixes represent adjustment and attempted harmony after conflict. The Six of Wands is institutional reassurance and partial reform framed as victory. We have the 2015 USA Freedom Act passed, limiting bulk metadata collection while maintaining surveillance authorities in modified form. Then we have the Six of Swords transition into a new operational phase. We have a shift from overt counter-terror framing toward digital era security concerns, including cybersecurity and domestic extremism. We then have the Six of Pentacles, redistribution of technological power, expansion of public-private partnerships between intelligence agencies and major tech firms for data storage and analysis through cloud infrastructure. The Six of Cups is the return to narrative memory. We have the continued invocation of 9/11 memory and policy debates around surveillance renewals, reinforcing legitimacy. The sevens represent testing, defense, strategic maneuvering, and illusion. We have the Seven of Wands with the defensive posture, institutions defending legitimacy under pressure. 2017 to 2019, increasing congressional hearings on surveillance practices, social media data use, and intelligence overreach. Agencies publicly defending authority while maintaining the operational scope. We have the Seven of Swords, exposure of covert maneuvering, strategic secrecy questioned. 2016 revelations surrounding election interference investigations and intelligence activity disclosures. Public debate around hidden operations and information control intensifies. Seven of Pentacles is long-term investment evaluation, reassessment of surveillance architecture. We have the late 2010s expansion of AI-driven analytics within intelligence and law enforcement. Governments assessing long-term technological dominance strategies. We have the Seven of Cups with confusion and narrative overload. We have the explosion of misinformation debates between 2016 and 2020, deep fakes, bot networks, and algorithmic amplification creating blurred perception environments. We then go into the eights, which represent acceleration and structural entrenchment. The Eight of Wands is rapid technological escalation. We have 2020 pandemic response accelerating digital infrastructure adoption, remote work normalization, rapid deployment of contact tracing apps and digital tracking systems globally. Then we have the Eight of Swords with perceived confinement within system structures, lockdowns during 2020 and 2021, public debate over emergency powers, movement restrictions, and health passport systems. The Eight of Pentacles is system refinement and technical mastery. We have massive investment into artificial intelligence, biometric identification, and automatic data processing across both government and private sector from 2020 onward. The Eight of Cups is withdrawal from trust in traditional institutions. We have the rise of encrypted messaging platforms and alternative media ecosystems post-2020 as trust declines in centralized information channels. We then go into the nines, which represent culmination of pressure and psychological impact. We have the Nine of Wands being exhausted resilience, defensive persistence, ongoing renewal battles over FISA Section 702 authorities, institutional insistence on maintaining surveillance powers despite public skepticism. Nine of Swords is anxiety and fear saturation, the rising public concern about AI misuse, data privacy breaches, and permanent digital tracking from 2021 to present. The Nine of Pentacles is elite installation, institutional stability despite unrest. We have major tech firms reaching record valuations even amid public distrust and regulatory scrutiny. Then we have the Nine of Cups, discomfort in dependency. Digital ecosystems becoming unavoidable for banking, communication, and commerce. Criticism persists, but usage continues increasing. Which moves us into the tens, which represents a cycle of completion, maximum intensity before transition. We have the Ten of Wands, overburdened system carrying accumulated complexity. We have the layered national security, cybersecurity, AI regulation, financial oversight, and global conflict all operating simultaneously by mid-2020s. Bureaucratic weight on peak complexity. We have the Ten of Swords, which is perception of institutional betrayal or collapse moment. We have the high profile data breaches, classified document leaks, and deepening distrust in institutional transparency from 2022 to 2024. We have the Ten of Pentacles, which is full structural entrenchment. We have the digital payment dominance, biometric identification expansion, and normalized cross-agency data sharing frameworks reaching operational maturity. Then we have the Ten of Cups, which is stabilized public adaptation. Post-pandemic normalization where emergency digital systems remain integrated into daily life while public outrage decreases. At this point in the tarot structure, the minor arcana cycle completes. Then comes the court cards representing actors inside of the system. I know that the court cards are part of the minor arcana, but in this instance, think of them more as like a category in between the two. It's like after something's put in place, but before it walks the journey of the major arcana. After that, the major arcana phase begins, which we earlier mapped toward devil as entrenchment. So the pages test the structure, the knights push forward what was tested, the queens stabilize it after it was pushed forward, and the kings formalize it after it's been stabilized. Pages are emergence, new voices, new disclosures, new movements, not full power yet, but catalysts. The Page of Wands is a new activist spark, youth-driven ignition. 2018 to 2020, youth-led movements surge globally. March for Our Lives, climate strikes led by Greta Thunberg, large-scale decentralized protest organization through social platforms. Energy is raw and mobilized through digital infrastructure built in earlier stages. The Page of Wands is not institutional, it's movement energy. Then we have the Page of Swords, whistleblower, information challenger, data exposure. 2013, Edward Snowden disclosures. 2021, Frances Haugen Facebook files. 2023, Pentagon classified leak case. These are emerging voices challenging surveillance, algorithmic influence, and security. Pages question power but do not control it. We move then to the Page of Pentacles. Technological builder, new economic model architect. We have the rise of cryptocurrency ecosystems post-2009, expansion of decentralized finance, open source encryption growth, AI startup explosion beginning 2022. This page builds alternative infrastructure within larger systems. Page of Cups is the emotional awakening, cultural conscious emerging. Me Too movement amplification post-2017. Increased focus on institutional abuse transparency, including Epstein-related victims speaking publicly. Surge in trauma-informed policy discussion. This page represents emotional literacy surfacing inside institutional frameworks. What pages represent collectively? New generation actors inside of a mature system. Exposure, activism, experimentation, but not full authority. Which brings us into the knights. If the pages are emergence, the knights are actions. Knights push, they accelerate, they enforce, they escalate. They're not architects, they're movers. We have the Knight of Wands being aggressive ideological momentum and rapid mobilization. Post 2016 surge in global protest waves, mass demonstrations across the United States, Europe, Brazil, and Israel. Rapid policy driven movements amplified by social media infrastructure. Digital platforms used to mobilize millions in days. This is high speed ideological movement energy. We have the Knight of Swords, policy enforcement, and aggressive narrative control. We have content moderation acceleration after 2016 election interference concerns. Platform bans of high profile political figures in 2020 and 2021. Expansion of domestic extremism investigations. Renewed debates around online speech regulation. Knight of Swords moves quickly and decisively. It cuts. We have the Knight of Pentacles, which is slow institutional entrenchment, methodological expansion. Continued renewal of visa authorities, expansion of biometric screening at airports, long-term AI integration into defense and intelligence, digital payment normalization, and central bank digital currency research. This Knight doesn't rush, it builds brick by brick. We have the Knight of Cups, moral framing and emotional persuasion at scale. We have public campaigns framing surveillance and digital monitoring as safety measures, national unity messaging during crisis events, global climate and health initiatives framed as moral imperatives requiring coordinated data systems. The Knight of Cups persuades rather than commands. What Knights represent collectively? Acceleration inside of an already built structure. If pages tested the system, Knights operate within it. Movement intensifies, enforcement strengthens, infrastructure expands. Next would be Queens, where strategy replaces motion. So if the pages are emergence and the Knights are actions, then Queens are consolidation. Queens stabilize influence. They manage systems, refine narratives, and they make power sustainable. We have the Queen of Wands, which is cultural influence, consolidated, and narrative leadership. Large corporations and media institutions shaping civic messaging, coordinated public facing campaigns around elections, health policy, climate initiatives, brand driven social alignment becoming normalized, and influence becomes structured, not spontaneous. We have the Queen of Swords, which is regulatory clarity and institutional framing. European Union Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act implementation. Ongoing AI regulatory frameworks across US, EU, and UK. Supreme Court level rulings defining surveillance and speech boundaries. The Queen of Swords defines acceptable parameters. Then we have the Queen of Pentacles, which is financial stewardship and system management. Central bank digital currency research and pilot programs globally. Expansion of financial monitoring tools to prevent fraud and sanction violations. Integration of private banking with regulatory oversight post-financial crisis. The system becomes economically interwoven and managed. We have the Queen of Cups, which is emotional climate governance. Mental health initiatives embedded in education and corporate policy. Public messaging designed to reduce panic during crisis. Institutional focus on community stability and social cohesion programs. The Queen of Cups regulates emotional atmosphere. What queens represent collectively is power no longer moving quickly. It stabilizes. Infrastructure is mature. Narratives are refined. Economic rails are integrated. Emotional framing is managed. Queens make the system livable. Next comes the kings. Kings formalize authority and permanence. If the pages are emergence, knights are action, queens are consolidation, and kings are authority. Kings formalize power. They codify permanence. They define the final structure of the era. And in this case, the era in question is beginning at 9/11. King of Wands is strategic direction set at the highest level. National AI strategies formally published by the US, China, and the European Union. Long-term national security doctrines reframed around cyber warfare and digital dominance. Public declaration that technology infrastructure is now core to national power. This king defines trajectory. Then we have the King of Swords, which legal authority is crystallized. Renewal and formalization of FISA Section 702 authorities. Supreme Court rulings defining executive power limits. Codified data sharing agreements between governments, such as the US EU Data Privacy Framework. Law becomes the boundary of the system. King of Pentacles is economic sovereignty and financial system entrenchment. We have digital payment systems surpassing cash usage in many developed nations. Expansion of sanctions enforcement through financial tracking systems. Continued research and pilot testing of central bank digital currencies globally. Financial rails are now inseparable from governance. The King of Cups is stability messaging and controlled emotional governance. Coordinated global responses to crises framed around resilience and stability. Institutional emphasis on public calm during geopolitical and economic instability. Strategic use of messaging to maintain confidence in markets and institutions. This king maintains equilibrium. So we have trajectory, boundary as law, financial rails inseparable from governance, and maintaining equilibrium. What the kings represent collectively. The system is no longer forming, it's fully integrated. Technology, finance, law, and narrative are all aligned. At this point in a tarot arc, you transition from structural mechanics to archetypal pressure. This is where the major arcana begins. So the kings completed the structural build-out. The major arcana represents psychological and civilizational stages. 9/11 in this series that we're looking at was the ignition point. So now we move forward from a fully built surveillance and digital infrastructure into the archetypal layer. So the Fool is when a new chapter begins. And what does this mean? It means everything's in place. Now, instead of preparing backstage, we put it on the stage. The Fool, a new chapter begins. A step into unfamiliar terrain with confidence that the system is stable. Post-2020 transition into the AI era. Public launch of large language models in 2022. Rapid normalization of generative AI in daily life. A sense that we're entering a new technological epoch without fully understanding its long-term implications. The Fool is optimism at the edge of complexity. The Magician is the mastery of tools, control of information systems, and reality shaping through technology. Governments and corporations integrating AI into intelligence, defense, content moderation, predictive analysis, and automated decision-making. National AI strategies formalized between 2017 and 2024. Clear acknowledgement that data and algorithmic leverage define power. The Magician is tool dominance. The High Priestess is hidden layers, sealed knowledge, and controlled disclosure. Ongoing classification debates around surveillance programs, limited release of Epstein-related documents with portions redacted, intelligence agencies maintaining significant classified authority over data systems, growing public awareness that not all information is accessible. The High Priestess represents what remains behind the curtain. Then we have the Empress with cultural expansion, identity, belonging, and narrative shaping the environment. We have mass integration of social media into identity formation, institutional diversity initiatives, cultural framing of safety, inclusion, and emotional well-being as governance priorities, algorithmic shaping of public disclosure through recommendation systems. The Empress builds the social environment. And we have the Emperor with central authority defining structure and boundaries. Executive orders on AI regulation, formal cybersecurity frameworks, digital infrastructure declared critical national security assets, governments asserting regulatory authority over large tech platforms, the emperor formalizes control. Then we have the Hierophant, which is doctrine becoming finalized. Institutions define the moral and legal framework that justifies the system. Formal AI governance frameworks emerging across the EU, United States, and China. Renewal battles around surveillance authorities framed as necessary for national security. Expert consensus panels defining acceptable digital standards. The Hierophant is orthodoxy. The system is no longer experimental. It's defended as correct. We then have the Lovers, which is a collective moral choice point. Division between competing values. Public polarization over privacy versus security. Debates over encryption backdoors. Division over vaccine mandates and digital health passports. Split over content moderation and free speech boundaries. The Lovers is not romance, it's alignment. Choose the system or resist it. Then the Chariot is acceleration in the chosen direction. Decisive movement. Rapid AI integration across government and defense. Expansion of biometric verification at borders and airports. Aggressive enforcement against cyber threats and digital fraud. The Chariot moves forward regardless of debate. Then we have Strength, which is controlled pressure and managing tension without collapse. Institutions adapting messaging to maintain calm during inflation, geopolitical instability, and technological disruption. Selective reform while maintaining core surveillance capabilities. Public reassurance campaigns around AI safety and data privacy. Strength contains unrest rather than eliminating it. Then we go into the Hermit, which is withdrawal, independent searching for truth. The rise of alternative media ecosystems, growth in encrypted communication platforms, increasing distrust in mainstream institutions, individuals conducting their own research into governance and power structures. The Hermit is collective introspection. The Wheel of Fortune is external forces shifting trajectory. Events outside centralized control alter the path. The global pandemic in 2020 acting as a system shock. Rapid supply chain disruptions, mass digital acceleration forced by circumstance rather than slow planning, geopolitical escalation including Russia-Ukraine war reshaping alliances. The wheel represents forces larger than any single administration. Momentum shifts quickly. We go into Justice, which is accountability and legal reckoning. Major antitrust cases against large technology companies, court battles over surveillance authorities, civil settlements related to institutional misconduct, including financial institutions tied to the Epstein litigation. Increased global regulatory scrutiny of AI systems. Justice is the balancing mechanism. It asks what must be corrected. Then we go into the Hanged Man, which is suspension, systematic stalemate, and a forced pause. Legislative gridlock over digital policy reform. Repeated short-term renewals of surveillance authorities instead of structural overhaul. Debt ceiling crises. Public exhaustion and uncertainty about direction. The Hanged Man represents being stuck while perspective shifts. Death is irreversible structural transformation. Permanent integration of remote infrastructure into economic life. Shift toward digital identity verification as a baseline requirement in banking and travel. Reshaping of global alliances and economic flows post 2022. Death does not mean destruction. It means the old normal does not return. This brings us into Temperance, which is attempted integration and stabilization. Formal AI safety frameworks, cross-border data transfer agreements between US and EU, institutional efforts to maintain privacy with security through revised legal language, public messaging focused on resilience and stability. Temperance blends what survived transformation, which brings us into the Devil card. This is entrenchment, dependency, systems so integrated that exit feels impractical. Digital identity tied to banking, employment, communication, and travel. Financial tracking through digital payments becoming dominant over cash. AI systems embedded into decision making at scale. Public discomfort with data collection, but continued reliance on digital platforms. The devil is not visible tyranny, it's normalized dependence. So now going forward, this is moving beyond the point that we're currently at. So we go into the tower, structural rupture, and exposure of instability. Again, please remember, we still have a choice to choose shadow or light of all of the ones that I'm about to read now. Massive cyber attack, disabling critical infrastructure, major data breach exposing deep institutional corruption, financial system shock tied to technological failure, public loss of trust triggered by a systematic transparency event. The tower is not gradual reform, it's sudden destabilization. It may not have fully happened yet from this era that began on the 9/11 at a global systematic level, but smaller scale versions occur regularly. We move into the STAR, which is rebuilding with clarity and transparent reform. Post-crisis regulatory reform. Stronger privacy protections entrenched after breach events. Whistleblower protections strengthened. New civic movements centered around ethical technology. The STAR is grounded hope. When we're going up in ascension, if we choose to go down in descension, the STAR essentially becomes when the light goes out and we start to not be able to see a way forward out of the surveillance state. Then we have the moon, which is psychological distortion, fear, and information uncertainty. Deep fake technology blurring reality. Algorithmic manipulation occurring. Widespread confusion about truth sources and information warfare between state actors. The moon is uncertainty amplified. The sun would be exposure, illumination, and transparency at scale. Major classified programs fully revealed. Global agreements on AI governance with enforceable oversight. Restoration of institutional trust through radical transparency. The sun is clarity without collapse. Now, in the event of the surveillance state, the moon would be right before when everything's in place and it's still like a shadow aspect. It's running things, but it's not fully integrated. The sun would be the full integration up and running. We can all see it. Judgment would be when we react to it essentially, and the world is just, it's normalized now. We're going forward. Judgment, collective reckoning, and structural reset. Broad public demand for systematic reform, re-evaluation of national security doctrine post-technological era, institutional restructuring driven by voter mandate or geopolitical shift. Judgment is awakening, not punishment. If we choose the light version. The world, completion of the cycle and integration into a new normal. A stabilized digital governance model accepted globally. Now, this is either us taking back our power or it's one world order. It's our choice, shadow or light. Or a rebranded sovereignty model emerging after disruption. The world is not utopia, it is maturity. So I see 9/11 as the ignition point of a new era of control. It created the emotional climate that made mass surveillance not only possible, but acceptable. Fear unified the public. The Patriot Act expanded authority. Homeland Security consolidated power. Intelligence agencies were given broader access, broader budgets, and broader reach. What began as counter-terror protection quietly became permanent infrastructure. Over time, that infrastructure didn't shrink, it evolved. After the financial crisis, monitoring expanded into banking and global transactions. As social media exploded, data collection moved into personal identity, behavior, and belief. When Snowden exposed the scope of surveillance, the system didn't collapse, it adjusted. It reworded, it refined, and it continued. By the time the Epstein scandal surfaced, the architecture was already mature. His network exposed elite connections across politics, finance, academia, and royalty. Documents were released in phases. Some accountability occurred, but the structure itself didn't fracture. When the announcement comes that no more files will be released, it doesn't feel like a beginning of justice. It feels like a containment point or a ceiling. From 9/11 to that moment, the pattern looks continuous. A crisis builds justification. Justification builds infrastructure. Infrastructure becomes normalized. Exposure tests it. The system absorbs the shock, and the cycle closes not with collapse, but with entrenchment. This is the arc that I see. The first wave, the 14 to the 1500s, Renaissance Europe. Tarot first appeared in northern Italy in the mid 1400s as a card game played by the aristocracy. At that time, Europe was undergoing massive transformation. The Renaissance was in full motion. Classical Greek and Roman ideas were being rediscovered. Art, symbolism, and allegory were exploding into popularity. The Catholic Church still dominated spiritual authority, but humanism was rising. Monarchies were consolidating power. Banking families, like the Medici, were reshaping economic systems. Printing technology was spreading knowledge more widely than ever before. It was a world obsessed with hierarchy, divine order, morality, fate, virtue, death, and salvation. The imagery in the early tarot decks reflected that worldview. Emperors, popes, death, the devil, judgment. These weren't occult warnings, they were visual representations of the moral and political universe that people believed they lived in. Tarot wasn't mystical yet. It was a reflection of the social and religious structure of that time. The second wave was the 17 to 1800s. This is the occult revival and secret societies. Tarot became mystical during a period of enormous upheaval. The Enlightenment was challenging church authority. The American and French revolutions were overturning monarchies. Freemasonry and other fraternal orders were spreading across Europe and America. There was fascination with ancient Egypt, hidden wisdom, and esoteric knowledge. During this era, French occultists claimed tarot contained secret and ancient truths. That was historically inaccurate, but it still stuck. Tarot became reinterpreted as a symbolic initiation map rather than a card game. This happened at a time when traditional authority structures were cracking. People were looking for alternative systems of meaning. Tarot became a spiritual counter language during political revolution. This brings us into the third wave, which is the 16 to 1700s. This is counterculture. Tarot surged again during the Vietnam War era, civil rights movement, and distrust in institutions. The Rider-Waite deck, published in 1909, became mainstream during this period. Why? Because society was questioning government authority, corporate power, war, and traditional religion. Tarot offered symbolic introspection and personal sovereignty at a time when trust in institutions was collapsing. It rose during social fragmentation. The pattern, tarot tends to resurface during periods of authority shift, periods of distrust, periods of rapid cultural change, moments when people feel the system is unstable. It doesn't create those shifts, it becomes popular when people sense them. When centralized power feels strong, tarot fades into novelty. When authority feels questioned, symbolic systems return. So historically, tarot becomes culturally powerful during times of political restructuring, institutional distrust, technological expansion, spiritual searching. Symbolic language becomes attractive when visible systems feel unstable. The rise and fall of this is kind of what a big part of what had me start putting this together, because I said, the different ways that tarot was viewed, I wonder what the times that aligns with. And it added on to the theory I was already working with about 9/11. So that they kind of merged perfectly in the end. So in conclusion, this project isn't about proving some secret master plan, it's about pattern recognition. I'm not saying tarot caused anything. I'm saying it names something. And that's why it's very important, the different ways that tarot was viewed and what was happening in the world at that time. It gives language to the way power tends to move. Crisis hits, fear unifies, authority expands, infrastructure gets built. That infrastructure doesn't go away, it integrates, it becomes normal. Then exposure happens, and instead of collapse, the system absorbs it. It tightens in some places and it softens in others, but it survives. That's how it's designed. When I trace the arc from 9/11 forward, I'm looking at the psychological integration of an era, a moment big enough to reset what people are willing to accept. Surveillance expanded, agencies consolidated, financial systems digitized, social platforms became data engines. Snowden revealed it, the system adjusted. The Epstein scandal exposed elite entanglements. The structure absorbed it. Files get released in waves, then they stop. Not with revolution, but with containment. That doesn't require mysticism, it requires understanding how institutions behave when they're built around fear and then stabilized through convenience. Tarot for me is not prediction, it's architecture. The Emperor is centralization. Hierophant is doctrine. The Lovers is division. The Chariot is acceleration. The Devil is dependency. The Tower is rupture. And these aren't spiritual fantasies, they're recurring human dynamics. They're what happens when power consolidates and matures. What I'm exploring here is where we are inside of that cycle. If this is the devil phase, then the tension isn't about visible oppression. It's about comfortable entanglement. Systems so integrated into daily life that opting out feels unrealistic. The chains aren't dramatic, they're practical. This project isn't about declaring doom, it's about awareness. History doesn't end at one card, it continues. The arc bends based on consciousness. The only real question is whether we recognize the pattern while we're still inside of it, or only after it's already hardened into the next phase. And in that final sentence, you see the entire point of why I put this together. Because we have an opportunity to see it before it's hardened into the next phase. How I said we choose light or shadow, we choose in the period before, because it's what door are we going to walk into. So we're approaching the devil card. We're not in it yet. Are we putting on the chains and appeasing to the system? Or are we going to take off the chains and choose the light side of the devil card? Because it's our choice. We put on the chains or we take them off. We say, yes, you up on the pedestal, you can stay there above me. Or we say, no, I'm knocking this down. And we're going to actually build it back better. We have a choice. What we choose is how we go into the next phase. I do feel as though there's more here, because I do want to trace this back even further and show how this block of time that in this instance I'm representing as beginning 9/11 and ending 2026 with the closing out of Epstein. I do feel confident I can trace this block back several other times and show an even wider pattern, but I'm going to put these together for now and leave this with you. I am going to make the entire slideshow available for free. It'll be on my STAN store, STAN.STORE/The Reckoning Co. I do encourage you to check my research, do further research, bring up a pattern that would make sense to you. What are you paying attention to in the world? And is it following the same pattern? Where is it in this structure buildup? I will be back with another part soon, because this is a much bigger project, but this is the conclusion for part 1. Thank you so much for watching. If you care about what's going on right now, please hear me out. So I am a psychic. I've been looking at what's going on the world stage since 2022 on YouTube. A lot of my readings have come out to play out on the world stage, and from all of them I have this comprehensive map of what I feel like I've been shown over that entire time frame on the world stage and what is going on right now. I feel like I can explain this in a way that you can now fully understand, because we've seen all the pieces to make this make sense. So please just hear me out. I'm going to use some code words for things, so bear with me here. Okay. This is the ultimate goal. There is 4 people, we're going to call them the line leaders. One day, long time ago, they got together and they decided that they wanted to take over control of everyone, okay? Now, they started this plan. This plan was to start this fake country, and then with that fake country, buy a whole big company so that they can infiltrate the entire world and get everyone under this one system that they built up that allows them to control everything and play God via a surveillance type state that the entire world is under one control. Let's say this is a fairy tale, hypothetically. Okay, so they had to build this up, and this is essentially a ladder. They have to take everything from the ace, which is the spark of an idea, and then essentially they're trying to undo what God did and redo it in their own way. So everything starts with the 2, which is the separation. They have an idea, they see something that they can use to put themselves above people and connect everyone to this system in this fairy tale. So they have to start with the idea, and then they take something God had and they pull it apart, they separate it. And then 3, they put it back together in the way that they want it, okay? From that, they then have 4, the foundation. This is something that is now ours. It was God's, built this way. Now it's ours, built that way. Then 5, it needs to be tested. Can it withstand some kind of inside of the house testing? They test it themselves, okay? Then 6, if this test goes well, then they move on forward with 6. With 6, they start to roll it out to the public, which brings us to 7. 7 is the public testing this, because this is where they need to defend it. We tested it. We believe it works. Can it hold up to scrutiny of the public? After that, it goes into the 8. The 8 is if it can withstand the scrutiny of the public or not. Did it? If it did, 8 means we're walking forward. If it didn't and we're not comfortable with it, we're going to unbuild it now and rebuild it back better, and we're going to walk away. Because if we walk away at this point, we can still distract people with something as we dismantle this and build it back better. That's why distractions are important. If we go forward with this, it goes to the 9. Once it's in the 9, this is independence. This means it's implemented in the system and it's running. Okay, it's not finalized yet. Finalization is at the 10. See this little pants hat looking thing? It may remind you of leadership within a certain religion. This is what goes around it, like a PVC pole almost. Okay, this is hypothetical. This goes around the idea. The 10 is when it's finalized. There's laws, policies, whatever else in place. So that us as the little guy, when we look up, all we see is this finished PVC pole, and we're not seeing that all these steps are still separate on the inside. Or we look over here and see chaos, war, destruction, and we feel way too little to do anything about it. Or we look over here at Evil Island and we're just like, I can't even comprehend what that even is. So they want us to feel so small, chaos, evil, final product, but really this is not final. Because inside, it's still in pieces. It's still dismantleable. Up here, we have the queen, page, knight, and king. These are the stages of the plan where they roll it out and they have certain people play different roles to implement it further, to put it into place, to move it forward, to test further theories. This is the New World Order because what they're putting up here is the system. Why? Because they're building this secondary fake firmament thing so that they can do this show of grandiose we are God when they're not. It's a projection screen. Like it's an intelligently designed projection screen. But anyway, the system so that everyone is under their control, because if we give our free will to allow this to happen, they can siphon the energy that should be ours, and then it's our fault, and they can put us under this system. That's what the deception is. The deception is that the devil wants us to think that there's nothing actually at stake. There very much is, okay? So 4 people are really at the head of this. There's a lot of other people up on this platform. The interesting thing is that this is dismantleable, and now they have everything up here that they need, and they've put everything into the system so that it can calculate all the different odds, all the different factors, all the different ways to keep people under control. The interesting thing is, if this falls, everything on top of this pedestal falls with it. Interesting, right? The things that they have up here on this, that they have under their control, are things like the military, tech, disease, for population control, the government, food and water, money, travel and IDs, entertainment and weather. Everything up here in the pedestal. So if we knock this down, this whole pedestal falls. This company is the mouthpiece for this fake country. This country's idea was to make a bunch of bad groups in all these other countries that were part of this, but were sent here to cause terror and chaos everywhere else. And then they blame these countries, but it's really sent from this one. Okay, this was meant to kick off the war. The swamp that's being drained is the people. It's not the people that are the friends of the bad guys. It's actually us. They're viewing us as swamp creatures. Okay. The US is the main stage. Why? Because it's the company for the country, and they were playing a game of who wins by having less accountability, because they thought they were only playing against each other, but they were actually playing against the line leaders, who were actually playing for getting more leverage. And they were always going to win because they had points from everyone on the stage. They had leverage on them, and then they also had an extra point for mystery. Nobody knows that much about them. Nobody can really stop them. They had the anti-line leaders, aka Epstein Island, because that's how they trapped all the powerful people. It's like the Antichrist to the Antichrist, if you will, right? So everything that goes up the ladder must go through stages. That's why we see so many things go through this same formation. The three pieces of the main stage, you'll think of this triangle as being familiar, right? The three pieces of this stage are the one who is in charge of anti-order. This is the one who implements policy. There's one who was in charge of the AI and media and stuff for the security and surveillance part, the creation of that's another pillar. And then the disease and health and population control is another pillar. So there's always something going on. Look over here, look over there. Nobody knows what's going on. All of these are agents of chaos and anti-order, so that we aren't realizing what is actually being built. Okay, so I'm telling you all this because we need to stop it now before it gets to the point where this is turned on. Because once this is turned on, think of the drones in Iran. What if they were like hall monitors for us here? Would you enjoy that? No, right? Okay, so we got to do something, allegedly, my opinion, no facts, because we are the swamp that they're trying to drain. All of this chaos is happening on purpose. And what's happening right now is the other countries knew this and were preparing for this for a long time, right? So essentially what happened is they were banding together to expose this one to everyone so that everyone would be willing to ban against, take us out, right? Essentially, they were coming after the GOV, not us. The weapon was exposure for the GOV. So instead of them having exposure, we were built to fall anyway. Instead of them being held accountable for what they knowingly did, they are going to send all of our sons and daughters over here to die in a trap, because they have baited these countries over and over, and these other countries have shown they're not going to come and attack us first in that way, okay? So they are waiting for the U.S. to willingly sacrifice the soldiers so that they can use it as fact. Hold on. So let's say this country is going to expose and take down this country because they know that these two are banding together and they know what their plan is, okay? So they do the intelligence and they're about to expose it, and before they can expose it, all of this happens, right? So now they know what the deal is because they've done the intelligence. They're showing us that they have done the intelligence, and they're showing us that they know what the plan is because they're using what they plan to use that we're acting like we don't have, but we do have. We're sending the soldiers in as a setup, allegedly, in my opinion. This is the end of the old world order, okay? So we poke the bear, bear doesn't come here. So we need to send soldiers so that we know what's going to happen, but we need that so we can use it as an excuse to go buy this, because they know that the weapon they were going to use was exposure. And unless they're gone, which is why they want it full surrender, unless they're gone, there's still a chance of them exposing, which is why either they say full surrender or bye-bye, at the expense of who? Our soldiers. Allegedly. I do not want to harm myself or anyone else, and I am in good health, and I know how to swim. And also I have a several hour long breakdown on YouTube of this. If you want to see further, like what I'm talking about, I just tried to do this as quick as possible. It was like guys, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. And we're being lied to. Okay? They're not going to start doing the right thing here. Allegedly, my opinion, not facts. The New World Order is global domination all at once in one clean sweep, and the USA is the stage in which they are rolling this out. And it's the stage because it is the show. It is what they are using to prove to the rest of the world that we all have to be under the control of one order. Because if not, you never know. You could end up like the United States of America. Imagine, if you will, that there's a stage. Okay? Stage. Now imagine that there's a bunch of balconies around the stage. Stage, balcony, 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 balcony. Now imagine that each of these balconies have a balcony leader, like a line leader. Okay? The line leader keeps everyone in line. And in the year of 2025, the line leader is probably also an egotistical narcissist. So they also want to dominate everyone in here. But anyway, so there's a stage. There is a secret room where the line leaders all gather and they work as a team. Now, when they come back onto the stage or onto their own stages, they don't talk about this secret room and they don't act like they're on the same team. That is part of the show. This is the main stage, but sometimes the cast and crew will do one of those little walk downs and go into the crowd and come over here or come over here. But really the main focus is here. Even when the focus is here, 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 it's so that they can do something on the stage here. This is the United States of America. Now the line leaders all gather in this little place and they determine what the next scene should be on this stage so that they can figure out how to get this stage to be the reason why all of the balconies and this stage are all under their control. This is their, well, you don't want to become like that, do you? Now, these balconies are also a mess, right? Because on these balconies, the power imbalance is a lot different. Not different as in more favorable, but just different as in the line leaders on the balconies are able to do a lot more destruction because that's not the stage. They can just wipe things out because it doesn't really matter what's happening here. Because this, again, is all happening to feed into what needs to happen on the stage. So if they need to kind of like quick wipe out a whole section over here, doesn't really matter because that's not the stage. And if this wiping out serves the plot of getting something to happen on the stage, that they need a reason why it's happening, they need to be able to say, well, that got knocked out over there, so now we need to take some kind of action because what if they're coming for us? Or what if part of ours gets knocked out? We can't have that. The stage. So they can do kind of different things in these other places But on the stage, it needs to remain mid-scene. It can't be just destroyed, because it needs to be shown destruction. Instead of destruction that evaporates, it needs to be destruction that you can see, because the stage is providing the reason that these line leaders need to have everyone under their control. Look at the stage, look at the rest. This is what is going to happen. Now, at the same time, they need to put on a show that makes sense, right? So each of these, they said, let's play Battleship. Let's play Battleship. Okay. You know, the game where there's the little board and you can't see where the opponent's ships are. They get to put them wherever they want. But then you pick coordinates to try and see if you're going to hit one of their ships or not. Now, apply that to politics. But add in my drawing from the other day. Let me do another one. Now, we have the world stage on this side, okay? Held up by 3 pillars, because they need more than one thing going on. Because they need each main act to be playing off of each other. Do it for the plot. You get what I'm saying? To get everyone's attention and keep the show going. This side is one of these balconies. Okay. Now, they're playing Battleship. This is the Battleship. This is what we're seeing. A different outside team affects inside of the stage, so that the stage has something to respond to, something to do, a show to put on, if you will. A response, a back and forth. Now, remember, this side, we found out, was playing a whole different game than this side. Because this side thought that they were winning if they just had less accountability. So this person in this position has one thing real bad, can't recover from. This one has it from 2 directions. This one has it from 3 directions. This one has been playing a different game the entire time. The group of line leaders. It's not balcony versus balcony versus balcony, balcony stage. It's not them. It's line leaders versus everyone else. They just don't feel like everyone else realizing that we overpower them. So they're trying to put something in place where the whole system's working in their favor to make it so that we don't have another choice. Battleship. Now, this side, aka the line leaders, they've been playing a different game all along. They want to have more secrets on who? Everyone. These people, everyone on the stage, and everyone in the crowd. Because the more secrets they have, the more leverage they have. And the more leverage they have, the easier it is to flip the whole system that's already technically won, because the line leaders are joined in secret. But this is already kind of set up to follow the line leaders' paths, because the line leaders are in place in high positions in each of these balconies and the stage. Now, the more secrets they have, the more leverage they have. What makes us tick? What can't we lose? What pisses us off? What gets us to fight? Studying us, essentially. And then they're going to use it to put a system in place that we won't see coming and we won't know how to fight back against. More secrets gives more leverage. And this is the line leader group that these, to us, powerful positions never stood a chance against, because they got a low score of accountability thinking that they won. Essentially, they sold out thinking that less accountability would make them the winner, not realizing that they weren't battling a fair play because these line leaders are orchestrating all of the chaos in all of the places for a plan that nobody else is seeing but them. This side has already won, because even if this side starts collecting secrets to try and catch up, one, they're too far ahead, and two, they already have this side. They're not catching up. Because this side is scrambling now to cover for the accountability that they know that this side is going to expose, when this side is ready to take the line leaders onto the stage and say, look at how bad the world has become. You all need to follow us now. You have no other choice, because we studied you. We put something in place that you wouldn't see coming until it's too late. We put on the show for long enough. And now the shadow is going to step forward onto the stage to say, you have no other choice than to follow into us, because chaos means that we, the line leaders, are the only way to protect you. Allegedly.